Since its initial release in 2011, Kingdom Rush has grown bigger and better, eventually spawning one of the most popular tower defense game series of all time. With the incoming release of the new game, Legends of Kingdom Rush, it seems like the franchise is just going to keep growing and growing. But Legends will be a turn-based RPG, not a tower defense game. So, the current tower defense content is most likely going to stay the same while Legends gets the chance to be in the spotlight. That's why it's more fitting now than ever to make a definitive list for the entire series. One thing that I've always liked about the internet is that I can find places where people take the things I like seriously. When I get into a game, I like to learn as much about that game as possible and use that knowledge to play the game more effectively. But it's so rare to find individuals in real life that I can have a conversation about these games with and not feel like we're on unequal footing. That's where the internet comes in. People who take a game seriously enough can post about it online and find others who are just as willing to put their all into the topic. This video is my chance to create the very kind of video that I love to watch on YouTube, a video that culminates all of the time and effort I've spent playing and learning these games. So, I will be reviewing and ranking every hero in the Kingdom Rush series, except for the secondary heroes. But this isn't just any kind of ranking. This won't be a rushed list where each hero only gets one sentence to justify their placement before moving on to the next hero. It also won't be a vague tier list where there are multiple heroes in the same tier, but no indication of which one is better or worse. There have been so many tier lists in the community, like the ones being shown now. But this video will be special. This is going to go one by one, in order of least to most favorite, explaining in detail what each hero can do and how that compares to the other heroes in the series. Heroes can manifest their power in all sorts of ways. They can be tanks, glass cannons, support, and more. Furthermore, they can have any sorts of combinations of these traits. It makes judging all of the heroes and ranking them more complicated. But the solution I've come up with for this is to rank these heroes based on how useful they are. Is what the hero does actually helpful? And if so, how good are they at doing that? But this criteria comes with many rules. First, each hero's usefulness is judged based on what is in the game that that hero appears in. Heroes like Gerald Lightseeker are going to be judged based on their usefulness in Kingdom Rush 1 and only Kingdom Rush 1. It doesn't matter how good Gerald would be if he was in Frontiers or Origins, because that isn't the case. That is why each hero's usefulness in their game is going to be compared to the other hero's usefulness in their games. Is Gerald a better hero in Kingdom Rush 1 than Ulrich is in Frontiers? If he is, then Gerald will have a better rank than Ulrich. If not, then Ulrich will have a better rank than Gerald. Second, their performance is going to be judged when these heroes are used properly. There isn't much, if any, value in leaving a hero at the end of the path without any towers and seeing how long they last or how many enemies they kill. That isn't how these games are played. But how are the games meant to be played? The truth is that these games can be played in all sorts of ways, and this is where things get really tricky. Campaign stages, elite stages, heroic and iron challenges, self-imposed challenges, endless mode. All of these have their place in the game, and so every hero is going to be judged based on how useful they are in all of them. Some of these are going to be more important than others though. A hero being useful in the first couple of levels is not as significant as being useful in the late game stages. Endless mode is isolated from the rest of the game, so being less useful there isn't going to destroy a hero's chances of ranking well on the list. Self-imposed challenges capture a very specific scenario, and one that is artificially created. If a hero is already useful in the base game, then their usefulness in these self-imposed challenges is merely a byproduct of their natural usefulness. So really, the late game and elite stages are the primary criteria for usefulness, but the other ways to play the game factor in too. To gauge this usefulness, I had to play with each hero in every level of the game multiple times over. Sometimes I used the same towers that I used with other heroes. Sometimes I used different ones that might draw out a hero's usefulness more. I did many challenges like speedrunning, spending less gold, building less towers, not letting certain stage-specific things happening, or getting certain things to happen more often. This is a collection of only the gameplay I happened to screen record for a single hero, Oni. I did the same work for Lyn. I did the same or more for all 57 heroes in the series. I played these games so much that I earned a preposterous amount of gems without buying any of them. The third rule is that the heroes are being judged based on their performance at max level. In the case of Vengeance, this also means that they are being judged with all soul point upgrades purchased. The exception to this rule is every Kingdom Rush 1 hero. They all have to start at level 1 each time, which just adds another factor to consider when judging their usefulness. How well a hero performs throughout the course of a level will vary, so that is taken into account when making these rankings. Fourth, these heroes are being played to their fullest realistic potential. I spent days playing through all of these stages with each hero to master each one of them, treating every single one of them as if they're the only hero I've got, like they're the main hero I've always used. So just because a hero is hard to use doesn't mean that they're not going to get a chance to shine here. Each hero is being judged equally. That doesn't necessarily mean that heroes who are hard to use are going to dominate the list. Some just can't be made even better no matter what. After all, there's only so much micromanagement that can be done to improve a hero's performance. But my playstyle isn't the only one being used here. I've talked to countless players to get their opinion on every hero in the series. I've watched hours of gameplay videos and tried to emulate the same things myself. I've made so many calculations for hero stats and abilities. This is a project that I have been working on since February of 2020. That's why there is no way that I let all of this hard work be dismissed as something as simple as just another person's opinion. Ultimately, everything I conclude from these facts is still just my own conclusion, and that is subjective for sure, but I've done everything I can to remove bias and anything not objective from these rankings. That's why there's nothing that would depress me more than to see all of this effort invalidated because some intellectual in the comments comes along and says, "Actually, Alleria is one of the strongest heroes because she can summon a unit." No. No. Just no. There are so many factors to take into consideration with each aspect of a hero. If an attack deals true damage, that doesn't mean anything yet. How much damage does it deal? How high is that compared to other attacks in the game? What is its cooldown? Are the enemies in this game more or less affected by taking true damage? How easy is it to land this attack on enemies? How well does it combine with other skills that the hero has? This is a multi-dimensional analysis. As we proceed with the list, my hope is that the logic behind every placement will speak for itself. It's an easy conclusion to jump to that seeing a hero ranked low on this list means that the hero is bad, but all of these rankings are relative to each other. A hero being ranked lower than another just means that I found them less useful than the other heroes. So a hero being ranked 28 out of 57 doesn't mean that they're only as good as a hero that I'd give a 5 out of 10 to. The heroes near that spot on the list are actually great heroes. None of these heroes are worthless. They all do something. These rankings are putting what they do against what everyone else does. Finally, it's important to clarify some technicalities in this list. The series has games on multiple platforms, and if you watch The Real Morgan, War Champion, or MMLH, you know that the Flash, iOS, and Steam versions of the game are different. The main versions of the game are Steam, Android, and the Switch. These three versions are identical to each other, and it is known by the community as the definitive state of the games. This is because the iOS version is planned to be updated to match these other versions, so eventually it will be the same on all four of these platforms. Flash is dead, and so that won't matter. Even though the iOS version isn't updated yet, it will be, and so the heroes on this list are being ranked based on their performances on Steam, Android, and the Switch. As an iOS player myself, I'm well aware of these differences. I even went out of my way to get 100% completion of the games on Veteran on both iOS and Steam, which my friends kindly gifted to me. I'll be referring to the definitive versions of the game as either the Steam version or sometimes as the Steam and Android version, but what I really mean every time is all the platforms that match the Steam version, which are currently Android and the Switch. In case that wasn't complicated enough, Vengeance is an exception, where both the Android and iOS versions are the same, but the Steam version is different. Everything will eventually be the same as the Steam version, so this is what makes the final cut. However, I will mention all of the important differences between platforms. You can come to your own conclusions about how this may affect each hero's usefulness. I'll also make sure to include lots of memes to keep you entertained amidst all these facts and numbers. So, without further ado, this is every hero in the Kingdom Rush series ranked from worst to best. Number 57. Bolin Farslayer. Some hero has to be the worst, and unfortunately for Bolin, he's that hero. He has the worst set of abilities in the entire series. Let's start with his mines. They have such a small range that they are practically non-existent because they never hit enemies. Players have to use him under the assumption that he doesn't have anything but his ranged attack. If an enemy manages to hit a mine, the explosion will be so small that it doesn't even hurt nearby enemies. The enemy that it does deal damage to will take 30 to 60, 60 to 90, and then 90 to 120 damage. But considering how advanced the enemy hordes get by the time Bolin levels up, there is never a time when these numbers are threatening to the enemy. One final problem is that he will prioritize using these useless mines before engaging in melee combat with an enemy. This makes him extremely unreliable in emergency situations. His Tar Bomb ability is okay. Apparently, nobody knows how much it slows enemies down, but it's at least noticeable that they're being slowed at all. That's just the bar that Bolin has set for himself. Of course, it doesn't synergize well with Wrath of the Forest, and it's hard to control where Bolin will aim it, and it can separate enemies that you're trying to use Rain of Fire on, and it can interrupt his regular attacks just like his mines. But at least his regular attacks can deal damage? His ranged attack fires 3 shots in 1 round, which gives it triple the damage listed on his stats. However, if we consult the handy-dandy hero base damage per second at level 10 chart, look at where poor Bolin is. It takes putting a pure ranged hero in melee combat to have worse DPS than him. This is because it takes 3.8 seconds total for Bolin to fire 3 shots, reload, and start to attack again. And since Bolin's abilities do practically nothing, his base attack was his only chance to be useful, but even this is inferior to every other hero in the game. On iOS he is worse because he can't fire triple shots on flying enemies or bosses, but the problem is gone in the definitive versions of the game, aka Android and Steam. In melee combat he can tank a little better than a glass cannon since he has more health, but his lack of armor holds him back. He's better than not having a hero at all, but any other choice will either deal better damage or tank better, sometimes both. So for being the worst in the most categories, Bolin is the worst hero overall. That's why if anyone chooses Bolin as their go-to hero, their aim might be a little off.
Yark! Yark! Yark!
Number 56. Alleria Swiftwind.
Swift, like the wind.
I really like Alleria. For her personality. In combat, she's very disappointing. Starting with her stats, she's spread a little too thin. Her primary function is to use her ranged attack, but some of the power of her ranged attack is distributed to her health and melee damage. However, her health is too low to last long in combat, and her melee damage is worse than her ranged damage, so there's no reason to choose to use her in melee combat if you don't have to. But unfortunately, her ranged attack isn't that much better. Despite her fast attack speed, Alleria's attack damage is so low that her DPS is still below average. She can barely leave a scratch on anything with resistance to physical damage. Plus, reinforcements with Spear Throw easily outclass Alleria. They can kill a gargoyle in 2 volleys on veteran difficulty, so Alleria is useless if she's providing support against ranged enemies. Her abilities don't do much either. Multi-shot gives her better range to DPS than Bolin, but she is still a poor choice for dealing range damage because her DPS is outclassed by so many other heroes much further down the list. Still, the fact that her only damage ability is all physical damage severely hampers Alleria's versatility. Also, there's one major difference between the versions of the game. On iOS, Alleria fires 2, 3, and 4 arrows for each upgrade level respectively, but on Android and Steam, she gets an extra arrow for each level. Additionally, Alleria's Wildcat is much worse on iOS. It deals 2 to 4 damage at all upgrade levels and has such a massive attack range that it gets itself killed very easily unless you try babysitting it, and even then it is inevitable on levels like Fungal Forest. On Android and Steam it is much better. Not only does it have improved damage, but its aggro range is shorter, so it can actually be relied on as a blocker. Its only consistent flaw is that its heal rate is 75 at all levels, which is relatively low for the game it's in. It also means that it takes longer to fully heal at higher levels. It can also be insta-killed by things like Black Hags, making it relatively even more fragile. The general consensus is that Alleria is the worst hero in the series, but there are reasons that Bolin is worse. I didn't want to talk about Alleria during Bolin's segment because talking about any heroes who aren't on the list yet will make it easier to guess who's coming next. But now I can put down Bolin even more. Neither of these heroes can do meaningful damage, but Alleria at least does more damage than Bolin. None of them have good abilities either, but Bolin's mines are the closest thing to having nothing at all. For these reasons, Alleria is able to scrape by with second worst. So if you plan to use Alleria in anything remotely challenging, your demise will be as swift as the wind. The only thing Alleria is truly good for is being turned into memes. Number 55, Mirage.
They won't see me coming.
Mirage is a meme in the community, and for good reason. For one, she's a ranged hero. I noticed that Ironhide tends to give pure ranged heroes less damage than melee heroes. This is meant to balance out the benefits of being able to attack from a distance. But this doesn't work for Mirage. Her DPS is so low that she can't hold back enemies, always allowing them to get through. Part of this is because her passives are only strong enough to make her speed and range what they should have been innately, taking up space for more useful things that could be used to stop enemies from getting through. Of her passives, Shadow Dodge is the worst, and possibly the worst ability in the entire game. Since Mirage is so easily overrun by enemies, all Shadow Dodge amounts to is preventing her from blocking the enemies that she's letting through. It doesn't rescue her from melee damage, it just eliminates the option of dealing melee damage, except against enemies with area attacks. I prefer to just leave it unupgraded. But even with it unupgraded, Mirage still has a slim chance of activating Shadow Dodge. So, she's an unreliable blocker no matter what. This wouldn't be a problem if she had better range damage, but she doesn't. Enemies will break through because Mirage can't kill them fast enough, and she will be helpless to stop them. Shadow Dance deals 40 true damage 4 times over, with a 10-second cooldown. These numbers may sound good at the moment, but compared to other heroes in Frontiers, this damage is actually pathetic. This is just more of the same problem as a regular attack, not dealing enough damage at once to kill enemies. This ultimately means that the player has to rely on towers to kill enemies, which is not a good sign for Mirage. Mirage's only saving grace is her last ability, Lethal Strike. It deals 270 true damage every 15 seconds with a 25% instant kill chance. Ignoring the kill chance, it does strictly worse damage per second than other hero abilities, meaning that in order for it to be useful, it has to trigger the insta-kill chance. The insta-kill chance is the only reason that it can be considered a saving grace for Mirage. However, relying on luck just isn't good strategy. Chances are that Mirage will be able to insta-kill at least some enemies throughout the course of a level, but which ones they will be is unpredictable. That means that your strategy has to be prepared to take care of enemies in case they aren't insta-killed, which effectively means that Mirage doesn't guarantee enough usefulness to be able to relax your strategy. She can't reliably insta-kill enemies, nor can she kill them with her raw damage. So, the player has to be ready to kill them all with towers. Having to rely on towers isn't a bad thing by default. No hero should be expected to do everything. The problem with Mirage is that she can't be expected to do anything. It's easy to give Mirage a pass because she's one of the free heroes on mobile, but this list is judging heroes' pure usefulness regardless of price. Mirage is useless relative to the others in Frontiers because better heroes can help take out tough enemies without being useless in every other category. They don't force the player to fall back so heavily on towers, since they can do more of the heavy lifting on their own. That's why any semblance of usefulness that Mirage may seem to have possessed is nothing more than an illusion. Number 54, Nivus. From his stats in the hero room, Nivus may seem like a glass cannon. Unfortunately, he's mostly glass and not enough cannon. There are 3 main problems with Nivus' ability to deal damage. The first is that his attack ranges from 35 to 80 magic damage. This wide range between the minimum and maximum damage he can deal makes his attack unreliable. This leaves his effectiveness up to RNG, which is rarely if ever a good thing. For Nivus, it really hurts because most of his playstyle is just him using this attack. His ability to teleport and long attack range means that there should always be a way for Nivus to sneak in another attack. Plus, his fast discharging ability, Chain Spell, is just the same damage against 4 enemies at once. So, RNG is being relied on constantly. It's important to establish why RNG is so bad. It's because luck replaces consistency. If you're waiting for a specific enemy to die so that you can use Rain of Fire or get the next amount of gold needed to buy something, you don't want luck to be the primary determining factor. Plus, despite the high maximum damage that Nivus could deal, most of his damage numbers are rather low for his slow attack rate. Even if he dealt his average damage of 57.5 every time, his 1.5 second attack speed means that his DPS is much lower. On iOS, all ranged heroes can be moved to attack faster, but the definitive versions of the game patched it out, so it doesn't actually count in any hero's favor. Plus, Nivus' actual DPS really is awful. This wave of the Sunken Citadel is a good example of how much damage a hero can deal. Nivus is unable to hold back the Horde because his attack is just too weak. Other heroes who rank higher on the list are able to do a better job because they're just outright stronger. Nivus' attack is a beam, just like the Arcane Wizard's laser in Kingdom Rush 1. After RNG decides how much damage Nivus' attack will deal, the game splits this damage into 18 separate ticks. So, Nivus can actually only deal damage in multiples of 18 between 35 and 80. That is, 36, 54, or 72 magic damage, which always rounds down. But unlike the Arcane Wizard Tower, if Nivus deals overkill damage, the beam will wait to deal the fatal blow until the last frame of its attack, which means that Nivus takes as long as possible to kill enemies regardless of their health when he attacks them. This happens often and renders Nivus' attack pointless when other towers end up dealing the killing blow in the middle of Nivus' beam. Third, Nivus suffers from dealing pure magic damage. This is most obvious in the Rising Tides mini-campaign, where Blue Gales take 0 damage from Nivus' attacks. But Nivus suffers more because magic resistance is pretty common in most levels of Frontiers. Enemies don't even need magic immunity in order to take no damage from Nivus. Sari and Blazefangs have high magic resistance, not immune, but they can still take 0 damage from his attacks, unless Nivus' attack rolls a higher number, or if a totem of weakness makes the enemies more vulnerable. Magic Missiles, which deals 105 magic damage every 15 seconds, is slightly stronger and has more range than his regular attack, but still suffers from not being able to effectively harm enemies with magic resistance. Nivus' only saving grace is Disintegrate, which insta-kills any combination of enemies in a short range with less than 480 health, regardless of their resistances. I like that it has shorter range than his other attacks, allowing the player to aim it for crucial moments. But the damage it deals is still pretty low for a 20-second cooldown. Plus, in practice, it almost always deals less than 480 damage, and the limit can't be raised by using it on enemies under the totem of weakness. It just isn't strong enough to save Nivus from being ranked so low on this list. The only other way Nivus can deal damage to magic-resistant enemies is his melee attack, which deals pretty good damage for a mage, but the downside to this is his low health. He can't remain in combat for very long. Plus, Nivus has just enough health to be instantly killed by Abomination explosions and the attacks used by Malagar and Umbra in the final level. Any ranged enemies will destroy him, and area damage can kill Nivus easily too. Despite his long range, Nivus ends up dead more often than any other hero, lowering the amount of help that he can provide throughout the course of a level. Combine this with his unreliable, weak attack, and it makes sense that Nivus is one of the worst heroes in the series. What may have appeared to be a wise old man turns out to just be a crazy old coot. Just listen to what he has to say. Hey Nivus, do you support women's rights? Hey Nivus, do you believe in racial equality? Hey Nivus, do you want a pirated copy of Kingdom Rush?
Excelsior!
FBI, open up!
Number 53. Cronan.
Master, Beastmaster.
Cronan is a hero who should never be used. There's a hero way better than him in just about every category. To begin, Deep Lashes is among the weakest single-target abilities in the game. It's ranked 11th strongest, or the 5th weakest, but this is assuming that the full bleed damage of Deep Lashes takes place, and that enemy armor isn't factored in. When it comes to armor, there are several abilities on the chart that also deal physical damage, so their number ranking isn't a definitive placement of a skill's usefulness. Skills with true damage, faster cooldowns, and other traits can and usually will be more useful. But that just makes Deep Lashes all the weaker. It doesn't deal high damage on its own, so not dealing true damage makes it even worse. The fact that bleed damage takes place over time only makes it harder to kill enemies efficiently with the skill. Cronan can often lose even more damage because the enemy dies while bleed is taking place, which means that the actual damage of the skill is even lower because of overkill. At least with such low damage, overkill won't be that common. However, if the enemy survives to take all the bleed damage, that just means that they are still alive. So, the enemy is still approaching the exit, damaging the player's units, and or soaking up the abilities of towers and other allies. So in reality, Deep Lashes isn't the 5th worst attack in the game, it's probably the 3rd worst attack in the game. Cronan's boars have some pretty awful numbers too. 2 to 8 damage is practically nothing, 240 health is alright, but regenerating 10 health per second outside of combat just means that they're going to die really easily. This is where their worst stat comes into effect. Even though these boars being permanent may seem like an advantage compared to a summoned unit that despawns after some time, the fact that boars take 18 seconds to respawn after death makes them far worse. Units that despawn and are summoned again at least get a full heal when that happens, but these boars are stuck with their terrible heal rate until they inevitably die and are out of combat for 18 seconds. Also, boars are the only summon that turns into reapers when killed by parasites. Ulrich's Sand Warriors and Boneheart's Bone Golems don't have this problem. His Falcon takes 3.5 seconds to attack, which means that it adds approximately 5 to 15 extra damage per second, for an average of 10. Compare this to Swordsmanship, which gives Ulrich a flat total of 12 extra damage per second, and gives Captain Blackthorn a flat total of 18 extra damage per second. It's possible that the damage is so low to even out the fact that Cronan can attack flying enemies with this ability, but it's obvious that he's not a good hero to use against flying enemies anyways, so this was pointless. Therefore, Falconer is an objectively weaker version of other hero upgrades. Speaking of weak upgrades, Cronan's regeneration upgrade is weaker than other heroes' natural armor stats. He dies faster than other melee heroes, despite also dealing less damage than they do. His only potentially standout ability is Stampede, which deals area damage and stuns enemies over a massive part of the path. It deals a little more damage on the Flash version of the game, but this is not factoring into Cronan's placement on the list. Every other version of Stampede struggles to kill desert thugs, and that's the way it will be judged by. It can be made to deal extra damage by sending it along U-shaped paths, allowing the Stampede to hit the same enemies more times. The bonus damage is still marginal, but it does allow for some extra skill. However, no amount of skill can make it useful in small levels like Sunken Citadel. For Cronan's only standout ability, it isn't that outstanding at all. Cronan is spread too thin, trying to be good at crowd control, tanking, and melee damage at the same time. He's not great at anything, but there are other heroes who are well-rounded and still stronger than Cronan that will appear later in this list. So when he's taking up the space that another hero could be using instead, Cronan is nothing more than a beast of burden. Number 52. Veruk.
Man-flesh.
Veruk's only usefulness is against weak hordes of enemies. The problem is that everything is good against weak hordes of enemies. What saves Veruk from being somehow lower on this list is the fact that he is a little better against weak enemies than some other heroes. Since his abilities involve passive health regeneration, staying in combat for extended periods of time, and summoning troops, his effectiveness is highly dependent on the damage that enemies can deal. Therefore, in stages with powerful enemies, Veruk just crumbles. Neither of the units he summons will last very long. In fact, his hero spell times out faster than reinforcements. So these units can barely do anything in the majority of elite stages. And that's with the assumption that they don't get wiped out immediately, which can happen even against basic enemies. Veruk also has pure physical damage. Therefore, he is useless against physical immune enemies and provides very little help against armored units. Even his slash ability, which is meant to be a high damage single target strike, barely makes a dent in enemy health. He can't even kill an Anurian chaser with it, and the cooldown isn't fast enough to justify this low damage. In particular, Veruk has trouble getting the most out of Duelist. It resets when he changes enemies, even if he doesn't receive a move order from the player. He also can't use it for too long before he gets too close to dying, so the player has to wait for him to heal all the way to max HP to get the most out of Duelist, which keeps him out of combat even when some abilities, like his dual slashes, are ready. The only usefulness Veruk provides is seeking out support enemies and eliminating them. However, every other melee hero is even better at this, so Veruk really has nothing going for him at all. And that's ultimately what defines the worst of the worst heroes in this list. Veruk, I am not entertained. Number 51. Kutsao.
Shapeless like water.
Kutsao suffers from a combination of low damage and having abilities that get in the way. Of course, just because the damage numbers of an ability are low, the ability itself isn't necessarily weak. But in Kutsao's case, there are plenty of heroes much further down the list who do a better job at tanking and dealing damage than Kutsao does. This leaves Kutsao being far below average performance-wise, but the numbers don't just speak for themselves. So let's take a look at how well Kutsao performs in comparison to the other heroes in Kingdom Rush Frontiers. In Dusk Chateau, Kutsao can't hold back the hordes of enemies at the beginning as well as other heroes can. His Dragon Style ability has such a small area of effect for its low damage. It barely takes a third of each enemy's HP, which amounts to very little overall. Keep in mind that he rarely has this many enemies in range anyways. Kutsao's other abilities like Tiger Style, Crane Style, and Leopard Style just don't deal enough damage to take down these enemy hordes that quickly compared to what players should be used to from using the other heroes in Frontiers. So even though Kutsao can manage to get the job done, he doesn't do it nearly as well as other heroes. But Dante can deal a similar amount of damage with his regular attacks to what Kutsao needs Crane Style in order to deal. Akimbo Style can deal enough damage to wipe out a single enemy, but what makes it even better is that Dante spreads it out to avoid overkill damage. And Silver Bullet deals 320 damage every 15 seconds, which is vastly superior to Tiger Style's pathetic 70 damage every 10 seconds. The 50% bonus damage granted to all of these nearby units amounts to about 30 additional DPS spread across this cluster of enemies. As you can see, the horde is wiped out much sooner as well. Also, even though Dante's Holy Grenade has yet to be used, he's still more effective than Kutsao using all 5 of his abilities. Now let's look at Sha'tra. First, he immediately removes 2 ghouls from the battle using his Abduction ability. All of his attacks and abilities deal true damage, and despite the fact that most of the enemies here are unarmored, Sha'tra is still killing them more efficiently than Kutsao, which indicates that Sha'tra doesn't even need to operate at his full potential in order to outperform Kutsao. A little bit later in the level, Kutsao is unable to hold back the horde of enemies. He can lower their damage output with Snake Style, but this ultimately does little to slow their advance. Instead, he has to help kill the enemies at this crucial moment when the Totem of Weakness spawns. Unfortunately, he just fails to impress. On iOS, Kutsao is much worse because the animations for Crane Style and Leopard Style can't be interrupted, which leaves him susceptible to things like Abomination explosions. On the contrary, Dante excels at this moment. He deals so much damage that he can kill all of the enemies before any lives are lost. And this is even after I accidentally wasted Akimbo Style by making a micro mistake. Meanwhile, Sha'tra makes this moment a cakewalk. He can use Abduction on all of the Abominations ahead of time. So instead of weakening their damage with something like Snake Style and then trying to stall the enemies, other heroes can outright kill them so that this critical moment with Rain of Fire is much easier. Eventually, you can make the same tactic work when using Kutsao, but the point is that playing to Kutsao's strengths is inherently a disadvantage because other heroes simply do a better job. If all of this seems like too specific of an example to prove that he is weaker, then fear not, because Kutsao is still worse in every other level in the game. There's Sunken Citadel, where Kutsao can't deal enough damage on his own to be able to stop the enemies from getting through. And who can forget about Darklight Depths, where Kutsao can't stay out in the open for even a second because his max HP is lower than the majority of heroes in the game, so the ranged attacks will obliterate him. This is a shame because Crane Style is supposed to make it very hard for enemies to damage Kutsao, but all of these ranged attacks and area damage kill him in an instant. Any other tank in the game can withstand some amount of ranged or area attacks, but Kutsao's tanking is so conditional that he comes across as a glass cannon in pretty much every environment. And since he's already proven to be bad at dealing damage as well, Kutsao just ends up constantly dying in really pathetic ways without accomplishing much. Sorry Kutsao, no matter how big your brain is, your damage numbers and health are just too small. The only time Kutsao can tank is against one enemy with single target melee damage, but the usefulness of this tanking is too narrow to justify using Kutsao instead of any other heroes higher on the list. Plus, there are never so few of these enemies that you can just put up with having Kutsao block one of them with the occasional extra fraction of a second spent stalling with Leopard style. It is evident that he adds so little that every tower setup has to be prepared to kill every enemy regardless of what Kutsao can do to it. Therefore, Kutsao really has no place anywhere higher on this list. The only reason he is above the previous heroes is that he still deals enough damage to make more of an impact than the rest, but it's still far less of an impact compared to those above him. Speaking of which... Number 50. Tramin.
The bomb has been planted!
I'm actually surprised that Tramin made it this high on the list. If it wasn't for his hero spell, which does deal high damage, Tramin might have ended up ranking just after Alleria. This is because Tramin himself is very weak. Not only is his attack damage very low, but it takes him 2 seconds between each attack, making his DPS absolutely awful. His Nitro Rush ability allows him to attack once every 0.75 seconds for a total of 22 seconds. This is what his attack speed should have been in the first place. However, this ability has a 40-second cooldown, so he doesn't get it all the time. Additionally, he needs to be able to attack for a full 22 seconds to get the most out of this ability. But even though Tramin has an innate teleport, it just isn't feasible to keep him in range of enemies for 22 seconds straight every time the ability activates. As a result, it has low efficiency, so he doesn't get to benefit from the attack speed that would only make him good enough to be a decent hero anyways. Also, despite throwing explosives, he deals pure physical damage, meaning that his already pitiful DPS is even worse against anything with armor. Tramin also has pretty small range. A common problem with all ranged heroes is that they can keep on attacking a particular enemy that you don't want them to aim at, whereas a melee hero can go directly in front of the enemy you want them to attack, so that you don't have to worry about them wasting abilities on the wrong target. However, Tramin, with his low attack range and low walking speed, often has to follow an enemy around in order to keep attacking them because they keep moving out of his really small range. Also, his only long-range attack, his missiles, has some of the worst aim in the series. Even with unarmored enemies right in front of him, Tramin will aim at ghosts who take no damage from the physical attack. Tramin's only form of true damage comes from the boombots that he spawns, but these have very low DPS and don't amount to much anyways. As a result, Tramin is still an awful choice against anything that has heavy armor. Tramin only has one decent thing to offer, and that's his hero spell, Bombageddon. It summons 9 bombs that walk down the path and each deal 200 physical damage to the first enemy they come into contact with. Even though their explosion AoE is so small that they practically deal single target damage, 1,800 physical damage total is pretty high. So even with its whopping 56-second cooldown, it still has pretty good DPS. The burst damage is enough to heavily damage giant enemies, but armor will significantly reduce its effectiveness. There are several ways to make this ability more efficient. For one, intentionally overkilling an enemy is okay as long as there are more enemies behind it. The remaining bombs will hit them, minimizing any wasted damage even when calling waves early. The bombs can also be spawned ahead of other enemies in order to deal with the dangerous ones that lurk in the back. But even when making the most of his playstyle, Tramin does not leave enough of an impact to rank any better on this list. If you're putting all this effort into making a hero with such low damage and low versatility more useful, then you might need to invent a new strategy. Number 49. Malik Hammer Fury.
It's hammer time!
Keep in mind that these rankings are based off of relativity, so Malik's position on this list doesn't mean that Malik can't be useful. The problem is that what Malik does well fails to surpass what other heroes can do well. Take his speed for example. He's been walking the whole time I've been talking. This is a huge drawback for a pure melee hero, since it leaves long gaps between the moments that Malik can actually fight. It may seem better to just leave Malik in a single spot to do combat, but this has drawbacks too. For one, Malik's lack of armor means that his effective HP is lower than that of most other Kingdom Rush 1 heroes. As a result, he has to retreat to heal more frequently. Therefore, he spends even more time outside of combat. If you were to add up the total time Malik spends in combat during a single level, it would add up to a lower total than that of almost any other hero. Malik also spends a long time at lower levels where he is weaker. Even on Steam, where he gets 15% more experience than on iOS, he still takes longer to level up than the other heroes in this game. There are some ways to level up heroes faster. For example, if the hero kills an enemy with a regular attack, they gain bonus XP proportional to the strength of that enemy. However, Malik has a slow attack speed, taking 1.5 seconds instead of the usual 1 second. His attack damage is not high enough to make up for this, leaving him with low DPS, and thus, low chances of actually killing enemies on his own. Malik's first ability, Hammer Smash, suffers from a number of problems. First, its damage will stay low for a very long time, if not the entirety of the level, due to Malik's slow level up speed. Even though it deals area true damage on a 6-second cooldown, the actual impact that it has on enemies is too poor to actually be meaningful. Towers still end up having to do all of the work to finish off hordes of enemies. On top of this, the 6-second cooldown is just false advertising. Malik won't use this ability unless there are 3 or more enemies tightly packed together. Of course, area attacks are better used when there are more enemies in range, but the range is too small and 3 enemies is too high of a requirement. For only a 6-second cooldown, it shouldn't be that big of a waste if Malik uses this on just 1 or 2 enemies. But because of these strict requirements, it ends up dealing way less damage over the course of a level than it should because of how infrequently Malik uses it. Earthquake doesn't have this problem since it can activate even with only 1 enemy in range. With a 15-second cooldown, the damage per second that it deals is not that high either, but at least it deals more true damage and can stun enemies for a brief time. However, Malik's slow level up speed means that this skill will almost never reach max power, so all of the strengths of this ability are minimal. Still, even if it's not much, it's better than nothing. The reason Malik makes it this far on the list is because of his area damage and the fact that his DPS is still better than that of the other heroes so far. But he has a long way to go if he can ever compete with the future heroes on this list. If Malik was faster, leveled up more quickly, tanked more damage, dealt more damage, had better AoE, or anything else to make him worth using, he could be one of the best heroes in Kingdom Rush 1. However, as it stands, Malik's powers have no weight to them. There isn't much reason to use him when other heroes surpass him in pretty much every category. I pity the fool who sticks with Malik as their hero. Number 48. Dierdre.
Hallelujah!
Despite ranking low on this list, Dierdre was originally going to be even lower. The community generally considers her to be among the worst of the worst. As a support hero, Dierdre needs to be played in a completely different way to that of most other heroes. But even after using her to her fullest potential, Dierdre still disappoints. Her main ability is Consecrate. It buffs a nearby tower to deal 25% more damage for 14 seconds. With an 8-second cooldown, Dierdre is close to being able to buff 2 towers at all times, but there's a little bit of downtime where only 1 tower is buffed. Unfortunately, this buff does not apply to tower abilities, only their base attack. So, towers that get a lot of effectiveness from abilities will not be helped much by Dierdre. Still, this is the only way for Dierdre to add more damage to the battlefield, so it is important to make the most of this skill. Therefore, a lot of Dierdre's playstyle is teleporting around the map to buff the most crucial towers. Her next most important ability is Wings of Light, which grants her that teleportation. It also buffs nearby allied units with 20 more points of armor. It also stacks with the Death Rider aura. Since it adds on to units' already existing armor, this buff can be helpful when the total armor becomes very high. Effective HP increases rapidly as armor gets higher, but the downside to this is that units with worse armor to start with are not going to be helped as much. Either way, this buff is only slightly helpful. Just like her Healing Light ability, she only adds on to the lifespan of currently existing units. The extra survivability of each unit only helps block an enemy for a little longer, but it isn't going to help kill them any faster. If there are more enemies and units to block them, you will still get overrun, and since all Dierdre contributes with these 2 skills is extra survivability, this combat would drag on for longer and buy more time for those new enemies to appear. And that's about all that Dierdre has to offer in terms of abilities. So that leaves her stats. Dierdre's remaining upgrades increase her armor to 75% and her HP to 540. She is actually an incredibly tanky hero with an equally incredible heal rate. It gives her an extra advantage at stalling the endless mode mini-bosses. However, she only deals 11 to 32 damage with her attack. Sending her to tank enemies is about as effective as freezing them, because all she does is block them. They would not take that much damage from Dierdre herself. As we get further into this list, it will become apparent that heroes in this game can tank just as well as Dierdre, if not better, but can also wipe out enemies more quickly with their own damage. This isn't Dierdre's role, and it's not how she's meant to be used, but that isn't an excuse. It still means that she lacks the option to kill enemies on her own, which is important. Her kill power relies on towers, which means that in the early parts of a level, where the player has less gold to work with, surviving is that much harder. She can't carry any of the weight on her own, which leads to a lot of close calls. The heroic and iron challenges often give more starting gold, which mitigates this problem. But there are still many levels where Dierdre is less useful because it isn't possible to build a solid enough defense for her to support. When she has the means to be useful, she can get the job done. This saves her from being at an even worse spot on the list. However, only getting by in a fraction of the levels that exist in Frontiers is not good enough to rank her any higher. If Dierdre was stronger, then maybe I would have more faith in her. Number 47. Jigou.
Winter is coming.
It's bizarre that a hero who costs so much money on mobile is low on the list. Ironically, Jigou is so good at what he does that in order to even this out, he has to be bad at everything else. Unfortunately, his role is tanking, and that is essentially useless in Vengeance. It's true that Jigou can pull off some interesting feats in melee combat. With 900 health and 30 HP regeneration per second, nobody else tanks bosses like he does. But like Kutsao, just blocking one enemy for a long time isn't good enough. It puts the pressure on towers and spells to do all the damage. A good tank can keep enemies in place long enough for everything else to kill the enemies. But Jigou fails at this because he only blocks one enemy and doesn't deal that much damage. Jigou's Earth Slam is very close to being good. It lasts for a long time and stuns enemies, but it deals pure physical damage, so it barely scratches anything with armor. However, the worst part is that it has a 30-second cooldown, which means that it can't be used consistently enough to hold back enemy waves. Since Earth Slam is busy recharging for a vast majority of the time, Jigou lacks proper crowd control. So even though he can stall one enemy for as long as you want, everything else will slip by. Enemies who are good at killing units will still be able to kill Jigou, so he doesn't even have the advantage of being able to create unique scenarios with his tanking. Glacial Form is supposed to save him, but it's held back by a 40-second cooldown, and the fact that he can't use his invincibility against a new enemy if the one he was fighting dies. But the worst part is that being frozen cancels the shield. I don't know why Jigou is not immune to being frozen. There's no point in trying to kill enemies with Jigou. His base attack has a high damage number, but it is so slow that his DPS is outclassed by practically every other hero in the game. Towers have to do most of the work already, but the pure physical damage in all of his attacks means that he becomes even more useless against anything with armor. His only potential for high damage is Ice Ball, which deals 158 to 193 physical damage every 10 seconds. But his bad AI tends to waste it, plus it still gets negated by high armor. Ice Breath may as well not exist because it has a blind spot near Jigou. A tank who has to be blocking enemies in melee combat has a blind spot directly in front of and behind him. His AI also has a tendency to aim it in weird places, usually ones that are useless. What's even worse is his hero spell, which has multiple spots that miss enemies completely. The enemies that take damage will only take physical damage, and the slow effect only lasts for 8 seconds. Jigou is proof that numbers don't mean everything. There are plenty of tanks that rank very high on this list, but that is because they pull it off without sacrificing so much more. Try to use Jigou in any of the Anurian stages, and it will highlight the fact that he really has nothing going for him. He's a tank who lets every other enemy get past him. In the other stages, his pure physical damage is not as bad, which helps rescue him from being even lower on the list. But there is no point to using him when other heroes in Vengeance can outclass him in the categories that matter most. Also, why isn't he JT? Instead, Jigou is just a simp. Number 46. Karkinos.
I am Karkinos.
Yes, Karkinos, you are. Karkinos is also thick. That's why his claws aren't the only thing that can clip in this game. Karkinos actually has a unique playstyle. His long-distance movement speed is fast thanks to his burrow upgrade, but he is slow to get in and out of the ground. He also has sluggish walking and attacking animations. So even though he can traverse the map quickly, it's not a good idea to move him around often. He needs to spend time in one zone so that he can deal his damage. The best time to move him is actually to get a better shot for shoulder cannon. This long-range attack deals 70 physical damage in an AoE and slows the enemy struck by it by 60% for 8 seconds. 8 seconds of slow on a 10-second cooldown makes this attack seem like a significant debuff, but it actually isn't very strong. For one, the AoE is so small that it basically only slows one enemy. The effect itself is powerful for the one or few enemies it hits, and on paper, it may seem like an effective way to stall additional enemies while Karkinos blocks other ones. However, in practice it just doesn't help much. Even when going out of your way to use this ability as effectively as possible, it won't do much against enemy waves. A big part of this is that Frontier's enemies can be killed so quickly that slowing down a small portion of them, no matter by how much, isn't that useful. There certainly are plenty of enemies that have a lot of health, but the towers and frontiers are so strong that even the toughest enemies will go down in just a few seconds once they reach a choke point. Delaying their arrival just doesn't do much, even on the toughest stages in the game. So Shoulder Cannon isn't that good, even when you focus Karkinos' playstyle around it, but at least it gives him a unique playstyle compared to other heroes. Another unique thing about Karkinos' playstyle is Pincher Attack. It deals a surprisingly high amount of true damage for an area attack with such a short cooldown, but it has a major flaw. This AoE can only fire in a horizontal line. Every path or lane has 3 sublanes, and enemies almost always spawn randomly in between any of these 3 sublanes. So the damage that Karkinos can do with this ability is highly conditional. The 8-second cooldown is a lot longer in practice. Players have to weave Karkinos between enemies just to get 2 or more targets in range in order to get him to use this skill. This is especially tricky since Karkinos is so slow and has a large aggro range. Pincher Attack is better on some maps compared to others. Stages where enemies move from the top of the map to the bottom will be worse than stages where enemies move from left to right or from right to left, since the ability is strictly horizontal. But unfortunately, it lacks the damage output to compete with what other heroes can do. Karkinos' next ability, Invulnerability, allows him to turn invincible for 4 seconds, allowing him to absorb any amount of damage even from the deadliest enemies like Abominations and Saurian Death Coils, but he has to get lucky to activate it. Therefore, he tanks more effectively against enemies with low damage who have to hit him more times, running the chance of activating the skill more often. He loses invulnerability while burrowing, but maintains it while walking, so he can be moved to nearby strong enemies to make use out of the skill if it triggers while fighting weaker ones. He doesn't activate the ability until an attack brings him below 40% HP, so only high damage attacks can activate it early, but it's risky to let Karkinos tank one of those without invulnerability already active. So it's actually a good idea to keep Karkinos at low HP to activate invulnerability more often, especially since his 25 HP regeneration means that he takes just as long to respawn from death as he does to fully heal. This form of tanking is unique, but due to relying on RNG and having less than half HP for it to trigger, Karkinos lacks the flexibility needed to tank reliably. So, like his other skills, Karkinos just isn't very effective no matter how well you try to adapt to his playstyle. All that's left are Karkinos' stats, which only further highlight how inferior he is. He needs an entire upgrade slot just to have the same base attack damage as Cause. He needs Burrow to move faster when other heroes can move fast or teleport on their own. Combine this with his already tricky to use abilities, and the reason that Karkinos tends to get overwhelmed faster than other heroes becomes more apparent. I've already made the point with Kutsao that some heroes easily outperform others under the same conditions, so I won't go over this again, but Karkinos is certainly another example of this happening. So how does Karkinos manage to get this high on the list when the past few heroes were at least useful in a couple of ways? Believe it or not, Karkinos is actually one of the best heroes in Endless Mode. Very few heroes can consistently get past wave 60 when I use them, but Karkinos is among those who can. This is because Glue Shot combined with Waste Disposal slows down the mini bosses to the extent that they might as well not be moving at all. His invulnerability also allows him to block the boss for 4 seconds no matter what whenever it triggers. This buys towers enough time to kill the mini-bosses and get into the 70s consistently, which is a real achievement. You can tell that Karkinos has some things going for him. After all, his melee damage and ability to tank are still effective. It's just that his abilities are best at countering enemies that are very difficult to stall through other means, which is only really necessary in Endless Mode. But in the normal game, there just isn't anything he can accomplish that helps out nearly as much as it does in Endless Mode. That's why Karkinos ranks lower on this list than most heroes, yet still definitely surpasses the bottom ranks. You hear that, Kutsao? Karkinos is better than you. Number 45, Prince Denas.
Bow before me!
Or as he's known in the meme community, the Thought Slayer. It really speaks volumes for Origins when the worst hero from that game is this high on the list. And he's not even that bad or that far from the next worst hero in Origins. Prince Denas is a tank, so it should be expected that his damage isn't that high compared to other heroes because it isn't his focus. But how much lower can his damage be before his tankiness is not able to compensate for this weakness? In practice, Prince Denas is incredibly bad at killing enemies on his own. Watch him struggle to finish off this Twilight Evoker, who is at critically low health already. It's obvious that Prince Denas' only role is being able to stall enemies. Prince Denas' high armor does mean that his ability to sustain damage is really good. Because of his 65% armor, this means that Prince Denas only takes 35% of all damage, or 7/20ths. This means that enemies have to deal 27 times the damage in order to kill him, resulting in Denas' effective HP being 1143 rounded up. He also has the heal ability Sybarite, which restores 240 health once his health is below 80% of his max HP. It has a 22-second cooldown, so it can be used somewhat frequently. Combined with his high armor, it should be clear that Prince Denas does not go down easily. However, that's only true in theory. Unfortunately, Origins has a lot of enemies and environments that counter Prince Denas. True damage like poison would deplete all of his health easily. Tainted Pit Meteors and Twilight Elves can also kill him with raw damage. On Impossible mode, he can still be taken down in seconds.
I left no heirs.
But since Denas' damage is poor, he can't do much even when he is able to survive against the enemies he is blocking. However, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. First, he has Celebrity, an ability that stuns enemies in an AoE. This is both better and worse than other stuns in Origins. The stun effect lasts for 5 seconds, but has a 26-second cooldown. Compared to King's Roar, it is stronger but slower. Compared to Katha's hero spell, it is worse in every way. Celebrity affects a maximum of 9 enemies, but that's a high enough number that it doesn't matter the vast majority of the time. Denas needs time to execute the animation and can only stun 1 enemy at a time. This gives enemies the opportunity to sneak by in the middle of the animation, which is the opposite of what's supposed to happen. At the same time though, it can also allow Denas to stun enemies that walk into the range of the ability. This ultimately makes Denas worse in emergencies, but better when there are a controlled number of enemies. Overall, it is a decent ability that helps Prince Denas climb a little higher on the list. The same cannot be said for his other 2 abilities, Mighty and Avenger. Mighty deals 171 to 320 true damage every 20 seconds. Compared to other abilities, the DPS is among the worst in the series. Most of these abilities deal true damage anyways, so it doesn't even have the benefit of dealing relatively higher damage to armored enemies. Avenger is a projectile. It bounces up to 5 times between enemies, dealing 30 to 52 physical damage each time. With an 18-second cooldown, this skill doesn't have very good DPS either, but what makes it worse is that it won't deal more than its initial damage if there are no enemies in range to bounce between. So if an enemy dies or slips out of range, the skill would deal less damage from bouncing less. These skills don't do much to change Denas' low damage, but the fact that ability slots are wasted on these skills is what hurts the most. They don't add much to his playstyle because he is still ineffective at killing. His hero spell, Kingsguard, might be the worst spell in the series. These knights have 200 HP and 4 to 12 damage. On iOS, they have no armor, but on the definitive platforms, they have 40% armor. Because of their low damage, they struggle to kill even gnolls, the weakest enemies in the game. That means that they can get stuck in combat with a weak enemy like a gnoll for their entire duration, while other enemies run past them. They're basically an exaggeration of Prince Denas' own major flaw, not being able to kill what he can tank, and not being able to tank that well anyways. These knights get destroyed by most enemies. Area damage is the fastest way for them to get killed. It's almost instantaneous. But even plain tough enemies like Avengers will chop through them in seconds. The worst aspect of them is the fact that they can turn into Shadowspawn and Driders if they're killed by their respective poison. Since they die so easily, it's not uncommon for this to happen. That's when it may seem like a good idea to just not spawn them against those types of enemies. But this has 2 problems. 1, that just goes to show how limited the usefulness of this ability is. And 2, sometimes it's unavoidable. The knights have a 25-second duration, which means that they will stick around for a pretty long time. Even if they're spawned to fight specific enemies, plenty more enemies can show up within 25 seconds. That's why it is common for them to get in the way, blocking enemies in places that you don't want them to because it's out of range of towers or a bad position for Thunderbolt. They can speed up hyenas, or, like I said earlier, get killed by enemies that turn them into even more enemies. It's the hero spell with the most detrimental effects, no matter how well you try to use it. So for that reason, I consider it the worst hero spell in the series. The only other noteworthy trait that Prince Denas has is that he gives the player an extra 25 gold for every new wave. Since almost every stage is 15 waves long and never gets higher than that, Prince Denas gives 25 gold 14 times, for a total of 350 gold. This is about enough to get another level 4 tower, assuming you already afford it up to level 3. It's barely anything, and on Iron challenges, it actually is nothing. It could be that this extra gold was meant to compensate for Prince Denas being unable to do much on his own, but the gold that he provides is too small to make a difference. He can't properly support the defense because his tanking isn't effective enough. So as much of a likable hero he is for his personality, Prince Denas in combat is just a royal pain.
I left no heirs.
Number 44. Shin.
Panda style.
Or as I like to call him, Toothy Shin. The only thing bigger than his smile is how much of a disappointment he is. Shin is considered a joke in the community, and for good reason. His attack damage may seem to be on par with the other heroes, but he has a 1.5 second attack speed. This actually makes his DPS noticeably lower than every other hero in Origins. And this is indicative of Shin's problem as a whole. For everything that he does, there's another hero who does the same thing but way better. Another example is Mind Over Body. 190 health every 20 seconds averages out to 9.5 health per second. This is already worse than the 10.9 health per second that Prince Denas can heal himself by, the 10.7 health per second that Katha can give to 3 units at a time, and the 24 health per second that Bravebark can give to an unlimited number of allies near him. But Shin's healing is even worse, because it takes place over 9 seconds. Theoretically, this should give him the chance to tank more damage during those 9 seconds, but enemies can easily outpace his healing, especially on Impossible mode. He can be killed before he even gets all 190 health. So, his weaker attack damage combined with his weaker healing makes Shin a poor choice in melee combat, even though he is a pure melee hero. Look at how long Shin takes to kill this Dark Spitter in melee combat. Shin's damage is so low that he becomes nothing more than a distraction, keeping the enemy from attacking anything else. Shin's healing is barely potent enough to keep up with the damage he's taking, and this is only on veteran difficulty. So once it wears off, Shin actually starts losing the race to kill his enemy before it kills him. And since that took so long, there was time for another Dark Spitter to spawn. Panda Style is actually the worst AoE ability in the series. It has a tiny area of effect, and it deals such a low amount of damage that the few enemies it actually does hurt do not take any significant damage, and it's all physical damage. Next is Inspire. This doubles the damage of nearby allied units. It does not affect abilities or ranged attacks, only basic melee attacks. As if that wasn't bad enough, it only lasts for 7 seconds. It has a 16-second cooldown, but in practice, it might be even slower than that, since Shin is not a hero who will stay in one place for long, meaning that he won't be near allied units that often to buff them. Shin's only saving graces are his 2 high damage abilities, Daring Strike and Pandemonium. Daring Strike teleports Shin to what the game considers to be the strongest enemy. It deals 230 to 350 true damage with an 18-second cooldown. This actually gives a pretty good DPS. It doesn't make up for everything that has been wrong of Shin so far, but it helps him rank better on this list than he otherwise would have. Shin cannot target the enemy that he is in melee combat with. This is important, because he is prone to wasting the skill on enemies with low HP. So, by moving Shin to fight in melee combat with an enemy with low health, he will teleport to a different enemy. If Shin uses Daring Strike while blocking an enemy, he leaves behind a Panda Illusion, similar to Mirage, that deals 12 to 24 physical damage to that enemy, keeping it blocked for a full second. After hitting the enemy with Daring Strike, Shin would teleport back to his original location before he used the ability. However, if Shin is ordered to move while using Daring Strike, he will instead teleport to the new location that he was ordered to move to. Since this teleportation is tied to the ability's cooldown, Shin is able to move long distances, but only occasionally. He isn't meant to be moved around the map all the time. Pandemonium is Shin's hero spell. This spell is capable of dealing some of the highest true damage per second out of any spell in the game. It deals 1080 true damage on a 30-second cooldown, which can be made even faster by calling waves early, giving it a DPS of at least 36. However, this spell does not deal damage in a very effective way. It divides the damage across 6 different attacks. You can guarantee that the priority of attacks will go to the enemies that are the least important to kill. Most of the time, it will not be able to finish off any enemies, or it will just severely overkill. Either way, it's not going to be very effective, because it will lose out on a lot of potential DPS, or leave enemies as a threat, allowing them to get through to the exit, or wreak havoc with whatever abilities they have. The obvious solution is to wait until an enemy is isolated before using this spell, so that you can direct all of the damage to that enemy. However, this also results in a huge loss of damage, because the spell is not being used as frequently as it could be. Such opportunities would not always be present, definitely not at the rate at which Shin's hero spell recharges. No matter how well you try to play, Shin's faults just can't all be solved with micro. Another example of this is how on Steam, the game will keep track of which enemies are in range of the ability when it is cast, and it will only target those enemies while sending out the 6 pandas. This actually makes the definitive Steam version worse, since on iOS, the pandas can retarget, allowing them to be summoned in front of the entrance before calling a new wave early, preventing some DPS loss. High true damage allows Shin to be a little bit better than he otherwise would be, but he has so many of the traits that the worst of the worst heroes have that it's hard to actually consider him a good hero. There are plenty of other heroes who can do what Shin does but better. Shin can be microed to be a little bit more effective, but even with the best gameplay possible, he just can't be made into a truly powerful hero. Therefore, I have no choice but to declare this panda out of style. Number 43. Razz and Rags. This hero, or pair of heroes, is much worse on iOS. Their base attack in melee combat is supposed to be an AoE from Rags and a ranged magic attack from Razz, but on iOS it is slower. The other problems on iOS, like Thunderbolt, Archers, and Mages all being weaker, doesn't help with Razz and Rags' emphasis on stalling as their main playstyle either. But even looking at the superior Steam version, they aren't powerful enough to warrant being among the best of the best heroes, despite the amazingly high potential of their abilities. Turning enemies into ragdolls is their main power. This is most effective when the ragdolls are used to fight other enemies, but it gives Razz and Rags a very complicated playstyle. It can be frustrating when Razz ragifies the worst possible target, the one of the lowest HP, but that's the same story with the AI over and over again. It can also be frustrating when allied units take the attention of enemies, when it would be better for the ragdolls to take all the damage. It can sometimes feel like reinforcements last too long, getting in the way of enemies who could be fighting ragdolls. This leaves the player wanting their own reinforcements to just hurry up and die, so that the ragdolls can take some damage before they have to transform back. Ragdolls also can't reach enemies on the opposite side of the same lane, so this can also result in wasted potential. They need more aggro range so that they don't just stand there being pointless. Finally, ragdolls that have been infected with dark blood can also turn into shadow spawn. If a shadow spawn was ragified and then infected, it essentially got a full heal and wasted the ability. For all of these reasons, the player has to be constantly aware of every domino effect that results from using reinforcements or allowing Razz and Rags to attack or use their abilities. Still, the ragdolls can be effective when things like the meteors in Tainted Pit or high damage enemies are able to kill them quickly. They can also be useful when used to tank other enemies. My favorite technique is ragifying powerful enemies near a Twilight Heretic, who will instantly kill them with his soul absorption. Knowing when to ragify enemies allows Razz and Rags to become truly effective at dealing with powerful enemies. However, there are still some key flaws that prevent them from ranking higher on the list. Other than the aforementioned problems that come with ragification, the rest of Razz and Rags' skills aren't very good. Angry Gnome is pathetically weak, dealing 75 to 135 damage to a single enemy, but it takes 17 seconds to recharge. Hammer Time is both good and bad. While it does good damage and stuns many enemies, the AI controls where Razz and Rags move. This means that they usually don't get the most damage possible with this ability, and even miss stunning some enemies. The stun effect also has negative synergy with Ragify, since it prevents enemies from damaging ragdolls while they're stunned. The AI-controlled path also leaves them prone to taking damage from enemies, while iOS is the only version that locks them in place instead of allowing them to move out of the attack early, which is possible in the definitive Steam version of the game. It is still a heavy loss to interrupt the ability because it has a 36-second cooldown. This is the same cooldown time as Kamahair, which is especially bad when it's prone to being wasted by the AI not recognizing the end of a path, or when the bunnies walk right past enemies. Still, the fact that the bunnies travel down the entire path and deal true damage in a small AoE makes this ability a little better even with the awful cooldown. Plus, it is possible that the bunnies explode at the end of the lane just as an enemy spawns, dealing damage to them, but this is rare. Ultimately, Razz and Rags fail to do better because they don't deal enough damage. Even though they can block more enemies using ragdolls, they don't do much to actually kill the enemies. Even levels with powerful enemies like Duradel Outskirts don't make Razz and Rags that much stronger, since most enemies don't match the damage of a good hero anyways. The best they can do is temporarily provide extra units to block enemies while towers and thunderbolts take them out. But this makes their usefulness highly conditional, which means that they crumble under pressure. But tactical ability usage and effective micro help push Razz and Rags to a better place on the list. They really can be useful under the right circumstances. That's why they are able to rank higher despite the potential to be almost useless. But even with good micro, some of their skills are just too weak to be able to achieve the same level of power that other heroes can achieve. Therefore, they cannot rank any higher, but they are still usable. They just need the right player to be paired with. Number 42. Grawl.
Let there be rock.
Grawl is a tank hero, but like the other tank heroes who have shown up here so far, he doesn't pull off tanking well enough for him to be useful. For a start, his stats are just bad. He has 900 health, which may seem like a good thing, but he only regenerates 30 health per second. This means that after he takes damage, it takes a lot longer for him to regain his lost HP. So even with a higher amount of health, Grawl is much worse at consistently tanking when compared to heroes like Dierdre and Oloch, who will regenerate their health faster and be able to engage in combat again sooner. The essence of this problem is captured by the fact that Grawl actually takes 25 seconds to respawn, but takes 30 seconds to fully heal. So whenever Grawl's health is below 300, it is actually faster to let him die and respawn than it is to let him heal naturally. Obviously, that would still be less efficient, since Grawl can come in and out of combat to use his abilities while he heals. But it says a lot when Grawl is the only hero in the first 3 games who has this problem. Speaking of his other abilities, Grawl manages to secure a better spot on the list with skills like Shard Punch. It deals more than 180 true damage, unlike what it says in the hero room. It actually deals 200 to 250 true damage. This is not because of Bastion, as he still deals the same amount of damage even without the bonus active at all. With a cooldown of 12 seconds, this is a great way for Grawl to deal extra damage to enemies and bypass armor. This more than makes up for the fact that the insta-kill chance is practically useless, since it only has a 30% chance to do slightly more damage than it already deals. Stomp is another solid ability. Although it says that it inflicts 8 attacks, enemies only receive damage from it 4 times. It always deals 16 physical damage regardless of Bastion, for a total of 64 damage to everything in range. It has a reliable chance to stun as well. The main downside to this is that the AoE can get wasted if Grawl is in a bad position. Positioning is a big deal with Grawl. Bastion adds 3 damage for every 5 seconds that he stays put, for a maximum of 30 seconds. At that point, he retains the extra 18 damage until he is moved. A careful player can inch Grawl to a location slowly and not lose the buff, but there are some places where there's not enough space in between his current location and his destination, so he's forced to lose his buff when crossing over. Moving Grawl is usually a bad idea anyways. He has the slowest speed in the game. This makes it very difficult to even move him across short distances. If you need to reposition your hero to block a particular enemy, Grawl is the worst hero to have to do that with. In fact, most enemies move about as fast or faster than Grawl. This can lead to Grawl chasing enemies down the entire map just to be able to block them. Grawl does have his Boulder Throw ability. It's a ranged attack that was probably made to make up for his slow speed by allowing him to throw a projectile to another choke point. However, this ability rarely has enough range to reach another choke point. Grawl will never hit the enemies on the right side of Sunken Citadel unless they're already in the water. Instead, this ability just acts as an occasional ranged attack in the same vicinity that Grawl is already in. It's not something to rely on or try to get better aim with, since it has low physical damage per second, and the range makes it too hard to control. One final thing to note about Grawl is that he is immune to poison, which allows him to tank Savage Hunters very well. However, he can't tank against other forms of true damage, so he still dies very quickly to Saurian Brutes. Obviously, Grawl's intended playstyle is to be stationary, but this limits his ability to get any higher on the list. Most of the better heroes can move ahead of the main choke points of the map in order to deal with dangerous support enemies, inflict additional damage to tougher enemies, or set up temporary choke points to enable very effective spots for Rain of Fire. Grawl doesn't get this luxury because he has to stay in one area most of the time. As a result, he can't reach the same level of effectiveness as heroes who can be controlled a lot better. Even in small spaces, micromanaging Grawl can be a pain because he takes a long time to even move a couple of pixels, which can result in enemies getting through when the choke point is tight. Other than his slow speed and heal rate, Grawl's weaknesses are pretty minor. He's still a decent hero, but he just isn't strong enough to elevate a strategy to new heights. Therefore, Grawl is forced to be in this spot instead of a higher one, because there are that many other heroes who can carry the weight even better than Grawl can.
It's not just a boulder.
Rock!
Number 41. Thor.
For Midgard!
Compared to other heroes in Kingdom Rush 1, Thor's 1.5 second attack speed makes him worse at dealing single target damage, but he has good crowd control to partly make up for this. Thor also boasts good armor and health compared to other heroes, so he sacrifices better DPS for a little more tankiness. His abilities allow him to damage heavily armored enemies. Mjolnir always has a 25% chance to trigger regardless of its level. It just deals more damage and can chain to another enemy. The two downsides to this skill are that it relies on RNG to activate, and the chains of lightning deal magic damage instead of true damage, which makes it less effective against anything resistant to magic. Thor's second ability, Thunderclap, is a ranged attack aimed at one enemy. That specific enemy takes true damage, while the enemies in a large AoE around it take slightly less damage as magic damage, and are stunned for 2 seconds. If you play on iOS, it only does magic damage. Because it is a ranged attack, Thor should not be placed in the middle of a crowd of enemies, otherwise he will throw his hammer away from the crowd. Instead, he should be moved out of that zone to throw the hammer into it, then moved back into the middle to deal more damage with Mjolnir. This playstyle is less than ideal because of Thor's slow movement speed, but compared to letting his abilities go to waste, it's the lesser of two inefficiencies. If Thor was above average at anything, he would certainly rank higher, but even at level 10, his DPS isn't very good, and since hero stats are generally the same relative to each other at each level, he's below average at dealing damage no matter what. Taking into consideration the fact that Thor takes longer to level up than other heroes, he only gets even further below average when you compare him to the rest. So when his abilities aren't that special either, Thor should be lucky to rank this high on the list at all. If it wasn't for the fact that his abilities are useful against armored enemies and decent at crowd control, Thor would have nothing going for him at all. Consequently, there aren't any challenges that Thor can pull off that another hero couldn't do better. But as he is, the God of Thunder is able to rank amongst the good heroes, even if his power at each level is mostly static. Number 40. Bruce.
Respect and honor.
Bruce is an homage to the first community manager at Ironhide Studios, who went by the username Delibru. Bruce is most similar to Grawl. He has a lot of health, 680 to be exact, but he only regenerates 30 health per second. Consequently, it is sometimes easier to just let Bruce die and respawn than to let him fully heal. And even in the few levels where the player can actually get Forest Keepers using Circle of Life, it is sometimes too much trouble to be worth it, and that's coming from me, who loves using tricks like this. Bruce also has an innate health regeneration of 1 HP every 2/3 of a second. This may not do much to improve his overall health regeneration, but it does make Bruce a little bit more effective against weak enemies, since it further trivializes whatever scratch damage they leave on him. But Bruce's main role is being able to take down powerful enemies. While his low heal rate makes it hard for him to do this frequently, he can engage in melee combat with almost any enemy and kill them without needing any help. He has a chance to inflict bleed with each of his attacks. This bleed effect deals true damage and stacks with Archer's bleed damage, which is just physical damage. But either of these effects causes Bruce to deal an additional 45 physical damage with each melee attack, giving him even higher attack damage than Faustus. This makes Bruce an effective hero thanks to his insane attack, but it is limited by needing RNG to trigger bleed, otherwise his attack is just average. Plus, he deals pure physical damage, which erases this effectiveness as soon as he fights enemies with potent armor. He can use Grievous Bites to deal 285 true damage, but it has a 20-second cooldown, so when armored enemies are present, Bruce's playstyle turns into just waiting for that skill to recharge, so that he can finally hurt something in a meaningful way. It has the same cooldown as King's Roar, which is an AoE stun. It lasts for 3 seconds and needs 3 or more enemies to be in range before Bruce activates it. One problem that can arise with this ability is that he can activate it right as his hero spell is used, wasting the stun effect. Speaking of which, Bruce's hero spell is debatably the worst in the entire game, since it deals very low damage per enemy. In-game, it actually deals 144 damage, which is barely anything. On the bright side, the stun is helpful for keeping dangerous enemies from hurting Bruce for a few seconds, giving him a little extra time to deal damage. Bosses can't be stunned, but will take the damage of the attack instantly. This is still very weak on iOS, but on Steam it isn't as bad, because it deals 2,500 damage to bosses, and it isn't possible for Lions to miss. But since bosses aren't in 95% of the combat scenarios in the game, I still think this is a really weak hero spell overall. Because of his weak abilities, Bruce's playstyle becomes centered around his base attack. It does deal a lot of damage, and under the right circumstances, it is much stronger than what other heroes higher on this list can do. So Bruce is not bad. He's one of the most reliable heroes when coupled with archers and when fighting enemies with little to no armor. However, these conditions are just too strict to really consider Bruce a lifesaver in the same way that so many other heroes on this list are. Origins, especially on Impossible mode, has so many enemies with strong resistances and so many heroes who have universal usefulness that using Bruce is still more of a handicap when better heroes exist. Like Thor, Bruce is just a decent hero, but being decent isn't enough to compete with how good the heroes later in this list are. That's why Bruce ranks where the heroes are good, but still nothing special, unless you count being able to fight in a fursuit as special. Number 39. Saitam.
I am Saitam, mighty monkey!
Saitam is about as weak as some of the bottom 10 heroes in this list, except for one extremely powerful ability that elevates him above the rest. That ability is Angry God. For 5 seconds, every enemy on screen takes 65% more damage from all sources. I can't stress enough just how strong this can be when combined with the right attacks. It stacks multiplicatively with Totem of Weakness, so enemies take 2.31 times as much damage when both are active. When used together with Rain of Fire, the Shrine of Reg'son, or an army of Furnace Blasts, this combo is possibly the most satisfying thing in the entire series. In order to make sure that Saitam doesn't use this ability until the right moment, you have to keep him busy. As long as he isn't in melee combat or moving to a new location, he can trigger Angry God. This means that extra care has to be taken when he goes to fight new enemies, since any free movement left up to the AI counts as an opening for Angry God to be wasted. Once Saitam activates it, he has to stay still and can't block other enemies. This leaves him vulnerable to ranged and area attacks, so unless you position Saitam in a safe place, it may be necessary to move him before he gets his full use out of the ability, or risk letting him die. Unfortunately, his other abilities have the same problem, but they can't be solved in the same way. They all require Saitam to stand there in order to execute the full attack, and moving him will interrupt part of the damage. This already makes Saitam's abilities worse than most other heroes, but that isn't their only problem. They also have lower total damage than most skills, despite their cooldowns being just average. For example, Spinning Pole only deals 108 physical area damage. This gives it a whopping total of 5.4 damage per second to enemies, and that's assuming that they stay in range of the entire attack. If a Greenfin Net interrupts the ability, the entire attack has to recharge. This applies to Tetsubo Storm as well. Speaking of that, Tetsubo Storm is worse than almost every other ability meant to deal high damage. Compared to Silver Bullet, which deals 60 more damage, has a faster cooldown, is a ranged attack, ignores armor, doesn't take 3 seconds to actually execute the damage, and can actually be used on mini-bosses. I'm not sure what happened to Saitam's skills, but he's not able to use them on bosses or mini-bosses. This includes Jack-O-Lantern, making Saitam a poor choice for trying to get all of the bonus gold in the Desecrated Grove level. Saitam has below average survivability too. His very low health is a problem that is partly solved by his medium armor and passive health regeneration, but he is still prone to dying. This is mostly because of the time it takes to execute his skills, but I've already gone on about that. On the flip side, Monkey Palm is a nice way to help Saitam survive a little longer. This ability stuns the enemy he's in melee combat with for 3 seconds, and if they have an ability that can be silenced, it silences them for 15 seconds. The 3-second stun gives Saitam time to regenerate his health before he starts taking damage again. Unfortunately, the silence effect it comes with doesn't always work. For example, it can silence Vampiressa enemies from using their life drain, but it won't actually inflict silence unless it is used on them during a full moon. This would make sense if the only thing that it silenced was the bonus damage they deal with the life drain during the full moon, but the silence effect actually makes them unable to use the skill at all. So it's silly that it doesn't block the ability unless it is buffed by the moon. One neat trick to use with Monkey Palm is to abuse the stun glitch. If an enemy is stunned while blocking a unit, but the unit is moved to go block another unit, they will end up fighting both enemies at the same time. They can only hurt one enemy, but both enemies will be inflicting damage to your unit. This is useful when you just need to stall more than one enemy and don't care about the extra damage, but I don't think Saitam is tough enough to withstand that much damage himself. Saitam's own attack damage is also pretty low. Combined with his extremely weak abilities, he gets overwhelmed in situations that most other heroes do just fine in. I feel like I'm describing one of the worst heroes, but Angry God really is just so good when used well that it helps Saitam make it higher on the list. Still, Saitam makes some parts of the level significantly harder, especially during the parts when Angry God isn't active. So Saitam just can't hold his own. That's why it feels like you need a miracle to make Saitam good. Wait, what the? Number 38, Lilith.
Everybody has demons.
Lilith was by far the hardest hero on this list to rank. This is because her usefulness varies due to RNG. This RNG comes from her abilities, with a 30% insta-kill chance, a 30% resurrection chance, and a 50-50 chance to have a more powerful hero spell. More than half of Lilith's skill set is predicated on chance. I played with her more than usual to gauge her average usefulness. Lilith varies from competing with some of the best heroes to barely being able to win with 1 life remaining. I had to play every elite stage dozens of times in order to feel comfortable ranking her, but in the end, I don't find her that useful. Relying on luck is never as helpful to me as using a hero who is consistently good. I could replay a challenge tons of times until I finally beat it with Lilith, but I'd rather use a hero who is consistently good so that I don't have to keep replaying. How much we value luck is subjective, so I can understand anyone who regards Lilith as one of the better heroes. But I have found her to consistently let me down, because no matter how I use her, she just isn't good enough. There are 2 major ways to play Lilith. One is to put your faith, insert religious pun here, into her abilities. This means letting her die on the assumption that she will resurrect. It means sending her to use Reaper's Harvest on a tanky enemy with the hope that it will get insta-killed. It means using her hero spell on a group of enemies with the assumption that it will summon the meteors. Or using it on an isolated enemy, hoping that it will summon the angels. This is the only way to make her capable of being above average. If it works out, she will prove to be very powerful. But this is also why Lilith is disappointing. As soon as luck fails you, everything starts to fall apart. This causes a chain reaction that leads to a lot of lives being lost a minute or so later. Because it takes time for these consequences to kick in, it may give the impression that it isn't really Lilith's fault. But the same strategies that work with other heroes don't work with her. The footage being shown right now is an example of bad luck causing things to go wrong, followed by the effects of that bad luck a minute later, where all of the enemies break through. This happens so often because her abilities have the odds stacked against you. Reaper's Harvest has a 30% insta-kill chance, which means that it has a 70% chance to not insta-kill. The same goes for Resurrection. Her hero spell is 50-50, so you can't expect either of the 2 options reliably. Therefore, the statistically better way to use Lilith is the second option for her playstyle, which is to play on the safe side. This means to not ever let her die, because Resurrection will fail to trigger the majority of the time. It means to not bother hoping for the meteors to spawn, because the angels will spawn and barely do anything, wasting the 70-second cooldown. It means to not bother attacking the healthiest enemies with Reaper's Harvest, because most of the time they won't be killed, leaving the enemy alive to continue wreaking havoc. Poetically, this playstyle means that the player cannot give in to temptation. But using this playstyle makes her weaker. For one, not letting her use Resurrection effectively makes that upgrade slot worthless, and her base durability is rather poor, so she has to spend time away to heal or just risk her 15-second respawn time. This playstyle can also lower the damage of her hero spell, because it has to be saved up for a long time to use at a moment when either option is effective. Assuming that her insta-kill won't trigger means that she can't take out high priority targets as effectively. Of course, you can try to strike a balance between these 2 playstyles to circumvent their weaknesses, but the problem is that she can't be relied on either way. Luck is unreliable by definition, but her base effectiveness when playing it safe is not good enough to compete with other heroes. To begin, her ranged attack is the worst in the series. It takes a long time to execute, and the attack only comes out at the end of the animation, which is very slow. If you move her during this windup, then the lengthy animation that she has already begun will be a waste. But even when she uses it, the damage is pathetic. It can't even be buffed by Soul Eater. It's common for Lilith to get stuck using her ranged attack even when enemies are in melee range. So, enemies can slip by while she is doing nothing but slowly dealing low physical damage. Although I'm fine with micromanaging heroes to make them more effective, moving her every time she needs to block an enemy is just babysitting. But the worst part is that this animation keeps her from healing. You have to move her far away from enemies where she can't attack at all, just to get her to start healing. Who would have thought that a ranged attack could be so detrimental to a hero? It actually makes it tempting to let her die, just to try to get Resurrection to heal her, because healing her normally is so painful. Soul Eater can be even more painful. When an enemy dies in range, she gains 90% of that enemy's attack damage added to her melee attack for 12 seconds. Against enemies with high damage, this ability can be awesome. It makes Lilith more useful the tougher the stages are, but that just makes it all the more painful when this ability goes to waste. Soul Eater takes the first enemy that dies in a huge range around Lilith. The range is so large that chances are that a random weak enemy will die and be absorbed instead of a better target. With a 30-second cooldown, this is a massive amount of wasted potential. The only way to increase the chances that a better enemy is absorbed is to keep Lilith out of combat until it is all clear. But this defeats the purpose of dealing extra damage, because Lilith is dealing 0 damage while hiding away. But she isn't all bad. Reaper's Harvest does deal good damage even without the insta-kill chance. Along with Infernal Wheel, she can do enough true damage to help justify ranking as high in the list as she does, despite so many problems. Good things aside, I still find her to be one of the most frustrating heroes in the series. This isn't relevant to her placement on the list, but it is worth mentioning that Lilith's traits were voted on by the community in an event called A Hero is Born. However, I do not hold the community responsible for all of the faults in her design. After all, nobody voted that her ranged attack should take so long that it stops her from healing. Nobody voted that Soul Eater should have an activation range so massive that it easily gets wasted. Nobody voted on making the Angels vastly inferior to the Meteor option. It's up to Ironhide to decide how to implement these skills. Plus, it's Ironhide that put these luck-based skills as options on the polls in the first place. I don't think that another event like this is a bad idea, if Ironhide ever tries to do something like this again. It was just the specific execution of this hero that ended up being so disappointing. If you feel like Lilith is deserving of a higher spot on the list, you're probably luckier than I am. But hopefully, it is clear why I consider her to ultimately not be deserving of a better spot on the list. Reaper's Harvest and Infernal Wheel are strong, with Soul Eater being strong sometimes, but her weak base stats, awful ranged attack, difficulty healing, unreliable hero spell, and very unreliable insta-kill and resurrection chances leave me no choice but to put her on a relatively lower spot on the list than she could have been in. A hero was born, but I'm putting her up for adoption. Number 37, Ingvar Bearclaw. Ingvar is a great hero trapped in a place where he's only just good. Take his stats for example. Though his attack damage is pretty high, his 1.5 second attack speed leaves a lot to be desired. Not only does this set his DPS lower than that of other melee heroes, but because it is so slow, Ingvar struggles to deal good damage to any enemies with a dodge ability. He has to dedicate more time to a single attack just for it to miss that enemy. Kingdom Rush 1 already has the most enemies with dodges, which puts Ingvar at a disadvantage in some levels. But what makes it worse is the fact that this game also makes a bigger deal out of armor. Not that many towers can pierce armor except for mages and to a lesser extent rangers. True damage is even more rare, so the heroes who have true damage stand out even more in Kingdom Rush 1. However, Ingvar only has physical damage, so he has less of an impact and levels up more slowly when fighting armored enemies, which appear in every stage. The obvious solution to this would be to send Ingvar against unarmored enemies, but that means that there are lots of other enemies that he can't be as effective against. Hence, his usefulness is held back a lot. Still, Ingvar has blocking power that manages to partly break free of some of these setbacks. For one, his Ancestor Call ability summons 1, 2, and then 3 units to block and damage enemies. Although they aren't the toughest units around, they at least last for 10 seconds out of the 15 that it takes to recharge the ability. I prefer it when abilities have 100% uptime, that is, when the skill's duration is active 100% of the time, so the closer a skill is to that, the better. Ancestor Call has 67% uptime, which is decent, though that can become shorter if the ancestors are killed early. The ancestors also have the problem of spawning in random locations near Ingvar, so it is impossible to reliably position them in a way that always benefits the player. They have a really long melee aggro range as well. Both of these traits can often result in them getting stuck in positions that aren't as helpful, and since it is down to RNG, no amount of micro can completely solve this problem. Still, this isn't that big of a deal. The majority of the time, the ancestors are still useful to have around, That's why it's unfortunate that Ingvar can't summon ancestors while his second ability is active. Bear form triggers when Ingvar takes damage while his HP is below 60%. He becomes invincible and executes a flurry of attacks dealing 20 to 40, 30 to 50, and then 40 to 60 damage each. The animation for his attacks is misleading because he actually only deals damage 3 times, and each flurry takes 3 seconds to execute. So, his DPS in bear form is exactly equal to his listed attack damage. Compared to his damage per second in human form, it is only marginally better. However, because he executes 3 attacks in quick succession, Ingvar actually levels up pretty fast in bear form. As a result, he levels up slower than average at the beginning of a stage, but then levels up faster than average partway through. But since it only takes level 4 to get bear form, he levels up faster for a greater amount of time. Therefore, he ultimately does level up faster than other heroes, even if only slightly. It just takes being patient with having a weaker hero for the first parts of a level. But the damage and XP gain are only secondary to the main benefits of bear form, which is the invincibility that it grants Ingvar. Bosses with direct insta-kills like Serogaz, JT, and Moloch can still kill Ingvar, but nothing else in the game can deal damage to him. Even when afflicted by damage over time effects, they don't actually hurt him, though the poison from rats still reduces his damage by half. Bear form lasts for 10, 12, and then 14 seconds. It always has a cooldown of 20 seconds, which means that Ingvar is only vulnerable to damage for 10, 8, and then 6 seconds out of every 20. Factor in the full heal that he gets every time he levels up, and there's no reason for Ingvar to ever die in combat. Ingvar also heals by 2 HP every second in bear form constantly, even if he is in combat or receiving damage. In practice, this healing can be pretty marginal, but it can still buy him just enough time to tank one more hit, so it's better to have than none at all. Since Ingvar doesn't shift back to human form while moving, you can actually squeeze a little extra healing out of Ingvar by moving him to a new location right before he transforms. Speaking of extra healing, Ingvar actually heals idly in bear form as well, though you usually don't want to waste his invulnerability or damage by letting him sit back and heal. However, on iOS, he actually idle heals twice per second instead of the usual once per second. I like that this gives iOS players the option to use bear form defensively instead of aggressively, but since this isn't part of the definitive versions of the game, I won't let it affect Ingvar's ranking on this list. Even if the Steam and Android versions were to be updated, Ingvar would probably only move up by 1 or 2 places anyways. Ingvar's ranking was actually one of the hardest ones to decide on. This is because for every trait of his, there are multiple caveats. To recap, he has a good attack rating but slow speed, causing his damage output to be average but not versatile. His damage gets slightly better in bear form, but ultimately it is still average. Overall, his ability to kill enemies is not that good, and the signs of him getting overwhelmed when pushing the boundaries even slightly will show themselves at some point or another. His tankiness, while helpful in allowing him to block an enemy for a longer amount of time, is less useful in Kingdom Rush 1, where all heroes can heal by 25% of their max HP anyways. His ancestors can block multiple enemies, but they're too RNG based and have too much aggro range to be used reliably, causing them to sometimes be easily dismissed as not that helpful. They also spawn less often because Ingvar cannot use this ability in bear form. Finally, Ingvar's level up speed is slow at first, but then rapidly spikes up once he unlocks bear form, meaning that he may not get to level 10 in short levels, but he can stay at level 10 for a really long time in longer levels, making his power levels even harder to compare to other heroes. This is why Ingvar, and by extension his overall usefulness, are so difficult to sum up. But the heroes further down this list can hold out better when put to the test. Ingvar, on the other hand, falls apart sooner. No matter how neat Ingvar's feats are, they are not helpful enough to justify being in a better spot. Ingvar can get the job done when playing normally, but there really are that many heroes in the series who can do more than that, forcing Ingvar to rank below them. Ingvar is still a good hero, but he's only good at doing the bare minimum. Number 36. Jun'pai.
I'm the captain now.
Unlike some of the heroes around him on this list, Jun'pai is not a combination of extreme good or extreme bad. He's much more stable. This is because he has good all-around stats, abilities that offer effective support, and multiple forms of area damage. Banner of Courage is the most fun to play around with. There are many summoned units who gradually lose health over time like spiders and treants, but Jun'pai can keep them healed so that they don't expire. Grouping Jun'pai with high numbers of allied units is a satisfying and powerful tactic that only Jun'pai can pull off as effectively as he does. His other abilities can affect multiple enemies, and since they stun or slow enemies down, he buys more time for towers and spells to kill them. This helps mitigate his biggest weakness, which is the fact that he deals pure physical damage with all of his attacks. But unlike some of the other pure physical damage heroes that I've criticized, Jun'pai's crowd control and support help him be useful against groups of armored enemies as long as he is able to affect them with stuns and slows. So this weakness does not weigh him down as much as it does for other heroes who deal pure physical damage. But it is still a weakness, and it shows when Jun'pai can't deal that much damage to heavily armored enemies. Jun'pai's next biggest flaw is not being that good against single powerful enemies. But again, this weakness isn't as severe, because Banner of Courage helps other units stall enemies long enough for them to get grouped together, which allows Jun'pai to start using his crowd control abilities. His AI isn't perfect at aiming these abilities, but this can be circumvented by positioning Jun'pai where the desired targets just barely start to get into range, so that he can only aim at those enemies. His hero spell, Terror from the Deep, is especially versatile. It summons a ring of tentacles that deals 30 physical damage twice per second for 8 seconds. If an enemy stays in range, this can deal 480 physical damage total, and as an area attack, it can kill a group of basic enemies as long as they stay in the AoE. In theory, this should be one of the best hero spells, but the size of the AoE is only going to reach a couple of enemies overall. Plus, 8 seconds is a long time to keep an enemy in place, even with all of Jun'pai's forms of stalling power. It likely won't reach its maximum damage potential, regardless of what the player can do. With a 30-second cooldown, this spell is relatively more versatile than most hero spells, and is by no means a bad one. It just isn't as good as it may seem on paper. Finally, Jun'pai's innate, Last Stand, is one of the best innates in the game. It increases the damage of his melee and ranged attacks by 50%. The only condition is that his health has to be below 80%. So, with a max health of 534 HP, Jun'pai should be kept at 427 HP or less at all times. The 50% damage boost sets his damage all the way to 51 to 75, which is very good relative to the other heroes in Vengeance. Of course, it's still physical damage, but against lightly armored and unarmored enemies, it can do a lot. The damage numbers go down when Jun'pai is performing any actions that aren't his basic attacks. This can make it look like he isn't benefiting from his innate, but rest assured that he still is. This misleading representation of his stats even led me to think that Last Stand worked differently, but all he needs is less than 80% HP and it will work perfectly fine in practice. Jun'pai is definitely a good hero. However, for every potential advantage that Jun'pai possesses, there's a disadvantage present to hold him back. For example, Banner of Courage can heal possessed enemies, working against the player. Additionally, he has a similar problem to Kutsao, in which all of his abilities recharge so fast that they are actually too fast. They don't get used as soon as they finish charging, because other abilities have finished charging and are being used first. Effectively, this means that their practical cooldowns are longer than their literal cooldowns. It's bad enough when Jun'pai can't use Splash more effectively because he uses up other skills during the moments where enemies are in range of the AoE, but something like Gaze of the Naga stopping Jun'pai from prioritizing blocking enemies is the antithesis to a hero that can be microed to better effectiveness. These abilities make micro harder to pull off, but unlike heroes who are hard to use but can still be used well, Jun'pai just gets in his own way. In comparison to the heroes ranked better on this list, Jun'pai doesn't have the versatility or raw power to do better. This is a good place to rank on the list, but as we continue, heroes with even better traits will prove why Jun'pai doesn't rank even higher. He'll just have to fish for a better spot on someone else's list. Number 35. King Denas.
Bow to the king!
Poor Denas, he had twice as many chances to appear on this list, but both times he ends up in the bottom half. However, this version of Denas is by no means a bad hero. In fact, King Denas actually has the strongest base attack in the entire game. His ranged attack only takes 2/3 of a second to execute, and since his actual damage is already above average, he has by far the highest DPS in the game. It's nearly 1.5 times as good as the second highest number on this chart. Unfortunately, King Denas also has the worst range of any hero in the game. He has to be moved into range all the time, but his very slow movement speed makes microing him less effective. This makes it harder to benefit from his high DPS, since a greater amount of time is spent moving to a new position instead of actually attacking enemies. He needs support from other units to keep enemies in place so that he doesn't engage in melee combat, where his DPS is much worse because he has a 1.5 second attack speed there. On iOS, the player has to be even more careful than just letting him into melee range, because King Denas also has a blind spot, where he can't enter melee combat but also can't target enemies with his ranged attack. So, microing him is all the more time consuming. Even in the hands of someone who knows how to micro King Denas, he still only gets to use this attack a fraction of the time, regardless of what version you're playing on. But good enough micro makes this fraction not too bad, so his attack is still potentially the highest in the game. It just isn't as strong as the numbers themselves may suggest. Royal Edict is King Denas' first ability. Up to 4 towers near him are buffed with 20% more range and attack speed. It has no effect on barracks towers, only pure attack towers. At levels 2, 5, and 8, it lasts for 3, 6, and then 9 seconds respectively, so the 20% range and speed boost is constant at all levels. This is unfortunate because it really isn't that strong in practice. Compared to a tower that isn't buffed, the overall damage dealt by a tower is not much better. The buff also has no effect on tower abilities, so skills like Wrath of the Forest will have the same effective range regardless of the buff. The only exceptions are abilities that are tied directly to a tower's attack, like the Death Ray of the Arcane Wizard, or Overcharge from the Tesla. The buff can open a handful of new possibilities by giving a tower enough range to snipe enemies at different moments in the level than would otherwise be possible. But this has to be used with caution, because it can backfire too. If an Arcane Wizard gets more range, but then uses Death Ray on a random enemy unintentionally, it could leave the player without an insta-kill while a more powerful enemy is approaching. But a 20% boost is still better than nothing, and when it buffs a tower that plays a crucial role against enemies, like mages meant to hurt ghosts with physical immunity, it's really useful. Just be careful not to move Denas as he's using it, because interrupting the skill wastes the cooldown. However, moving is really important for Denas. If he doesn't have a good position to use this skill, a massive amount of potential is lost. So microing him requires balancing his short attack range with his melee range, while also staying near multiple damaging towers to buff them. But King Denas can't afford to stay out in the open for very long because his health is very low and he has no armor. This makes King Denas really bad in levels where enemy waves are designed to get very close to the exit, like Pandemonium or Fungal Forest. He's forced to hide in uncomfortable positions for most of the time, which narrows the usefulness of all of the good things he's supposed to be able to do. Catapult Barrage is another ability that can be really good or really bad. When aimed well, the damage it inflicts is actually really good. Against groups of enemies who are slow or stuck in melee combat, its full potential really shines. But you have to be careful when you stop the enemies, because he could aim Catapult Barrage a little bit ahead of enemies and make every attack miss. His accuracy is just as bad against fast enemies. This is another case of King Denas being much better in some levels, but much worse in others. Ultimately, Royal Edict is mediocre at best, but often forced to be extremely weak when King Denas doesn't have a safe position to stay in. Likewise, Catapult Barrage will be useless if it doesn't land in a good spot. It's just unreliable. So his best trait is his base attack, which has by far the best DPS in the game, but poor range and slow movement speed prevent Denas from being great, instead of just good. But to me, he's a meme more than anything. Number 34. Asra.
I'm the sword in the dark.
Asra is one of the few utility heroes in the series. Her playstyle is focused on darting around the map and using her abilities on the enemies that pose the biggest threat. Luckily for Asra, this playstyle is easy to pull off thanks to her having the fastest teleport in the game. Unlike other heroes in Vengeance, Asra is much more effective at being micromanaged. She can teleport directly to the enemy that you want to hit with Spider Bite, and her Shield of Shadows allows her to use it on deadly enemies without getting killed. And it gives her enough time to teleport back to safety before she ever takes any damage herself. Her teleport is also helpful at getting Asra in the perfect position to use Onyx arrows. This ability deals 180 to 270 magic damage and takes 18 seconds to recharge, which gives it a comfortable DPS of 10 to 15. Although it suffers against anything with magic resistance, it is strong enough to take out a single armored enemy if it doesn't have much health. Asra can distribute the 5 projectiles across multiple enemies in range, so overkill is not a problem as long as she is positioned well. Her passive to gradually destroy armor is not very good, since she takes a long time to whittle down even a single enemy, but deals low physical damage throughout the process. But against multiple enemies, Asra has a use which comes in the form of her hero spell. It deals 200 true damage in an AoE and has a decently fast cooldown, which makes it a great alternative to Soul Impact. Even though there are some heroes who are better than Asra at crowd control, this hero spell makes Asra worth considering even in levels where there are multiple armored enemies at once. But the main reason you would use her is still for Spider Bite. It is a guaranteed death on an enemy, which is why I consider it an insta-kill, even if it technically isn't one. It takes a while to actually kill the target since it always deals 35 damage per second, but this is hardly a problem since Asra can be teleported to the enemy way ahead of time. With a 45-second cooldown, it has to be used sparingly, but it makes a huge difference when used to its fullest potential. This ability is so helpful that it allows the player to bypass the need for insta-kills when they play some levels. But while this can be helpful for saving money that would otherwise be spent on towers for the purpose of slaying high health enemies, insta-kills just aren't as good in Vengeance. Most towers deal good enough damage to kill giant enemies on their own without an insta-kill ability, and the majority of enemies aren't strong enough to warrant using an insta-kill on them. As a result, the long cooldown gives this ability much lower DPS than the pure damage abilities of other heroes. But when Asra has the right enemies, this ability makes a significant difference. Her insta-kill is better than most in Vengeance since it only triggers in melee combat. You don't have to worry about her wasting it in ranged combat. With this and her teleport in mind, the level of control that she gives the player sets Asra apart amongst the heroes in Vengeance, which helps get Asra to a higher spot on the list. Ultimately, Asra is very fun and easy to use. I originally thought she was much better until I got used to the other heroes in Vengeance and realized their full potential, which unfortunately forces Asra to be below them despite still being a very fun hero. But she is the first female hero on this list I consider to be legitimately good. And thankfully, she's fully covered in her cloak, so there's no incentive for someone to make Rule 34 of
Oh my goodness! Squidward!
Number 33. Magnus Spellbane.
Hocus Pocus.
Magnus was actually the first hero I ever bought in a Kingdom Rush game. I've always been drawn to magic characters, so naturally, Magnus was the first one who caught my eye. Yet despite how long I've been using Magnus as a hero, he was one of the hardest ones on this list to rank. This is because, like some of the heroes near him on this list, Magnus' strong points are quite strong, but his weaknesses are also just as severe. It's true that Magnus sports some pretty good DPS compared to other heroes. On top of that, it's magic damage, which is really useful especially in Kingdom Rush 1 where enemy armor is very significant. His first ability, Mirage, adds onto his DPS by summoning allies to deal additional ranged magic damage. I like that this ability's duration matches its cooldown. The summons will always be active, since Magnus can respawn them as soon as they time out. Of course, their health is tremendously low at all levels, so they can easily die before they time out, but that doesn't mean they can't still serve a decent purpose during their lifespan. The techniques possible with these Mirages are actually pretty extensive. For one, mage heroes in Kingdom Rush 1 benefit from star upgrades, which is another reason that magic is so strong in this game. So, Magnus' base attack will shatter 3 points of armor every time it hits the enemy, just like mage towers. Although this applies to all versions of the game, the slow curse effect only works on the definitive versions of the game, not on iOS. But working on Steam and Android at least means that it still counts in Magnus' favor. The best part is that all of this applies to Magnus' Mirages too. He spawns 1, 2, and then 3 for each level of the ability. So, with each level, Magnus not only adds to his damage output, but also multiplies the rate at which he destroys enemy armor. In practice, Magnus can easily negate more than 50% of an enemy's armor rating during their lifespan, sending them up to take more damage from physical attacks. This isn't an overpowered trait by any means, since most of the time, the player's strategy will still need to include countermeasures for armored enemies. But in challenges where armor can be a problem, Magnus' clones will be a significant boon. The other usefulness they serve is actually in blocking. Although I dismissed them earlier for having low HP, it is still better than nothing. In an emergency, or another challenge, having between 1 and 3 units that can be summoned every 10 seconds can buy just enough time to stop the next enemy from getting through. Magnus' second ability is Arcane Storm. He summons a ring on the path that is traced with projectiles, dealing 20 area true damage per bullet. Each level of the skill adds an additional set of bullets to trace the circle. With 3 circles at max level, there are enough of these bullets that enemies caught in the blast can take hundreds of true damage. With only a 15-second cooldown, this is also one of the strongest skills in the game. It can't be aimed at flying enemies, but it can still damage them. However, aim is the biggest flaw of this ability. Magnus has slightly more range with this skill than with his base attack, so it is possible for him to use it on enemies further away from the zone he is attacking. While bad aim can be prevented in many situations, the fact that Magnus is a ranged hero makes it harder since he will follow the priority of his AI regardless of where he is moved to. Melee heroes, on the other hand, can at least go into melee combat with a specific enemy to force the aim of a skill, but Magnus, like other ranged heroes, has to be tricked into using it more wisely. Unfortunately, there often just aren't good places to use Arcane Storm. If Magnus uses it on enemies traveling along the path, they would quickly get out of range of the attack. Plus, he can aim it at corners of a lane, which makes it harder for enemies to be struck by some of the bullets. The only time this ability can be used to its fullest power is when enemies are being held in place long enough to take damage from all of the bullets. But not every stage allows this to be possible. In levels like Castle Blackburn or Pandemonium, where a strong central choke point is hard to form, Magnus's usefulness crumbles. But that isn't to say that you can't form those strategies on these levels. In fact, even on these stages, YouTubers like the War Champion are able to win using only barracks towers, and Magnus plays a big role there. However, while being useful in challenges is often a good indicator of a hero's power, it is important to remember that self-imposed challenges are very specific situations. They don't reflect all of the things that a hero could be useful in. Just like Karkinos didn't make it very high despite being good in Endless Mode, it is important to realize that Magnus isn't the best hero ever just because he might be the best in some situations. In other situations, Magnus can be quite disappointing. That's why he doesn't rank any higher on the list despite his potential for satisfying area true damage and a versatile summon ability. Try playing every level of the game with Magnus and see just what a difference it makes in some levels versus others. When he can sit comfortably behind a choke point and rain Arcane Storm onto enemies, he is a truly good hero. But his usefulness drops and rises so fast that you could almost say it's magic. Number 32. Margosa.
You'll be a fine feast.
Margosa's playstyle is centered around her hero spell. She gains a faster attack with much better damage, but this comes at the cost of slower movement speed and not being able to use any of her abilities. So her playstyle becomes nothing more than finding the best opportunities to use her melee attack. Since she deals pure physical damage, Margosa isn't that effective in levels where most enemies have armor, and even though her bat deals true damage, Margosa is much less effective against armored enemies. However, Margosa has the advantage of being a melee hero, so she can just move to an enemy that doesn't have physical resistance. If she was a ranged hero instead, her AI would dictate the enemy she attacks, which would be less reliable, but the player can micro Margosa so that she fights the best possible enemy. This makes Margosa useful at taking down support enemies who hide behind other units. But even if she doesn't need to pinpoint specific enemies to eliminate, Margosa can clear out hordes of weak enemies like they're nothing. She deals such high damage that Margosa can kill an entire army on her own with the right micro. However, Margosa's micro is different from that of other heroes. It is actually better not to move her if possible. This is because her beast form does not time out if the game thinks she is busy. Being busy means that she is either moving to a new location or is stuck in combat. So as long as Margosa has an enemy in range to fight in melee combat, she will keep fighting in beast form, but the moment she is ordered to move, Margosa will shift back. Beast form's duration can be added onto by activating the hero spell while she is already transformed. This benefits speedrun playstyles a lot, since Margosa is likely to be in beast form during the vast majority of a level if waves are being called early and she's kept busy. Margosa's primary weakness in beast form is not being able to stay alive. Margosa is healed by 50% of the damage that she deals. This increases to 80% in beast form. However, if enemies are strong enough, they can still outpace her healing. If this is the case, Margosa doesn't have many options. When shifting between forms, Margosa fully heals, so this can be used to keep her alive for longer. Winter Lords inflict a permanent damage over time effect that Margosa can cure by shifting forms. This even includes her bat form, which Margosa activates to move to new locations faster. If Margosa dies in beast form, she dies in humanoid form as well. Her bat will stay near her corpse and continue to deal damage. Margosa's humanoid form is where she can use her abilities, but they are not very good. For example, Mist of Despair deals low damage and has a very small AoE, missing enemies on the opposite end of the same lane. It doesn't even reach giant enemies when she fights them in melee combat. Dark Call teleports the enemy closest to the exit to Margosa's location. This ability can be really scary if it moves an enemy to a path unexpectedly. It also doesn't work on enemies if they are further away from the exit than Margosa. This would be a good way to isolate an enemy so that Margosa can kill it with her high damage, but it is very uncommon for the closest enemy to the exit to actually be worth teleporting. Most of the time, it's just a common or fast weak enemy. Margosa's high physical melee damage makes her similar to Bruce, but her lifesteal removes the need to worry about her health as much as Bruce does. High armor and high damage enemies are the only two types of enemies that Margosa becomes useless against, which does hold her back from making it into a really good spot on the list. But she has enough strengths to more than make up for her weaknesses. Really, her worst quality is actually her hero portrait. Thankfully, there is a much better one. I'm just glad that there's quality fan art of heroes without it needing to be Rule 34. Number 31. What? Get out of here! And get this out of here too. Bad. Bad Kingdom Rush community. Bad. Number 31. Oloch.
Smoking.
Oloch did not earn this position on the list easily. His skill ceiling is very high. He needs to be played to his strengths in order to overcome his many weaknesses. His main weakness is the fact that his abilities take a very long time to recharge for what they do. For example, his tower infusion only lasts for 6 seconds, but it takes 20 seconds to recharge. Towers can only execute a few attacks before it wears off, barely adding much damage at all. Duplication also only lasts for 6 seconds, but it takes 25 seconds to recharge. It only deals enough damage to kill 2 basic enemies or take off half the health of a tougher but still common enemy. Demonic Blast deals 180 to 540 magic damage, but because it takes 30 seconds to recharge, it only adds 6 to 18 damage per second, assuming it isn't negated by magic resistance. It's also common for it to deal less damage because Oloch will aim it at enemies who don't have that much health to begin with. The AI prioritizes the enemy closest to the exit no matter what, which can lead to some painfully stupid moments. At least Oloch's next ability is Magma Eruption, which deals true damage and leaves pools that add extra damage over time. It's definitely a better ability than Infernal Combustion, which should never be used since a living hero is always better than a dead one. But all of these abilities aren't really that bad, they just make Oloch less versatile because of their long cooldowns. The reason Oloch is this high on the list is his hero spell, Seal of Isolation. It takes 16 seconds to recharge, making it the fastest in the series. Although it deals no damage, the distance that it moves enemies is significant enough that Oloch can effectively permanently stall an army of sufficiently slow enemies. Oloch is even better than Asra at taking out slow but powerful enemies. These frost giants have no chance of making it to the exit because Oloch can teleport them faster than they can move. Since it works on multiple enemies at once, each frost giant will be teleported back. Teleporting enemies tends to group them together, which only makes it easier to teleport even more enemies the next time the ability is ready. Oloch is able to compete with the more concrete heroes. Even if his abilities on their own aren't that strong, Seal of Isolation makes up for them all. You can keep teleporting enemies back into range so that Oloch's abilities can recharge. This will make up for their long cooldowns, and also buy more time for towers and other units to kill these enemies. This gives Oloch a way of being universally useful, since every enemy besides bosses can be teleported. Even enemies that are usually immune to things like frozen souls can be teleported by his hero spell. Although it's usually better to teleport everything except frozen souls so that they don't have a chance to respawn as frozen hearts. The reason Oloch doesn't rank even higher is that as a mage, he has trouble against enemies with mixed resistances. Obviously, physical damage towers should be used to deal with magic resistant enemies. However, when an enemy with magic resistance accompanies armored enemies, it can be difficult to attack the right ones because of Oloch's AI. This makes the early parts of a level the hardest, since there aren't enough towers to cover every threat. But if you can make it past that point, Oloch's hero spell will support your defense so well that you can win even with purposefully worse strategies, and I think that's the most indicative characteristic of a superior hero. Number 30. Grawl. Ashbite. As much as dragons should be filling up the entire top of the list, some of them are just not up to the task. Ashbite, being the first dragon in the series, has some weaknesses that hold him back from making it any higher. As a flying hero, Ashbite is not able to block enemies in melee combat. If heroes are going to rank higher for being good at tanking, then Ashbite's inability to tank will have to be held against him. This is more significant in Frontiers, where many common enemies move very fast, which allows them to slip past Ashbite without taking much damage at all. So in the early parts of most levels, when money is tight, it is very common for enemies to leak because there isn't a hero to help stall them. Many combat scenarios involve just enough enemies for one barracks tower, 2 sets of reinforcements, and the hero to block them. Ranged heroes can get past this by having a few abilities that can kill a single enemy before it reaches them, so that they don't have to block it or let it get through. But Ashbite does not deal high damage to single enemies. His strength comes from his splash damage and the fact that fire ignores armor. But while these two strengths allow him to deal more damage overall, Ashbite will still let enemies leak because he lacks stall power and high burst damage. Ashbite does have Fiery Mist to slow enemies down, but it hardly has any effect due to its small range and short duration, so he still needs the support of other units to hold enemies in place. I find it helpful to get a Death Rider to replace the blocking power that a hero would provide otherwise, but this is only viable when the player has the money to spare, so in the early game Ashbite still suffers a lot. Blazing Breath is a bizarre ability. It aims in the middle of the 3 sublanes no matter what. This gives it a tendency to miss. When Ashbite attacks, it leaves enemies on fire for a few seconds, but as you can see here, the enemy is not on fire even after Ashbite uses Blazing Breath. It also only deals 56 damage. This is 6 more damage than what his regular attacks can deal at max power. With a 10-second cooldown, it theoretically deals 5.6 damage per second, but in practice, enemies take less than 56 damage. The damage comes out incrementally, and if you click on an enemy to watch their health, the increments stop adding up before they've taken 56 damage. While this is still more than his base attack damage, low numbers like this are exactly why Ashbite struggles to kill specific enemies. Wildfire Barrage is arguably Ashbite's strongest ability, but it is also negated slightly by the fact that it has too much range. Ashbite will aim it at enemies way in the back of his range instead of the ones right next to him that have more density. But like Thor, he can be positioned further away to force the ability to aim elsewhere. His slow speed makes this a bit clunky, but it deals good area damage and only takes 18 seconds to wreak havoc again. After all, 120 fire damage in a large AoE is very strong and very satisfying. Feast is Ashbite's highest single target damage ability, dealing 200 physical damage to the enemy directly below him. Theoretically, this ability should provide the high burst damage to a single enemy that makes up for the weakness that I described earlier. However, 2 attributes of this skill make that impossible. For one, it has a 30-second cooldown. This is not an ability that you want to use just to soften up a horde of basic enemies. It won't even be effective if multiple swarms of enemies come within 30 seconds. Also, Feast has a 40% instant kill chance. It would be a waste to use it on weaker enemies when it has the potential to deal thousands of damage instead. But it is still just a chance. At this point in the list, heroes are able to complete challenges using their skills, but Ashbite is not as reliable for challenges because his insta-kill can't be counted on to trigger at the right times. Instead, it averages out to some enemies being insta-killed every 30 seconds, but not all, which is at least better than nothing, but it can't be relied on for specific enemies, and that's the problem. Ashbite shouldn't have to dedicate his slow movement speed to the strongest enemy on the other side of the map just to deal 200 physical damage 3/5 of the time. But still, Ashbite deals enough area fire damage to surpass the damage of many other heroes. The fact that it adds up to more damage overall saves him from being lower on the list, but the difficulty distributing that damage to the right enemies holds him back from making it any higher. Plus, as we get to even better heroes down the line, you'll see why there are so many other choices that knock this dragon out of the sky. Number 29. Bravebark.
Solitary trees grow strong.
Bravebark is another tank, but unlike Prince Denas, he has a few more tricks up his sleeve. For one, Bravebark can teleport. This helps a lot with his versatility compared to other tanks who can't move across the map as easily. Admittedly, his teleport is slower than others and he can be killed during the animation, but it's by far faster than walking. This teleport is most helpful when used to micro Bravebark to use Branch Ball and insta-kill, which gives Bravebark an edge over a lot of other heroes. He can teleport to any specific enemy and then instantly remove it with this ability. Unfortunately, it has problems on all versions of the game. On iOS, Bravebark cannot target enemies with more than 1,500 health. This forces the player to damage enemies first before insta-killing them, which severely lessens its impact. On Steam, it doesn't have a health limit, but it is arguably worse because once Bravebark starts the animation, it cannot be interrupted. So if he starts to engage in melee combat with an enemy, it is very easy for him to waste this ability. This is a heavy loss for something with a 35-second cooldown. However, this just makes Bravebark require more skillful micro in order to optimize his efficiency. The player has to be mindful of the 35-second cooldown so as not to waste it. Bravebark can only use Branch Ball on an enemy he is directly fighting, so using other allies to block enemies first allows Bravebark to sneak in his melee damage before he uses his insta-kill on a better target. Sometimes though, there aren't other units for Bravebark to hide behind, but thanks to his teleport, Bravebark can be kept out of the action for a few seconds until he gets into position to fight the particular enemy that needs to be insta-killed. Of course, this can be really hard to pull off due to Bravebark's slow walking speed, so he may end up chasing an enemy just to insta-kill it. But that's just part of the reason to learn how to use Bravebark more effectively, so I don't count this too harshly against him. A more significant reason that this might be a problem is that keeping Bravebark out of the action to save up a skill is contradictory to his role as a tank. However, instantly killing an enemy is always a far better scenario than having to tank them. The way I end up using Bravebark is actually through hit and run tactics, moving him to an enemy with the most health so that Branch Ball deals the most damage. Bravebark is admittedly only good for temporary tanking anyways. His 600 health is pretty good, but he only has 40% armor, which means that his effective HP is only 1000. Prince Denas and a few other Origins heroes in this list have more effective HP than Bravebark. And since he only regenerates 30 health per second, Bravebark actually dies fairly often throughout a level. His healing ability, Spring Sap, mitigates this by healing him for 840 health when he drops below 180 health. However, this skill has several problems. First, Bravebark can trigger it even when he isn't in melee combat. While this might seem like a good thing because he can heal after retreating to safety, he only has 600 health, so the full 840 health healed is wasted if he isn't being attacked by an enemy. This hampers the health per second that it restores, which is already low due to the 35-second cooldown. Assuming it heals the maximum amount every time and triggers exactly every 35 seconds, this healing only amounts to an average of 24 health regenerated per second. Not only is it barely stronger than the other healing skills in the game, but when combined with Bravebark's innate health regeneration, it only averages to 54 health per second. Even Eridan has better health regeneration, yet Bravebark is meant to be a dedicated tank, while other heroes with better regen can serve other roles too. However, other heroes' health regeneration will always be that high. Bravebark's healing only comes in a brief moment, giving him a burst of power. He lacks the flexibility to heal and get right back into the action. Instead, once he is spent, he can't do much for a long while. And the rest of Bravebark's combat abilities are just mediocre. His 2-second attack speed means that he only does 24 to 36 damage per second. He is unable to damage Ogre Magi because of how low his DPS is, and it is still only physical damage. Just like his AoE ability Root Spikes, which happens to have a glitched animation on iOS. Its real range is pretty small, and its 25-second cooldown gives it really bad DPS, so Branch Ball is his only way of dealing good damage to enemies. Bravebark's Greenlings are aimed at where the AI predicts the enemies will be in the next second. This usually places them slightly out of range of aggroing with enemies immediately, so if enemies are fighting reinforcements who can't be moved, the Greenlings will get stuck doing nothing. They can also inadvertently speed up hyenas, and for some reason, Spring Sap doesn't heal Greenlings. But even with all of these problems, a skillful player can get a lot out of Bravebark. Even though Bravebark's hero spell is kind of weak because of the short stun time and tendency to go the wrong way, it deals area true damage, which is always appreciated. Branch Ball is especially useful in Impossible mode when enemies are at their strongest, and Spring Sap can help heal secondary heroes and other units. So ultimately, Bravebark is still a good hero, but he has too many things holding him back to make it into the better half of the list. Solitary trees might be strong, but from here on out, we're entering a forest of superior heroes. Number 28. Eridan.
You have my bow.
Yes, Eridan really does beat Bravebark, even if barely. He may not be as openly impressive as the other heroes in Origins, but he makes up for it by being more efficient in most categories. To begin, he is the best tank in the entire game. He has a 60% dodge chance, which means that he only takes 40% of all incoming attack damage. Of those 40% of attacks, 55% of their damage will be negated by armor, so Eridan only takes 45% of that damage. With 400 HP, his dodge chance gives him effectively 1000 health. Then with his armor, he has effectively 2222 HP. This means that on average, enemies will have to deal the equivalent of this much damage in order to deplete Eridan's health. But since his actual HP is pretty low, his heal rate of 65 health per second is so high that it allows him to heal back what is effectively hundreds of HP in no time at all. The dodge chance does only apply to single target melee attacks. True damage like poison can still kill Eridan quickly too. But most tanks die to true damage and ranged attacks anyways. So, with a faster heal rate and superior EHP, Eridan can tank enemies back to back more effectively than any other hero. The heal rate can't be understated, because Eridan only takes a brief moment to heal before going back in to stall for a long time, almost permanently blocking one enemy at all times. He is the best single target tank in Origins, and that isn't even the full extent of his playstyle. Eridan's base attack damage may look unimpressive, but Porcupine and Nimble Fencer are both passives that boost his damage output. With these factored in, he actually has better basic attack damage per second than most heroes in Origins. With his abilities factored in, he gets even better. Arrow Volley has the 4th highest DPS out of every ability in the game. With Double Strike as well, Eridan has another source of damage to add on to the 4th highest DPS, making his total damage output phenomenal. These sources of damage may seem in contradiction with each other. After all, some of the damage is executed in melee combat, while the rest can only be done in ranged. It's up to the player to keep Eridan moving in and out of both combat styles. The best way to maximize his damage output is to switch modes in time for him to use the ability that belongs to the other mode. Eridan does suffer from dealing pure physical damage, which keeps him from ranking even higher. His hero spell deals area true damage, but that isn't good against single tanky enemies. Luckily, Eridan is much better at singling out unarmored enemies compared to other heroes. This is thanks to his fast speed, which allows him to reposition easily when his AI targets the wrong enemy. He can also snipe enemies from far away thanks to his incredibly high range. It is actually the highest range out of any hero in the entire series. Keep in mind that on iOS, Eridan's dodge chance is half of what it should be, but on the definitive platforms, he works fine. So fine in fact, that he is actually a better tank than any other tanks in the game, all while dealing some of the highest DPS. If it wasn't pure physical damage, Eridan could be one of the best heroes of all time, but as he stands, Eridan is a perfectly balanced melee and ranged prodigy. Number 27. Arivan.
I bend all elements.
Arivan secures his spot on the list because of the damage types he deals. His basic attacks deal true damage. His fireballs deal explosive damage, so they ignore half of armor. Icy Prison deals magic damage, and Lightning Rod deals true damage too. Unlike so many other heroes on this list so far, Arivan does not suffer against any types of resistances because of how many damage type options he has. And compared to the other games, dealing true damage is a lot more important in Origins, where enemy resistances are a lot higher and a lot more common. Especially in Origins Impossible mode, where enemy resistances are increased, Arivan's ability to ignore armor becomes highly valuable. Even on mobile, he is pretty good in Endless mode since enemies will gradually gain higher resistances to damage. You might already be noticing that Arivan has a penchant for throwing out abilities on enemies who are already dying or have less health than the ones around them. As a ranged hero, his poor AI can negate some of his strength. Therefore, it is necessary to move Arivan around until high priority enemies are isolated so that he doesn't waste skills on the wrong target. But when he is used optimally, Arivan is excellent at rendering threatening enemies temporarily useless by freezing them and inflicting high true damage on them. I won't act as if he tears through giant enemies like they're nothing, but he is noticeably more effective against them thanks to his consistent true damage. And unlike most of the heroes so far on this list, Arivan doesn't just make up for a weakness in your strategy. His true damage makes the entire defense stronger. This lowers the amount of gold that needs to be spent in order to have a working strategy, which is the best indicator of Arivan's power. His hero spell has a very long cooldown, so it has to be used sparingly. This further increases Arivan's skill ceiling. Even though it doesn't actually deal that much damage considering its long cooldown, it is strong enough to kill groups of weaker enemies so that the more powerful ones are singled out. This is especially helpful against Blood Ogres because it gets rid of all of the gnolls that they would otherwise transform into stronger enemies. Finally, Stone Dance actually makes Arivan reasonably hard to kill. The stones absorb status effects on top of damage, which allows Arivan to survive damage over time effects that would otherwise have dealt hundreds more damage to any other hero. Of course, Arivan is not so powerful that he just destroys everything. His abilities all deal pretty good damage on their own, and they're made even better by the fact that they deal true damage. Compared to his brother Eridan, Arivan is pretty much just as good. However, Arivan manages to fill a more useful role by dealing true damage to enemies. He also has better crowd control thanks to Seal of Fire and his hero spell. If used correctly, it can be used to take out more than one horde of enemies at once. With the right micro, Arivan can showcase the full potential of the ancient powers. Number 26. Faustus.
A dragon lives forever.
As a dragon hero, it is expected for Faustus to have very high attack damage. Faustus certainly has high numbers with his 75 to 114 true damage per attack. But since his attack is split into 3, he actually deals 25 to 38 true damage in 3 separate projectiles. These damage numbers are more similar to those of other heroes, which may have been intentional except for the fact that Faustus' attack rate is once every 1.6 seconds, which actually makes the DPS of each projectile even lower than Jin's DPS. And this is important because it highlights Faustus' main problem: he can't kill. Despite the high numbers for his attack damage, Faustus is actually slow to kill any individual enemy when there are multiple enemies present. By dividing the damage across 3 enemies, he leaves each of them alive for the longest time possible. This gives the enemies time to inflict more damage on your units, heal themselves, or even spawn more enemies with their abilities. It would be far better for Faustus to be able to finish off enemies before they cause more harm. I've criticized heroes before for inflicting way too much overkill damage, making the DPS of their abilities worse. So now it may seem hypocritical of me to say Faustus is problematic because of the way he divides his damage over enemies. However, Faustus only prevents overkill damage on the last hit with his attack. Every other hit, if it's not killing enemies, will not be dealing overkill damage. So if instead he focused his attack on a single Twilight Evoker to prevent it from healing, Faustus would ultimately save himself from having to deal a lot more damage to the healed enemies compared to the overkill damage that he would inflict otherwise. Also, as this is his basic attack, Faustus doesn't have to worry too much about overkill damage since he'll inflict another attack within 2 seconds. Ironically, his first ability, Dragonlance, has the opposite problem. It deals 255 to 470 true damage to one enemy, which is stronger than most single target hero attacks. But Faustus cannot be relied on to aim this at the right enemy. He can sometimes waste it on weaker enemies or the ones with the lowest health, giving him the most overkill damage possible. This time, I'm criticizing him for prioritizing the enemy he has the highest likelihood of finishing off because of the huge amount of overkill damage. So what's the problem now? Well, Dragonlance has a 25-second cooldown, so wasting the huge amount of damage it deals is a bigger loss and ultimately misses out on a more useful opportunity. In fact, Faustus seems to be designed backwards compared to what he should do. Dragonlance should soften up the one enemy with the most HP, while his basic attack can be used to finish enemies off. But instead, Faustus weakens groups of enemies while saving Dragonlance to kill one of them while they're already low on health, which causes so much overkill damage. Of course, Micro can partially help with this, since Faustus can be moved to where the only enemy in range is the best possible target, but this can only work for a few seconds. As a dragon, he lacks blocking power, so enemies will continue to move forward until they reach a choke point, at which point they're all grouped together and Faustus has no choice but to keep multiple enemies in range. So now the Shadow Champion that Bolin debuffed to take 50% more damage is only receiving 1/3 of Faustus' damage. Additionally, Faustus can't kill any of the Dark Spitters in the back because of his divided damage. This allows them to run rampant and infect as many enemies as possible with Dark Blood. Any other hero could focus their attacks on one of them and finish them off, ultimately preventing the problems that Faustus couldn't prevent from happening. The heroes who rank better on this list would not have allowed these enemies to snowball into a situation that ultimately resulted in losing lives, and that's the most straightforward indicator that Faustus doesn't deserve to be ranked especially high on the list. If Faustus' individual bolts didn't have lower DPS than Shin's base attack, this problem wouldn't even be as valid, but ultimately he becomes a hero who deals chip damage across multiple enemies, which is very ineffective. And as a dragon, he doesn't have any blocking power. Teleport Rune does not make up for this. Even though the distance it teleports is really far, it doesn't have a short enough cooldown to make it a reliable way of keeping enemies back. It can also keep enemies out of range of other attacks, and it can give regenerative enemies more time to heal. Enervation is a group silence ability, but, and you're not going to believe this, it has a few problems. First, it wears out faster than it recharges, so without 100% uptime, enemies have a chance to sneak in their abilities while waiting for Enervation to cool down. Second, Faustus can use this on enemies who are already silenced by the Wild Mages. Finally, Faustus is bad at aiming this ability too. he often silences one enemy but not any of the others, losing its potentially greater usefulness as a group silence. Faustus's last two abilities are nearly identical. Liquid Fire creates a blue fire that spreads down a part of the lane. It always progresses towards the exit, never towards the entrance. This ability deals lower damage than some AoE abilities and has a much longer cooldown, so its DPS is really bad. The reason for this might be because the AoE is larger than normal, so theoretically it reaches more enemies and ultimately deals more damage. However, I would argue that this rarely balances it out, because it deals damage gradually, requiring enemies to be in range for the entire 10-second duration, and that just doesn't happen that often. Faustus's hero spell, Dragon Rage, is an aimed liquid fire, which ends up getting used far more often because it can be recharged faster by calling waves early. Unfortunately, it doesn't stack with liquid fire, so if the two are used together, it becomes a waste. Also, the dragons can only move horizontally, so using it on vertical or curved paths loses the advantage of a larger area of effect. All of these points have been made as a way of justifying Faustus's lower placement relative to other dragons, but he is still relatively high on the list. This is because he deals true damage like Arivan, and even though it's spread too thin, it's still high total damage, which can still be very useful. If Faustus could actually finish off enemies on his own, he would be significantly more useful. Microing him can only go so far since he is a flying hero, so not only is he unable to block a specific enemy to focus on them, but he also depends on the AI to aim his abilities, which also reduces his effectiveness due to overkill. But when he can deal his damage unhindered, Faustus is undoubtedly strong. His true potential shines against isolated enemies. Thanks to this insanely high raw true damage, Faustus has to make it in a good spot on the list, but he's certainly not designed as well as most other heroes. So if you ask me, Faustus is way better dead. Number 25, Mortimus.
Hear the whispers of the dead.
Like a lot of the heroes who ranked very poorly on this list, Mortimus is a mix of extremely good and extremely bad qualities. The difference is that it's much more feasible to take advantage of Mortimus's strengths, so he can actually be useful in most levels. And once he becomes useful, Mortimus can make a significant impact on the level. Mortimus requires two things to work in order for him to become useful. First, he needs a choke point. Luckily, he's pretty good at forming one on his own. Enemies that die near him turn into zombies with 160 health. This health depletes at a rate of 5 per second unfortunately, but as long as there is a consistent influx of enemies, more zombies can spawn to replace the dead ones. However, these enemies will not turn into zombies unless they are killed. Therefore, the second key component is having strong towers to support Mortimus's choke point with damage. This is where his first major weakness comes in. Mortimus is not good at killing enemies on his own. His damage ranges from 21 to 120, which makes it impossible to rely on him to deal a consistent amount of damage at any point in a level. So in the early parts of a level, he really struggles without the support of other towers. But unlike the other heroes who have this problem, Mortimus does have a few tricks up his sleeve to help himself out. For one, Call of the Haunted will send an enemy backwards for 8 whole seconds, which is very effective against strong uncommon enemies when they spawn early on in the level. Additionally, his hero spell summons a massive zombie, whose melee attack inflicts stun, deals true damage, and has an AoE, making it very good in a variety of situations, even though it admittedly times out rather fast. Still, this is enough to cover a lot of weaknesses that other heroes with similar flaws to Mortimus just can't pull off. That's why this isn't weighing him down in the rankings as heavily, but it is still preventing him from getting even higher on the list. But he does deserve to rank amongst the solid heroes because of his passive ability. Grim Presence is extremely good. It removes 30% of both types of resistances from enemies. This allows any tower to be more universally effective. In fact, the main reason Mortimus ranks above Arivan, despite not having as much true damage as him, is the fact that Grim Presence gives all nearby towers a taste of partial true damage, which does outweigh the pure true damage of just a single hero. Unfortunately, it has a very small range, which forces Mortimus to get dangerously close to enemies in order to debuff them. But Mortimus's base attack heals him by half of the damage dealt, which helps keep him alive even when surrounded by armies of enemies. This makes it possible for Mortimus to support numerous types of strategies, especially those that lack damage for all types of resistances, or that lack a central choke point. Mortimus will provide all of this on his own. If it wasn't for the minor but still numerous downsides to his playstyle, he would rank higher. But as he is now, Mortimus is good enough to be a solid choice for a hero who does especially well in challenges because of his ability to fill in the gaps of most defenses. Number 24. Jack-O-Lantern.
I will bury them!
Jack on his own can be better than some towers, despite having a rather weak hero spell. It carries enemies pretty far down the path as long as they're not slower than the horses, but no matter what, it deals very low damage. Coupled with the fact that it can't affect certain enemies like frozen souls and has a long cooldown, it is inferior to Oloch's hero spell in just about every way. However, Jack is good enough at what he does well that he deserves to rank this high in the list. His 50 to 90 melee damage is pretty good on its own, even if his 2-second attack speed is slow. But Spirit of Vengeance adds even more damage, especially against stronger enemies. It still isn't that effective against armored enemies, but unlike Oloch, when Jack goes against highly resistant enemies, he has the perfect counter to them. Exploding Head ignores half of armor, even for enemies like Ghosts who have 100% armor. It also deals area damage, which makes it very effective at taking out groups of enemies. And with the one-man army upgrade, it deals 115 damage per enemy. With only a 4-second cooldown, this ability deals 28.75 damage per second per enemy, outclassing the majority of heroes in Vengeance. Combined with his teleport, Jack has map-wide presence as a source of consistent armor-ignoring ranged area damage. Because he can go anywhere and deal damage to anything, he's one of the most versatile heroes in the series. He does have to worry about dying quickly after taking not that much damage, but he even has an ability to account for that. Thriller summons 4 ghouls, who are active for 20 seconds and respawn in 30 seconds. While it would have been nice to have 100% uptime, they are at least active for 2/3 of the time. Their HP is high enough that they can effectively block most enemies. They're so good that they don't even stop at just supporting a choke point. Jack can form a choke point of his own with his ghouls and some reinforcements. Coupled with his high damage output, Jack can take out small waves of enemies independently of any towers. As the first hero on the list who is capable of doing something like that as effectively as Jack does, he has to make it at least this high on the list. Besides his rather weak hero spell, Haunted Blade is kind of a waste of an ability, since it deals magic damage to magic resistant enemies. Leaving it unupgraded can help improve his overall damage output so that he isn't interrupting his normal attacks. This does weigh him down for making it even higher on the list. However, he's still good enough to rank better than several solid heroes. Exploding Head is just so strong that Jack really is that good. Players who don't get the most out of his abilities may find him weak, but I know that whenever I bring Jack into battle, my enemies will be in for a good scare. Number 23. Dante.
I'm the best at what I do.
I have been waiting to get to this point in the list. I don't care if Dante isn't the number 1 strongest hero, he is still my favorite hero in the series.
Collapse on my chest, you impenetrable barrier. Crush my ribcage, you load-bearing behemoth.
Let's start with Silver Bullet. Dante shoots an enemy for 320 true damage. I have complained so much about heroes like Oloch wasting their high damage abilities on the worst possible enemies and not being able to change their target. But what I never mentioned is that seeing this happen is twice as painful when a hero in the second game was able to overcome all of these problems. Thanks to the red crosshair, the player always knows who Dante is aiming at, and they can move him before he fires the bullet in order to change his target. Therefore, he never has to waste this ability with tons of overkill damage. But that's not the only reason the skill will always be extremely efficient. It deals 320 damage, which is an almost perfect insta-kill for a single basic enemy from any environment. But it can also be a way of dealing high damage to stronger enemies. It only takes 15 seconds to recharge, which gives it a lot of versatility and high DPS. And on top of its numerical design, Dante's AI is just the best at using Silver Bullet. Between any 2 enemies of the same type, Dante actually aims at the one with more health. He doesn't sacrifice damage potential just to finish off a weaker enemy or instantly prioritize the enemy closest to the exit. He always makes the most efficient choice. After he destroys the armor of an enemy, he aims Silver Bullet at the other enemies of the same type because the player benefits more from using true damage on them instead of the one with shattered armor. I've never seen another hero in the series actually factor armor into their ability usage. Dante also knows to aim Silver Bullet at werewolves and lichens before anything else, since Silver Bullet deals double damage to them. Finally, Dante only aims Silver Bullet at enemies with more than 80 HP so that it doesn't get wasted if the player isn't paying attention. His base attack damage of 46 to 68 is so high that he can finish off any of those enemies on his own in melee or ranged combat. This same attack damage can be executed 8 times in a row with a Kimbo style. The hero room says that it only deals 40 damage per shot, but it's actually Dante's attack damage. With its 18-second cooldown, this ability also has really high DPS and versatility. It requires 2 enemies to be in range, and it will distribute the damage randomly between every enemy in front of Dante. One thing I like to do is get an enemy down to really low health right before letting Dante activate a Kimbo style so that every bullet goes to the remaining enemy. Holy Relic removes the entire armor rating of an enemy in melee combat. The fact that this ability is used in melee combat means that Dante can control which enemy gets debuffed like this. It's not nearly as versatile as his 2 damage abilities, but when used against an enemy with high resistances, the damage that they start to take can potentially be hundreds more than it otherwise would have been. So even though it doesn't directly deal any damage, it can be a very powerful way of killing tough enemies. The only downsides are that it doesn't actually work on Phantom Warriors or Bluegales, and it has a lessened effect on Savage Warriors that have been buffed by a Shaman. Holy Grenade silences an enemy for 15 seconds. With a 15-second cooldown, Dante can keep a particular enemy silenced for almost 100% of the time. But he has to take a second to throw the grenade, so enemies like Black Surges can sneak in a spell in between that time. It also has the same problem as Monkey Palm, where Dante will not aim it at Vampiressa without the full moon, even though they can be silenced by axe throwers. But I think this is a problem with the Vampiressa enemies instead of the abilities. Dante's final ability, Beacon of Light, only further increases the damage and versatility that he brings to the battlefield. If Dante dies, he can be ordered to move around so that he can be in a good position to fight the second he comes back. The abilities also recharge while he's a ghost, so he can start dishing out serious damage immediately as well. It also allows the allied units near Dante to deal 50% more damage. Most units don't deal that much damage, so it isn't that strong, but it is fun to stack it with the Death Rider aura. It also works with other heroes, which makes it fun to team him up with the bonus heroes that appear in some levels. The only units that might benefit more than the secondary heroes from Dante's buff are the Assassins, because their abilities are also affected by Beacon of Light, while secondary heroes' abilities are not. Even though he has no armor, Dante's health is too high to consider him a glass cannon. He has the means to block enemies in melee combat effectively, all while dealing more damage than most glass cannons in Frontiers. Microing Dante is extremely rewarding thanks to the logical way he aims his abilities, and the opportunity to change targets if the player has something else in mind. He is the most fun hero to use in my opinion. Even though he is strong enough to rank this high already, I wish I could rank him even higher for being the most well-designed hero in the series. I can only hope that Ironhide makes heroes of similar quality in future installments.
Choke slam me to hell, you nasty shed. Jam your mandible claw down my throat, you irredeemable steer.
Number 22. Sha'tra. This is unrelated to his placement on the list, but Sha'tra has one of the best sounding voices in the series. It's like Ironhide Studios preempted ASMR with his voice.
Nazda Zagan, in Alleria Saitam, Arivan Seniros, Edith Nore.
This is a good thing because he needs to be moved around a lot. His 400 health doesn't give him a lot to work with, so he can't stay in combat for too long. And more importantly, he has some very powerful abilities that cannot afford to be wasted on worthless enemies. Energy Glaive is not one of those abilities since it has a 7-second cooldown, but it is as strong as an ability that you normally wouldn't want to waste. This deals 35 true damage to an enemy and is guaranteed to bounce to one other enemy as long as they're in range. After that first bounce, it has a 50% chance on each additional ricochet to continue hitting enemies. This means that, since the first bounce is guaranteed, the ability deals at least 70 true damage every 7 seconds. Compare this to Kutsao's Tiger style, which also deals 70 true damage, but it takes 10 seconds to recharge and it doesn't have a chance to deal even higher damage like Energy Glaive does. The only time this ability is a problem is when Sha'tra uses it against a single enemy in melee combat, since the 35 true damage is lower than his minimum attack damage. Speaking of which, all of Sha'tra's attacks deal true damage, so even if his basic attack damage is slightly lower than that of Dante, Kaz, Karkinos, or Captain Blackthorn, the fact that Sha'tra ignores armor allows him to compete with the best of the best. Purification Protocol also deals true damage. Its raw damage is decent, dealing 240 every 18 seconds, which amounts to 13.333 damage per second. The cooldown is pretty long, but it tries to make up for this with versatility by spreading the damage across multiple enemies. If an enemy dies while being purified, the drone will start attacking another enemy in range. This allows it to bypass overkill damage. Even if the first target doesn't die, it will try to teleport to another enemy after dealing 80 damage to it. And after dealing 80 damage to the second enemy, it will teleport back to the first one. This skill is actually worse on Steam for once, since it locks Sha'tra in an animation while he activates it, leaving him vulnerable to enemy attacks. On Steam, this problem also affects abduction, which is really bad when Sha'tra aims at an enemy you don't want abducted. But this is why it is necessary to move Sha'tra so often. By keeping him busy moving, Sha'tra can't use his abilities until the player stops him, allowing them to aim his skills at the best possible enemy. It is especially important to take advantage of this for abduction, because despite the effectiveness of his other skills, abduction is Sha'tra's definitive ability. Not only is this a guaranteed insta-kill instead of just a chance to insta-kill, not only does it have a 25-second cooldown, which makes it objectively better than Ashbite's Feast, but it also can be repurposed to abduct up to 1000 HP worth of enemies, so even if Sha'tra doesn't have anything to insta-kill, he can instead use this as a way of wiping out a group of enemies so that he's still being useful. This can be abused in the same way as Nivus' Disintegrate, to abduct Lycans before they transform. It also prevents abominations from exploding when they die. Abduction has a slightly longer range than the other two abilities, so it is a little easier to aim with micro, but also a lot more likely to get wasted if the player is not paying attention. The only skill that's always a waste for him is Final Countdown, since the 220 area true damage is just not worth the 25-second respawn time. Sha'tra is much better left alive, since he can use all of his skills within those 25 seconds. This is more of a safety net in case he accidentally dies, but more often than not, Sha'tra's only going to use his first 4 upgrade abilities instead. But those 4 are more than enough. Sha'tra definitely has a high skill ceiling, but it is completely possible to use him to his full potential, and Sha'tra's usefulness when he's at his best is out of this world. Number 21. Doom Tank.
Ready to rumble!
Doom Tank has incredibly high attack damage. 101 to 189 is so high that even with its 3-second attack speed, it has a DPS of 34 to 63 rounded up. Of course, this damage can be a little wasteful when it overkills enemies, but enemy health on impossible mode is about high enough to get the full damage potential out of these attacks. Plus, the damage is explosive, meaning that it bypasses half of enemy armor. It also has an AoE, and even though this AoE is the size of a booger, it already deals better single target damage than most attacks, so if you happen to stack enemies in the same spot, it will just deal even more damage. Speaking of dealing even more damage, Doom Tank has a team of 3 soldiers called Expendables who follow it around. They each add an additional 7 to 13 damage with their attacks, and they are the only way for Doom Tank to attack flying enemies consistently. Admittedly, they are hard to use against specific enemies. It is very common for them to get stuck shooting at enemies instead of following Doom Tank after being ordered to move. This also makes them unreliable as blockers. They're usually preoccupied with shooting instead of stalling enemies. Since Doom Tank itself can't block enemies either, it has a similar problem to Ashbite, although only sometimes. Thankfully, tanking is not that important in Vengeance compared to other games. That's also why Jigou ranked so low earlier in the list. Doom Tank's 3 soldiers actually make it risky to use Doom Tank in the Anurian stages, since the presence of multiple units means that Anurian chasers will jump to them. If Expendables do engage in melee combat, they have 200 health each. The respawn time is applied to each soldier individually, so it won't ever take more than 15 seconds to fully rebuild your army after they are killed. Even better is the fact that the 15-second timer starts counting as soon as the unit is spawned, so if an expendable is alive for more than 15 seconds, it can be respawned instantly after being killed. Doom Tank has to stop moving in order to respawn an expendable. The same is true for all of its other skills. So it is common to try to move Doom Tank only for it to pause to execute an ability first, then resume moving. This is problematic if you like to be precise with your micro like me. So the player has to decide if it's better to let the ability deal some damage rather than get Doom Tank to a new location right away but waste the skill. Speaking of Doom Tank's skills, Heat Missiles is very similar to Tramin's missiles but stronger. They can snipe enemies from far away, and to avoid overkill damage, they can switch targets more than once. Sometimes the targets don't switch in time or they don't switch at all. Other times they can choose terrible options to aim at. But when they aim properly, their damage can be high enough to outright kill an enemy or two. But the best way to deal with 2 or more enemies is with Doom Tank's Ground Slam. This attack covers a significant portion of the entire lane. On mobile, the damage is listed incorrectly. It deals 63 to 117 physical damage and stuns for 2 seconds. This ability takes 30 seconds to recharge and it isn't going to kill anything at maximum health, but its long reach more than makes up for this. Using it to its fullest potential can total up to over 1000 damage, and even though that's pretty uncommon, this ability is still reliable at hitting several enemies no matter what. With extremely high regular attack damage and 3 powerful abilities, Doomtank already surpasses plenty of heroes on this list, which is a good thing because the rest of Doomtank's abilities are kind of useless. Scorching Cannon takes 2 seconds to execute and doesn't allow Doomtank to be moved during the animation. The AoE is pretty small and it dissipates after just a few seconds, not to mention that it only deals physical damage. Since Doomtank deals better damage with its regular attacks, I prefer to leave this ability unupgraded. Doomtank's hero spell, Call of the Valkyrie, is supposed to deal 240 damage in an AoE, but the actual size of the AoE is so inconsistent that it doesn't deal damage half of the time. This makes it one of the worst hero spells in the series, since it can't be relied on to work at any specific time. On top of all that, the fire doesn't even hurt ghosts. If it does get to work properly, it does have the potential to deal some good damage, but the player has to use the spell with the assumption that it might not do anything, so it can't be depended on in an emergency or a challenge. The innate ability Spiky Slugs allows Doomtank to damage enemies when it moves past them, but it never really does anything. The damage is so low that I often end up moving Doomtank as if he doesn't have the ability at all. It's much more effective to use its regular attack for damage anyways. So Doomtank doesn't have many options for micro besides moving into the best position for ground slam and trying to get expendables to actually follow the tank. But its damage is so good that it has to rank at least this high. However, there are heroes who can be microed so that their abilities are all the more effective, and that is what sets Doomtank behind the remaining heroes on this list. Number 20. Cause.
Where's the beef?
Cause is a truly underrated hero. This is due to the difficulty that comes with using him and his skills. Bull Rush can be a problem if it sends Cause away from the enemy you want him to block. It can be an even bigger problem when it sends him straight into danger. Daedalus's maze can seem like a hindrance when he brings an enemy straight to the exit, and it can look ridiculous when Cause brings them to a path where they don't belong. However, if you know how to use Cause, none of these problems will be present throughout the level. To begin, Bull Rush has a similar cooldown to Reinforcements. If the player remembers after using Reinforcements that Cause might charge at enemies again, they can preemptively pull Cause out of combat so that he can use Bull Rush on the same enemy. Another option is to keep Cause on the move, using Bull Rush to help him travel faster while stunning and damaging enemies. The reason to keep Cause on the move is to avoid letting his health drop too low. It is admittedly hard to heal Cause due to his low regeneration and multitude of skills that put him in danger. You should never let Cause drop below half health, just to be safe. But it's still good to keep Cause on the move so that he can use Daedalus's maze to greater effect. This ability has the potential to effectively insta-kill an enemy, but it isn't easy to use to its fullest potential. Excluding enemies who are very close to Cause, he teleports the enemy closest to the exit to his location, even if teleporting them ends up bringing them closer to exiting. In cramped spaces, this can be scary, especially when that enemy poses a major threat, but it is possible to reduce the danger this poses. Keep Cause at high health so that he doesn't need to retreat to the back for healing. Keep Cause moving so that he can be in a good position to teleport an enemy backwards. And if Cause needs to be close to the exit, keep him near towers at all times. It takes a lot of attention to detail at first, but it is possible to get used to this, and Cause becomes extremely powerful afterwards. Daedalus's maze changes the game. When Cause takes a hulking enemy all the way back to the entrance, he essentially removes it as a threat for the time being. Cause can't teleport enemies who are underwater, so in levels like Sunken Citadel, keeping Cause busy until most enemies are swimming allows him to teleport a specific target. This ability can add another enemy to the cluster being hit by a massive damage attack, like Rain of Fire, effectively dealing an additional 1000 damage or more. It even allows Cause to bring enemies into range of abilities early, which is really useful for positioning the Totem of Weakness in a better spot. Even after mastering Cause, this teleport can sometimes be disregarded as nothing more than a 6-second stun, because sometimes there's nothing fancy that needs to be done with it, and that's perfectly fine. If there are no other enemies around to draw aggro, Cause can combine this ability with Bull Rush to keep an enemy stunned for even longer, but it only works once the first stun has already worn off. But even without these two abilities, Cause actually has the traits of a very powerful hero. He is tankier and deals more damage than most heroes. Doomspin is a fairly standard AoE. It only deals physical damage, but the AoE is appreciated as an additional attack to supplement Cause's excellent base attack damage. these base attacks are made even stronger by Blood Axe, which gives Kaz the ability to deal massive chew damage. Unfortunately, it is actually only a 10% chance in the game's code, despite what it says in the hero room. Although I'm not a fan of RNG abilities, I just treat this as something extra that might happen while using the rest of Kaz's abilities to their full potential. And even with just his stats and those 2 basic abilities, Kaz is a solid hero, so adding on the potential of Bull Rush and Daedalus' Maze makes him a stellar hero in the hands of a skillful player. And so far, I haven't even mentioned Roar of Fury. This ability has a 30-second cooldown and only lasts for 4 seconds, so it is prone to letting its full potential go to waste. Keeping Kaz moving can partially help with that, but it would be a bigger waste if it prevented him from using his other abilities too. Instead, I like to fill the map with towers so that there is always a spot for enemies to be taking damage. It actually stacks better with multiple towers at level 2 and 3, because level 4 tower abilities like Furnace Blast, Wasp Missiles, Barrage, and the rest are not affected by Roar of Fury. When stacked with a Totem of Weakness, towers deal 2.45 times the damage. It basically serves as a screen clearing ability when there's enough firepower for Kaz to buff. Also, since the buff lasts for 4 seconds, it has just enough time for artillery to attack twice, so it may be beneficial to avoid upgrading certain abilities like Core Drill. Roar of Fury just makes the middle to the end part of a level much easier, but unlike Saitam, whose main power comes from that one global ability, Kaz is able to hold his own perfectly fine, even in the early parts of a level. In fact, he is far above average even without some of his skills being used to their fullest potential. So with all of them used by a player who knows what they're doing, Kaz becomes a true powerhouse. He can excel in any level of Kingdom Rush Frontiers, and anyone who believes otherwise is giving you a load of bull. Number 19. Hacksaw. Like Sha'tra and Asra, Hacksaw is a hero who has a guaranteed insta-kill. Those previous heroes on the list were ranked relatively high for having such a skill, plus a combination of other useful traits. However, Hacksaw doesn't really have much else going for him. He has very slow speed, low melee damage, and takes longer to level up than any other hero in the game. The only other use that he has besides his insta-kill is being able to tank for a long time. But in Kingdom Rush 1, where all heroes can fully heal in a few seconds, Hacksaw's extra tankiness isn't that helpful. But just as his tankiness is less useful in Kingdom Rush 1, his insta-kill is far more useful in Kingdom Rush 1. So much so that he manages to be better than the other insta-kill heroes despite seeming worse on paper. This is because the giant enemies that need to be insta-killed are far more threatening than they are in other games. Vengeance has so few enemy types with enough health to warrant an insta-kill, and when those enemies appear, they usually show up in such high numbers that no hero's insta-kill is good enough to not have to worry about them anymore. Therefore, insta-kills don't leave as big of an impression in Vengeance. In fact, insta-kills become less valuable with each new game. The most telling sign of this is Abominations, an enemy that appears in Kingdom Rush 1 and Frontiers. In Frontiers, the strategy is to obliterate them with intense damage rather than actual insta-kills. But in Kingdom Rush 1, the most effective way of dealing with them, even in high numbers, is to insta-kill them. But Hacksaw can replace the need to buy any insta-kill tower by providing his own insta-kill. He is so effective at this in his respective game that elite stages can be completed on Veteran without using any insta-kill towers. This is extremely helpful not only for challenges, but also for struggling players who want to stop worrying about balancing between crowd control and insta-kills by just focusing their towers on crowd control. Hacksaw can take care of the rest. Fortunately, all elite levels have enemies that are worth letting Hacksaw use his insta-kill on. Therefore, he is always effective to some extent, but even in the levels where insta-kills are not as important, Hacksaw can make use of Flying Saw Blade, which deals 45 chew damage to each enemy it bounces to, and has an 8-second cooldown, making it similar to Energy Glaive's effectiveness. This gives Hacksaw something to provide even when he isn't insta-killing, which is good enough to help him be universally good, if not great. Therefore, Hacksaw earns his spot above the other insta-kill heroes even if he doesn't seem as good at first glance. In the right hands, Hacksaw is a killing machine. Number 18. Captain Blackthorn.
Where be the treasure?
Captain Blackthorn is defined by his looting ability. Enemies killed near him yield 30% more gold than normal. Over the course of an entire level, this can add up to a couple thousands of gold. This extra money allows the player to build the necessary towers earlier in the level so that the following waves feel less threatening. It also lets the player build more towers overall, so even if a strategy isn't that effective, the raw power of having more towers can make up for this. The benefit that looting has is dependent on the amount of gold that Blackthorn can gather. At his best, he will add so much to the player's strategy that he more than makes up the strength of a top tier hero. Many heroes on this list have been judged negatively for the fact that they aren't at their best often enough to earn a better spot. This has been because of weaknesses in their playstyle or design that hold them back no matter what the player does. But like Jack and Mortimus, Blackthorn can be judged at his best because his strength is much more closely tied to how well the player uses him. Blackthorn is admittedly very hard to use. His large aggro range can often draw him into danger or make him too far away from enemies to get bonus gold from them, but micromanaging him to stay in range of dying enemies will completely circumvent this. All it takes is for the player to know where and when to move him. But this playstyle doesn't just stop at micro. It also takes macro. In other words, the player has to know the overall wave composition to plan out where to move Blackthorn at key moments throughout a level in order to maximize his gold collection. Since levels already require you to memorize strategies in order to win anyways, learning the best places to send Blackthorn to is just part of the process. And once the micro and macro are mastered, Blackthorn becomes a powerhouse. But all of this is just his support role. Blackthorn also has above average combat abilities. His health, heal rate, and attack damage are all some of the best stats in the game. However, his lack of armor and large aggro range means that he has to pull back to heal pretty often. But with the right planning, the player can squeeze in time for Blackthorn to heal in between all of his gold collecting. All of this emphasis has been placed on looting because his other abilities aren't too impressive. Roman Bang has a small AoE and the damage isn't that high compared to his basic attacks. It rarely deals 120 damage because it aims around enemies instead of directly hitting them, but it does have a niche use as a way to finish off enemies without letting Blackthorn take damage from their death explosion. Release the Kraken can help stall groups of enemies very effectively, and even cluster them together so that Blackthorn can use looting to greater effect, but it is hampered by Blackthorn aiming it in bad locations. Blackthorn's only other fault is that despite his high damage stats, he isn't very good at finishing off enemies on his own to collect their gold. He will shoot other enemies and use his abilities while he is in melee combat with someone else. This means that he is taking damage for a longer time as well as potentially killing other enemies that are outside of his looting range. Most of the time, I find it better to just move Blackthorn around the map to collect gold than to risk letting him die in combat. But if he needs to step in during the early part of a level to help out, he has the stats to do so. In late game, he will have provided so much gold that enemies are no trouble at all. So I have no problem with ranking Captain Blackthorn in the top 25 heroes in the series. Number 17. Lyn.
The end is near.
Lyn is one of the heroes who suffers the most problems on iOS. For example, her hero spell Fate Sealed is supposed to deal 700 true damage to a selected enemy over the course of 5 seconds. If that enemy dies while they are cursed, they will explode for 300 true damage in a pretty big area. However, on iOS, it deals 690 damage instead, which is just enough to be unable to kill web spitters, evokers, and devourers on its own. But in the definitive version of the game, it does just enough damage to serve as a perfect insta-kill for enemies who pose a significant threat without being so strong that it warrants a slow, less versatile cooldown. It only takes 30 seconds to recharge, which makes it one of the best hero spells for damage alone. But it can also be used for crowd control by utilizing the explosion. It takes a lot of skill to time it right for the best possible combination of single target damage and area damage, but using it well gives Lyn enough power to make her useful for this reason alone. But she has plenty of other useful skills in her arsenal as well. Hex Fury, Curse of Despair, and Weakening Curse all work in tandem for Lyn's true playstyle. To begin, Hex Fury is one of the strongest melee skills in the series. It deals 360 true damage total with only a 16-second cooldown, giving it a DPS of 22.5 and a lot of freedom to use it consistently. This alone makes it a powerful ability, but after explaining the other two abilities, its true potential will be revealed. Curse of Despair inflicts up to 5 enemies with a curse that lowers their damage by 50% and their attack damage by 30%. This makes groups of enemies take longer to make it to the exit, whether they're moving or trying to kill units in their way. Finally, Weakening Curse reduces the armor and magic resistance of a single enemy by 70%. With a 14-second cooldown and an 8-second duration, Lyn can keep an enemy's resistances lowered for more than half the time. The reason that these abilities work together is that Hex Fury deals 480 true damage to enemies who are cursed. Fate Sealed, Curse of Despair, and Weakening Curse all count as curses that increase the damage of Hex Fury. Since Weakening Curse is used before Hex Fury and has a shorter cooldown, it is always possible to have a curse on the target, so that Hex Fury always deals 480 true damage. However, on iOS, Lyn is so different that her entire playstyle changes. Hex Fury triggers before any of her other abilities, and since Weakening Curse is only activated in melee combat, the only way to get bonus damage for Hex Fury is to use Curse of Despair. But Curse of Despair needs 3 enemies to be in range in order to activate it. This wastes a ton of time chasing enemies around trying to get them in range of Curse of Despair, which drastically decreases Lyn's DPS. This is true for Curse of Despair on all versions of the game, so Weakening Curse is the best way to get the bonus damage for Hex Fury, but because Lyn uses Hex Fury first on iOS, this is only possible on Steam. But that's not the only problem with Weakening Curse on iOS. It's also bugged to set enemies' magic resistance to 70% rather than take 70% away. But in all versions of the game, Lyn is one of the tankiest heroes in the series. 530 health is already pretty good when her 40% armor is factored in, but Charm of Misfortune is a passive that gives each attack dealt to her a 45% chance to deal no damage. This gives her an effective HP of 1606, rounded down. Every effective HP calculation so far has treated dodges as something that can always happen, since heroes are expected to be used optimally, and a hero with a dodge is way more effective when they get to use it in melee combat. Except for Mirage. But unlike dodges, Lyn's passive applies to all forms of damage, including ranged and AoE attacks. If she is invincible against an attack that inflicts damage over time, she will be immune to the entire effect. Combine this with the fact that Curse of Despair reduces enemy damage by 30%, and it's clear that Lyn is one of the hardest heroes for enemies to kill. In the definitive versions of the game, Lyn has a huge presence. Wherever she goes, Curse of Despair holds back groups of enemies from progressing towards the exit, all while Lyn weaves between them to find the toughest enemy to deal massive true damage to it, and taking very little damage herself in the process. Her efficiency in the hands of a skilled player is hard to surpass, and her hero spell has the potential to do more damage than any others in the game when used intelligently. Lyn's only weakness is a lack of good base damage while Hex Fury is recharging. But even then, Weakening Curse can help mitigate this by increasing her relative damage against armored enemies. Overall, Lyn is best girl, and no arguments can change that fact.
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Number 16. Sir Gerald Lightseeker.
Prepare for glory.
Gerald is a Chad. He's the star of several memes, not because he's a laughingstock like some of the other heroes who are memes, but actually because he's so impressively strong. To begin, Gerald has the stats of a typical tank. He's on the slow side. His damage is passable but nothing great, but his armor and health are especially high. His first ability, Courage, further develops his role as a tank. It increases the armor and damage of nearby units by a flat amount, which is especially useful on weaker units like reinforcements and low-level barracks. It can help buy time for the units to stall for a few extra attacks, all which deal extra damage thanks to the buff. But low-level units aren't the only ones who benefit from this. Courage also heals units by a percentage of their max HP, which gives units with more health an advantage. This is especially true for elementals, who usually take way too long to heal. But with Courage, they live for a lot longer. The only problem with using it on elementals is that Gerald needs 2 or more allies to be in melee combat at the same time, but elementals only spawn 1 at a time. Putting reinforcements in melee combat nearby isn't always a viable option, so I wouldn't get too excited about this ability, even if it is pretty powerful under specific circumstances. All of these traits so far are just minor parts of Gerald's playstyle. By far, his most important ability is Shield of Retribution. Gerald has a 20, 40, and then 60% chance to reflect 100, 150, and then 200% of the damage dealt to him back to the enemy as true damage. Of course, against some weaker enemies, the damage reflected is less than the damage that Gerald deals in normal melee combat, but this just highlights what Gerald's true playstyle is. Despite having all of the typical traits of a standard tank, Gerald actually works best as a duelist. Sending him away from choke points to fight the most powerful enemies one-on-one allows him to deal the most damage. And this damage is some of the most satisfying damage in the series. For one, the true damage this attack deals will bypass enemy resistances. Second, enemies who have a powerful attack, will take so much damage that Gerald actually kills them more quickly than any other hero in the game can. Rather than being tied to a cooldown, this is a chance that runs every time the enemy attacks Gerald. At level 10, the chance is high enough that he can reliably reflect on enemy after enemy. Against the right enemies, Gerald's DPS potentially surpasses every other hero in the game. On top of this, Gerald takes 0 damage from the attacks that he reflects. At level 10, his 80% armor means that he only takes 20% of all incoming damage. This means that enemies have to deal the equivalent of 3,400 physical damage to kill him. And with a 60% block chance, Gerald only takes 40% of the damage directed to him. With these combined, Gerald actually has the highest effective HP in the entire series, at a whopping 7,250. Remember that even though I've downplayed the usefulness of tanking in Kingdom Rush 1, there are still some benefits to not having to disengage from combat with an enemy for a longer amount of time, namely being able to hold an enemy in place for that much longer and having the time to deal extra damage. The reflection chance only triggers against single target melee attacks. The only area attacks that Gerald can reflect come from Cerberus and Blackburn. However, on the definitive platforms, Shield of Retribution has 1/3 of its normal chance against bosses and mini-bosses. Gerald still deals insane amounts of damage to these enemies, but it isn't as reliable as it used to be before the nerf. Reliability is the main problem with Shield of Retribution. The chance is too low to make the ability all that useful until Gerald gets all the way to at least level 7. It is feasible to get Gerald to a high level on most late game stages, but regardless, he is not going to be nearly as useful until he gets there. Gerald's ranking on the list requires averaging out his usefulness in 2 ways. At low levels, he is nothing more than a somewhat tanky hero with low physical damage and a weak support skill. But at high levels, he becomes the tankiest hero in the series with some of the best true damage output to boot. His immense power at high levels more than compensates for his performance at low levels, making him out to be one of the best heroes overall. The other average comes from his damage output against different enemies in the game. In stages where the enemies don't deal that much damage, he won't reflect as much damage either, making Gerald seemingly weaker than the other heroes near him on the list. But in other stages, the damage he can reflect is so high that it might make it seem like he deserves to be even higher on this list. It's this dependency on enemies that costs Gerald an even higher position. I imagine this will be one of the more polarizing placements on the list for this reason. However, he is still an amazingly good hero. If you want to see his fullest potential in action, plan to use him in the levels with the strongest enemies. It's the perfect way to use Gerald's own advice, which is to prepare for glory. Number 15. Tony. Wait, no, I mean Oni.
My blades are thirsty!
While Gerald Lightseeker's damage was very high against enemies who also had high damage, Oni's damage is universally high. Admittedly, his base attack varies a lot from minimum to maximum damage, and it only deals physical damage. But when compared to the other melee heroes in this game, Oni's minimum DPS is actually pretty good, thanks to his very fast attack speed. It already surpasses the majority of minimum DPS values, and when his potential to deal higher damage is factored in, Oni outclasses nearly every other hero in the game. And even though his melee damage is physical, he is able to reach level 10 in the majority of levels, even the ones with heavily armored enemies. But better melee damage doesn't necessarily mean better abilities. After all, Gerald's Shield of Retribution is immensely strong. But the sum total of Gerald's abilities and stats is still inferior to Oni's. Death Strike is Oni's main ability, unlocked at level 4. Like Dante's Silver Bullet, this ability deals high true damage to a single enemy and has a short cooldown. But calling it short is an understatement. This ability only takes 10 seconds to recharge. That means that Oni can inflict 180 true damage just as often as the player can spawn reinforcements. This increases to 260 and then 340 as Oni levels up. And like I said earlier, it is totally feasible to reach level 10 with Oni. This fast, high true damage gives Oni a way to be effective in practically any situation. It isn't such a massive slow attack like an insta-kill that requires Oni to save it up for a long time. Rather, it recharges so quickly that he can use it relentlessly on larger enemies to bring them down almost as efficiently as an insta-kill. But it can just as easily be repurposed as a way of wiping out a single basic enemy. It has so much versatility and prevents overkill so well that Oni's DPS remains extremely high no matter what. On top of all of this, Death Strike has a small insta-kill chance. With such a fast cooldown, it doesn't hurt to try to get the insta-kill to trigger because you can just try again 10 seconds later. and once it does trigger, it makes Oni even more insane. But even if it doesn't trigger, Oni has still dealt a significant amount of true damage to a high priority target. This ability is so good that it can take away the glory from Oni's other skill, Sword Torment, but this attack is also very strong. Once again, it deals true damage, but this time it's also area damage. So Oni has all of the basics covered, massive single target damage and high area damage, all of which ignore armor. With his above average speed and above average tankiness, Oni is a consummate melee hero. Besides being restricted to pure melee attacks, Oni's only other possible weakness is his 18-second respawn time, but there's no reason to let him die anyways. Even in the demon stages, Oni is a lot less likely to die because he's immune to infernal combustion. Oni is my go-to hero for any Kingdom Rush 1 level. His fast true damage abilities and excellent damage overall are too good to not place him this high on the list. You could say that Oni owns. Number 14. Reg'son.
I'll have my vengeance.
If Kingdom Rush was an anime, Reg'son would be that edgy character that people keep drawing as a Catboy. However, I've already made the first edit of Catboy Reg'son. He's mine. Reg'son's low attack damage may stand out as a bad thing, but he only takes 0.6 seconds to attack, which gives him a DPS of 20 to 30. His basic attack also deals true damage, which means he outclasses heroes like Lyn and Bravebark against armored enemies. Reg'son's first active ability, Eldritch Blade, allows him to deal 70 true damage per attack for enough time to execute 10 attacks, or deal 700 true damage. For all the times that overkill and bad AI has been a problem, this skill is a breath of fresh air. You can send Reg'son into melee combat to select whichever enemy you want him to deal this damage to. Each attack has a 3% chance to insta-kill, which increases the likelihood that Reg'son will kill an enemy before all 700 damage is dealt. But luckily, Reg'son can move to a new target to attack them. This gives the ability way more versatility than most skills, as it can be used to wipe off 700 health from a strong enemy, or distribute high true damage to multiple weaker enemies. The only problems this skill has are that it has a 30-second cooldown, and you can feel the length during combat even though its DPS is still good, and that Reg'son can lose time for the skill while moving. Therefore, the player should always try to position him near multiple enemies so that he can dish out the most damage. However, positioning Reg'son is tricky when allied units are already blocking enemies, meaning that Reg'son can't stick to one enemy if a new one comes into range. This might incentivize sending Reg'son away from choke points to use this skill, and while it is nice that Reg'son has just enough time to execute all of these attacks on a Twilight Golem without dying, it is still better to keep Reg'son near or inside of a choke point. This is because Reg'son is a glass cannon who can be cheated into turning invincible thanks to Eldritch Heal. 30% of enemies' max health is converted into healing for Reg'son when they die near him. I can't stress enough what an advantage this can be when used correctly. He completely trivializes boom shrooms by healing back the damage they deal to him. When Reg'son is in a choke point, the frequency of enemies dying is so high that he can stay healing constantly. This allows him to tank for as long as there are enemies, making him practically a permanent blocker. Reg'son can also bypass the need to retreat and heal by simply running past enemies that get slain by towers or other attacks. Since this is much faster than spending time healing, Reg'son can spend a greater amount of time in combat, so his overall DPS throughout a level ends up being higher than that of the heroes who have to spend more time away. Therefore, Reg'son has the tankiness, high true damage, and versatility of other heroes earlier in the list all combined into one. But Reg'son's biggest weakness is crowd control. Eldritch Slash isn't the strongest ability, as it has a limit on the number of enemies that can be hit, and it only deals physical damage. But 75 to 225 physical damage per target is actually really good. With all 3 enemies hit, it amounts to having a DPS of 15 to 45. Also, since it has a 15-second cooldown, which is half of Eldritch Blade's cooldown, it can be used to tell when Eldritch Blade is charged. As always, it has the wrong description on iOS, as well as dealing even less damage than what the wrong information says. Thanks, iOS. Reg'son's hero spell, Vindicator, is a free insta-kill. As a hero spell, it can be aimed wherever the player wants without having to worry about microing Reg'son. But it can also be used on an enemy near Reg'son to guarantee that he gets some health thanks to Eldritch Heal. It deals 2000 damage to bosses, so with its 50-second cooldown, it has a DPS of 40, which is higher than Shin's hero spell, but worse than Bruce's. This is the only insta-kill in the game that works on Twilight Golems and Shadow Champions, and if it is used on mounted Avengers, they don't spawn an Avenger after death. Vindicator and to a lesser extent Eldritch Blade are both so powerful that it is tempting to not use them until a stronger enemy is available, but this can lower Reg'son's overall damage output. Therefore, if the player plans out a general idea of how they want to use the spell during specific waves, Reg'son's efficiency can skyrocket. Ultimately, Reg'son accomplishes the role of a glass cannon while also tanking better than most heroes in the series. He has so many hidden advantages, like being immune to the explosion damage of the Twilight Avengers blasting curse, and being able to insta-kill enemies that are supposed to be immune to that using him feels like cheating. Plus, Eldritch Blade is the best sound in the series.
Swords ready!
Any enemies that have to face him are going to get wrecked, son. I did a funny. Number 13. Barrisad.
Time is golden.
First of all, Barrisad's voice is really satisfying. I like hearing it every time I move him around.
Say it again, Dexter.
The heavens shall burn.
This is a good thing because moving him often can help get more out of some of his abilities, although not all of them. His innate skill, Avarice, makes enemies give an additional 2 gold when Barrisad lands the finishing blow on them. On screen, the name of the ability is Goldlust, and the description implies that enemies give gold just for dying near Barrisad. This is because the descriptions are misleading on mobile. However, Barrisad's innate only works on the enemies that Barrisad kills on all versions of the game. Unfortunately, this means that Barrisad doesn't give extra gold for enemies killed near him. The effect is actually very weak. Not only is this going to affect just a few enemies overall, but Barrisad only earns an extra 2 gold per enemy. Therefore, Barrisad shouldn't be micromanaged around the map like Captain Blackthorn merely for a little extra gold. Plus, his other traits are so powerful that just using him normally is already enough to help afford some slightly riskier strategies. This is the first of several skills that don't do too much for Barrisad. Another is Conflagration, which is essentially Ashbite's Blazing Breath all over again. It doesn't do that much damage and its area is so small that it can miss enemies on the same lane. It does close to nothing compared to Barrisad's better skills. For example, Fear the Dragon is pretty strong. It triggers whenever there are 2 or more enemies in range and it lasts long enough for enemies to travel a pretty significant distance down the path. With only a 20-second cooldown and a 7-second duration, it's already effective enough on one enemy, so as a group fear effect, its stalling power is something to behold. Its one problem is that Barrisad can only face one way while using it, which is towards the entrance, and the AoE can only face that way as well. Therefore, it can easily miss enemies behind or underneath Barrisad. However, Barrisad cannot use this ability when he's not on the path. Therefore, the player can keep him off the path to control when he uses it in order to avoid it getting wasted. Dragon Spawn summons a unit to block enemies for 20 seconds. But because it has a 45-second cooldown, it isn't even active for half of the time. That's why it isn't a reliable way to make up for the fact that, as a flying hero, Barrisad can't block enemies himself. He only has this blocker for a fraction of the time, and because of its 500 health, it can even die before those 20 seconds have passed. Still, when it is active, the extra help is useful, since it deals 42 to 63 physical damage on its own, and can hold an enemy in place while Barrisad or towers are charging their abilities. With the exception of Fear the Dragon, these skills are all worse than they should be for a hero this high on the list, but this is because they are all completely overshadowed by Barrisad's next abilities. Barrisad's insta-kill is Obliterate, so rather than worry about where he uses Conflagration or Dragon Spawn, it's far more useful to worry about where Barrisad uses this ability. Thankfully, Barrisad actually has good AI with this skill, aiming it at the stronger enemies when they're surrounded by other weaker enemies. It is still necessary to move him around to guarantee that he hits the best possible enemy, as Barrisad can still sometimes hit worse targets. Also, it takes 50 seconds to recharge, compared to the 45 seconds that it takes Asra to recharge her insta-kill. So, even though it isn't the strongest insta-kill in the game, having it at all is still really handy. But what makes it overshadow the other abilities in his arsenal is the fact that he uses it the last out of all of his skills, so he sometimes ends up wasting the rest of them trying to insta-kill an enemy. Also, the area damage it inflicts is so minor that it might as well not be there at all. So it's hardly better than just a normal insta-kill, though a normal insta-kill is still a very useful ability to have. But if there is one skill that is anything but insignificant, it would be Barrisad's hero spell. Using it causes every enemy on the screen to take 180 true damage over the course of 5 seconds. Enemies who are temporarily invincible will still take the full damage if they are vulnerable for any amount of time during these 5 seconds, because it inflicts every enemy with a burning affliction that deals this damage. However, because it is an affliction, enemies with the immunity tag can completely resist it. This means that frozen souls and ghosts will not be affected despite the fact that true damage would be especially useful against them. In fact, all of Barasad's skills are rendered useless against these enemies except for his insta-kill. Even his base attack deals physical damage, and although it is still higher damage than most other heroes, it suffers against armored enemies just like any other physical attack. It also makes it harder for Barasad to benefit from Avarice. Speaking of his stats, Barasad does boast 720 health, and as a flying hero he can't be hurt by melee attacks. However, ranged enemies are still able to kill Barasad while he is trying to execute all of his skills. Area damage also hurts him, and for some reason he isn't able to be protected by the invincibility shields in the Anurian stages. Otherwise, his movement speed is pretty slow, but he does have a slightly faster respawn time for a dragon. It's undeniable that a lot of minor weaknesses hold back Barasad from doing that much as a dragon. Because of the long cooldowns on his abilities, he will just fly around and shoot his basic attack for most of the time, but his good abilities really are that good. His hero spell eradicates the threat of swarm enemies like Draugr and anything that's flying. It also works very well in conjunction with Soul Impact, softening up enemies to be finished off by the impact, recharging the spell. The total damage that his hero spell provides over the course of a level can easily exceed anything else in the series. He also has high base attack damage, even if it is single target physical damage. Ultimately, Barasad is proof that not every ability needs to be good for the hero overall to be good. His weaker traits are made up for by having some skills that carry the game for you. With his insta-kill and massive global true damage, Barasad's power is truly golden. Number 12. Garlic. Wait, no, that can't be right. Garlic isn't better than Barasad. But do you know who is better than Barasad? Ulrich.
Blood and sand.
Yes, really. This boy. This lad. He is the ultimate melee hero. He has it all. He's nearly unkillable, has group stalling power, and some of the best DPS in the game. To begin, let's take a look at the handy dandy Kingdom Rush Frontiers hero abilities with focus damage DPS chart. This chart measures the damage per second of hero abilities that deal a set amount of damage, so no AoE abilities are here. Just skills that deal a focused amount of damage, like Flurry, which executes Ulrich's basic attack damage 6 times in a row. This skill has the highest average DPS of every ability in the game. Not only is this the highest average DPS, but it also only has a 6-second cooldown, which makes it the easiest skill to spam again and again on enemies. I already praised Silver Bullet for being a versatile skill at wiping out a single enemy or dealing high damage to one enemy. But Flurry takes this to the next level by recharging more than twice as fast and dealing similar damage, albeit only as physical damage. However, Ulrich does have the means to deal true damage thanks to spiked armor. 60% of the damage dealt to him is also dealt to the enemy as true damage. The best part about this ability is that it returns 60% of the full damage, rather than letting Ulrich's armor negate it first. So, if an enemy deals 100 damage to Ulrich, the enemy takes 60 damage, while Ulrich's 65% armor allows him to only receive 35 damage. With Ulrich's 560 health, he has an effective HP of 1600, so an enemy would have to deal 1600 damage to kill Ulrich, but thanks to spiked armor, they would take 60% of that damage while trying to kill him, or 960 true damage. Ulrich's base damage of 27 to 40 might not be as high as some of the other heroes, but with spiked armor dealing true damage at the same time, he can compete with the best of the best in terms of damage. When used against enemies with high DPS, like the Saurians or any big enemy, Ulrich is actually capable of single-handedly killing even a Bloodshell. But this isn't just because of his raw stats. Ulrich also has Sand Warriors, which is actually one of the best abilities in the entire series. So many summons in this game suffer from not being active 100% of the time, like Barasad's Golem, or from taking time to respawn, like Cronan's Boars. But Sand Warriors only takes 10 seconds to recharge, while the Sand Warriors themselves last just as long. This means that Ulrich keeps a constant supply of 3 allies with him. Not only do they have 100% uptime, but they also reset very quickly. Imagine if Sand Warriors lasted for 20 seconds, but they also took 20 seconds to recharge. They would still have 100% uptime theoretically, but if they were killed anytime during those 20 seconds, the player would be left without Sand Warriors until the cooldown finished. However, the actual cooldown is so short that Ulrich can refresh the Sand Warriors very soon after they die. Even enemies that easily kill units will be stalled a lot more by Ulrich's summons compared to any other summons in the series. Sand Warriors also allows Ulrich to remain unkillable. When he needs to retreat and heal, the Sand Warriors will protect him. Ulrich heals 74 health per second, which is a much better heal rate than most heroes in the game. So he can get back into the action in just a few seconds, rendering even the strongest of enemies unable to kill him, all while spiked armor punishes them for even trying by dealing true damage to them. And by stalling groups of enemies, Sand Warriors also makes it easier to hold down choke points and buy more time for strong attacks like Rain of Fire or the Shrine of Reg'nos. It should speak for itself when Ulrich is capable of feats like beating Storm Atoll on Veteran with only one tower built, or getting past Wave 70 in Endless mode. So say what you want about the other primary heroes in the game, but to me, Ulrich is the best first hero in the series. Number 11. Vez'nan.
All magic comes with a price.
I really wanted Vez'nan to be in the top 10, it would just be so satisfying, but like his AI, reality is disappointing. Hero AI has always been worse on iOS, but even on Steam, Vez'nan tends to get in his own way. His first two abilities have similar functions. Arcane Nova deals 64 to 120 magic damage to enemies caught in its AoE, while also causing the enemies hit by it to be slowed down by 50% for 2 seconds. The damage isn't very high, even though its 20-second cooldown makes it better than some other crowd control skills, but what really makes it stand out is the fact that it has a massive area of effect. So even when Vez'nan aims it at the furthest enemy in the front, it can hit a ton of enemies. So, when Vez'nan is microed to target the middle of a cluster of enemies, it can usually damage the entire group. But the slow effect can also be helpful. It reduces enemies to half their normal movement speed for 2 seconds. While the duration is pretty short, any extra negative effects on enemies helps. This makes it retain usefulness even against magic resistant enemies. The only time the slow effect isn't useful is when enemies aren't moving when they are hit by this attack, which is common when they are being clustered together so that they are all in range of the AoE. It's also common for Vez'nan to have enemies trapped in cages with his second ability, Arcane Shackles. This keeps up to 6 enemies from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, all while a total of 36 true damage is dealt to them. The reason that this skill overlaps with Arcane Nova is that there is no point in slowing enemies down if they are going to be completely stopped at the same time, or vice versa. However, these skills both have 20-second cooldowns, so Vez'nan will often use them together. Naturally, the solution to this problem should be to move Vez'nan away after using one skill so that he doesn't waste the next skill on the same enemies. With the fastest teleport in the game, that should be easy. However, on the definitive versions of the game, Vez'nan cannot be moved after he starts using one of his abilities.
Magic comes with a price.
Vez'nan is disobedient. Once he begins the animation for any skill, he will finish that animation and start executing the next abilities on his own, regardless of how much the player tries to move him. Only once he finishes using every skill that he has charged will Vez'nan finally move out of the way, but that's when it's already too late. Believe it or not, his abilities are interruptible on iOS. So, he can be moved just like I described earlier to avoid wasting his skills. This leads me to say something I never thought I'd get a chance to, but for once, a hero is actually better on iOS. That's right, I said it, Vez'nan is superior on iOS, which means that he gets the very high honor of not being able to rank in the top 10 because the definitive state of the game makes him worse. If this problem was ever solved, Vez'nan may even be worthy of the top 5 because his third skill, Soul Burn, has so much potential. This is an insta-kill with a 35-second cooldown that can either kill a group of enemies that add up to less than 750 total health, or any single enemy no matter its health as long as it isn't a Shadow Champion or Twilight Golem. This is far stronger when used to insta-kill a single enemy to get more damage out of it, as well as stop them from using dangerous abilities. But unlike other insta-kills, it can be used for crowd control as well. It can often badly miscalculate the best way to insta-kill groups of enemies, so I prefer to keep it strictly to insta-kills when the option is there. On the definitive versions of the game, Vez'nan aims it at the enemy with the highest health, but on iOS, he's worse with it. It is a double-edged sword whether using Steam or Android, where Vez'nan can't be moved to use the skill better, but also has better AI in general, is better than iOS, which has worse AI, but can be made even better because he can be controlled more. This is just my opinion, but a human is smarter than the AI in these games, which is why I still hold on to the belief that Vez'nan is better on iOS, albeit marginally. This skill has the same cooldown as Bravebark's insta-kill, and, like Branch Ball, Soulburn removes the effects that enemies usually cause when they die. Bravebark was ranked on the good end of the spectrum for having that insta-kill and pretty decent talents in a few other fields. But Vez'nan, with a pretty similar insta-kill, is ranked much better, even though his skills still have that huge problem with being interrupted. Even in terms of stats, Vez'nan's basic attack damage isn't the best for its speed. It deals 24 to 72 magic damage, but that makes it worse than Arivan's attack, which deals 19 to 57 true damage. Plus, as a ranged hero, he can get stuck shooting at the worst possible enemy and letting his abilities go to waste. However, Vez'nan is still far better because his set of pretty useful skills is complemented by an insane hero spell. Dark Pact has the longest cooldown in the series at 120 seconds. It summons a demon for 30 seconds with incredibly high stats to fight in the location that the spell was cast. This demon has 1,666 health, making it truly unkillable unless the enemies are that powerful. And even then, bosses take a while to kill it, and the usual forms of insta-kills that some enemies possess cannot be used on the demon. It also deals 80 to 130 true damage per attack. Over the course of 30 seconds, this can amount to 2,400 to 3,900 true damage. But this assumes that the demon is attacking in melee combat the entire time, which doesn't usually happen, but it can actually surpass this number using its ranged attack, which deals the same damage as area true damage. Due to the long cooldown and long duration, the player has to be very careful about using the spell so that it can actually reach this potential. But with planning and sometimes a little extra help, this demon can hold down a zone for an entire wave or two. It also stuns the enemies that it spawns on top of for 2 seconds, adding on to its blocking power. Overall, this thing is an absolute unit. Vez'nan has a very high skill ceiling. Even though it's sometimes just not possible to avoid him wasting his abilities on enemies, he still has the means to insta-kill, bypass armor, deal area damage, and stall enemies, both with his own skills and with his hero spell. Using him as well as possible even with his AI holding him back is still tremendously effective. It shows when levels like Tainted Pit can be beaten on Veteran easily with tons of gold left over because Vez'nan was able to carry so much of the weight on his own. So, despite some problems with microing him, Vez'nan still outperforms most heroes in Origins because his skills and demon provide so much raw power. He overshadows his own weakness by letting pure strength speak for itself. Vez'nan truly epitomizes the phrase, "Power is power." Number 10. Katha.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice!
What's better than the most evil hero in the entire series? The least evil hero in the entire series, of course. I imagine that iOS players discovering all of these disadvantages are about as happy as I was when I first learned how much better most things are on Steam and Android. And that's about to reach its summit with Katha's hero spell. Fairy Dust puts enemies to sleep for 6 seconds. It says 8 seconds on iOS, but this is nothing but lies.
Lies! They filled the earth by lies!
It lasts for 6 seconds on every version of the game, so in practice, the duration is identical. It also has a 25-second cooldown on all versions of the game. Bosses are affected for half as long as normal in every platform. So, what's the major difference on iOS? It's all in the AoE. On the definitive versions of the game, Katha's spell is so massive that it can reach multiple lanes at the same time. The difference from iOS is so severe that I had to take footage from the YouTuber MMLH with permission to showcase Katha's true power. With such a long duration for such a short cooldown, having this much range is insane. In fact, Katha can stall enemies so well that she performs better than heroes who can outright kill some enemies. This is because instead of just killing some enemies, Katha stalls all enemies using her hero spell, which amounts to a much more effective impact on gameplay. As insanely good as her hero spell is, Katha's other abilities are also pretty good. Fairy Soul heals up to 3 nearby allied units by 150 health each. This includes Katha herself, and only has a 14-second cooldown, which actually makes Katha pretty hard to kill. Her health is only 300, but her 45% armor makes her take less damage. With this healing ability, her durability is comparable to Prince Denas, because even though Prince Denas has more health and armor, Katha attacks safely from range and heals nearby units to provide meat shields for herself. Besides having a massive AoE stun, Katha can also stun individual enemies even more because her attack has a passive 20% chance to stun for 1.5 seconds. But what makes this so effective is the fact that Katha can spawn 4 pixies that have the same ranged attack as she does, including the 20% stun chance. So when a single enemy is in range, the army of pixies attacking it will keep it stunned nearly permanently. Also, both of Katha's stuns can bypass invincibility. The fact that heroes like Kutsao could barely keep the one enemy they were blocking stunned, while Katha can naturally do that while also using all of her other abilities to do so much more, speaks volumes for her power level. Katha's clones only display their melee damage when they are clicked on, but they do have the same attack damage as Katha. So, Katha actually deals pretty good physical damage overall. Unfortunately, these pixies do not have 100% uptime. They last for 10 seconds and take 18 seconds to recharge, so at minimum there is an 8-second gap between them. At worst, they die prematurely and don't get to contribute much. On the definitive versions of the game, Dark Blood does not transform these pixies into Shadow Spawn like it does on iOS. However, they still get transformed into Dierdres on all platforms. While they lack the 100% uptime that all Reg'son warriors have, I would argue that because of their range damage and stun chance, they are still more effective. Plus, Katha's stalling and support power overall is way more effective. Katha's only glaring weakness is a lack of high damage. Pixie Fury shoots 4 pixies that deal 18 to 50 damage each. It deals 72 to 200 damage total with only a 10-second cooldown, which may seem pretty good on paper, but it's like a weaker version of Faustus' basic attack. The damage per second may be pretty good, but in practice it can't actually kill anything. It also only deals magic damage, so it still doesn't make Katha reliable for killing enemies on her own. This isn't to say that Katha is weak because she lacks a reliable damage output. She is just less evenly balanced compared to a hero like Ulrich, who has a balance of stalling power and really high damage. So, how does Katha manage to surpass him and Vez'nan? Katha's dominant role is stalling and supporting, and she does it so well that it outclasses the sum total of what the heroes before her could do. Stalling is a universally effective role, so Katha really is useful all of the time. In fact, Katha is so useful that she can change the way you play the game. She stacks extremely well with Blade Singers when they have perfect parry upgraded, creating a nearly impenetrable wall of soldiers. This combo can override the need to actually strategize, because her stuns and healing do such a good job at supporting towers. Many difficult challenges like completing a level using only barracks become possible because of Katha's specific skill set. We are getting into the top 10 now, so power like this should be expected from heroes if they're going to rank this high. Also, Katha is the only hero in the series who has Jigou physics, so if she gives you weird wood, you probably need to shoot a fiery nut.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Number 9. Alleria Winter Song.
Winter is coming.
It seems like so long ago that I was criticizing ranged heroes for dealing too little damage to compensate for the fact that they attack from ranged. Alleria is the antithesis to this problem. It's easy for Alleria to reach level 10 in all platforms because she has an XP modifier on Steam and Android, and on iOS you can speed up her attack rate by moving her. So at level 10, she deals 34 to 101 magic damage with her attack. With a 1.8 second attack time, her DPS at level 10 comes out to be a respectable 18 to 56. Which is better than average already. But since these numbers stay above average at each hero level, she stays competitive with the other heroes in terms of DPS. But in Kingdom Rush 1, as Magnus already proved, magic attacks are especially useful for heroes. Alluria's base attack not only ignores armor, but also shatters 3 armor points with each attack. On the definitive versions of the game, she also has a 50% slow effect with each attack that lasts for 2 seconds. Slows are universally effective, so even against magic resistant enemies, Alleria has some means of countering them. But this slow effect is actually trumped by her 20% chance to completely freeze an enemy with each attack. This freeze effect also lasts for 2 seconds. So Alleria has one of the best basic attacks in the entire series, and the best overall in Kingdom Rush 1. But her achievements don't just stop there. Alleria also boasts the best crowd control in the game. Her first ability, Permafrost, slows enemies down by 80% for 2 seconds in an area that gets wider with each rank of the skill. Since Alleria has a good chance of making it to level 10, she has an even better chance of being able to use the skill at max power, since it reaches tier 3 at level 8. At that point, the area that this covers is huge, often taking up a significant portion of an entire path. While the 2-second duration may seem minor, the fact that it is an 80% slow over a large area and only has an 8-second cooldown is enough to justify it being one of the most potent crowd control skills in the series. Plus, the slow effect isn't even redundant with her base attack, since it slows so many enemies besides the one she is locked onto. When Alleria casts Permafrost, the ice always starts closest to her and spreads outwards. Therefore, whenever the enemy is closer to the exit than she is, the ice extends towards the exit. But when the enemy is closer to the entrance than Alleria is, the ice will extend towards the entrance instead. Thoughtful Micro can make this ability vastly more effective by taking advantage of these rules. The same rules also apply to Alloria's next ability, Ice Storm. This ability summons 3, 5, and then 8 icicles that hit the ground for 30 to 60 area magic damage each. Chances are that enemies will not take damage from every single icicle. However, what it lacks in single target burst damage, it makes up for in area damage and frequency. This skill only has a 10-second cooldown, so Alleria can practically spam solid area magic damage. The results speak for themselves when Alleria can almost single-handedly wipe out an entire cluster of enemies with just one Ice Storm. Alleria may not have the teleport that some other mages have, but she has the next highest speed. Plus, she is actually surprisingly tanky, with 450 health and 50% armor at max level, allowing her to withstand most enemy ranged attacks just fine. There aren't really any levels that Alleria can't do well in, even when the enemies have magic resistance. Her combination of group stalling and area damage makes her one of the best crowd control heroes in the series. It's no wonder that Alleria isn't the Winter Queen in Vengeance, because the Winter Queen is way too weak in comparison. Number 8. Phoenix. For most people, the thought of Phoenix's in-game combat abilities is often associated with having every enemy in a localized area incinerated to death constantly. As a flying hero, it's easy to associate a lot of power with whatever particular playstyle that hero has, which in Phoenix's case is area damage. However, while Phoenix is indeed extremely powerful, let's start with the assumption that this hero is all-powerful and break down those myths one by one in order to make it clear why Phoenix isn't even higher on this list. Phoenix's most iconic trait is the Immolate ability. The hero room just says that it deals 300 damage, but in practice, Phoenix dives into the ground, dealing one burst of damage, stays on the ground for 5 seconds burning enemies, and then rises from the ground dealing even more damage. So the hero room description is already up for interpretation. Luckily, I have the real data. For one, the initial landing deals 190 to 350 physical damage. You'd think it would deal true damage because of the fire, but no, it's physical damage. Still, this is already a high amount of damage, even if it is weak against heavily armored enemies. However, Phoenix does deal true damage during the 5 seconds that it takes to respawn. Enemies nearby take 10 true damage every quarter of a second while she is balled up during death. This actually only lasts long enough for a total of 180 true damage, which is a consequence of the supposedly 5-second respawn time being slightly shorter than that. The range for this fire is smaller than the range for the impact when Phoenix initially dives to the ground, so enemies have to stay within a smaller area in order to actually take this damage. The size of the initial impact is also the size of the impact made when Phoenix rises again. This deals 120 to 180 area true damage. In total, it deals 490 to 710 damage, part of which is physical damage, the rest is true damage. It's very powerful even for having a 45-second cooldown. However, this skill can be triggered more frequently than every 45 seconds by letting Phoenix's health reach 0. Phoenix automatically uses Immolate every time she dies. This creates the opportunity for Phoenix to execute this extremely powerful area attack more frequently if she is microed into danger. Ranged enemies are the easiest way to trigger this. Although once you start trying to get Phoenix killed, it may feel like ranged enemies are too uncommon and too weak in Origins. Area damage from enemies can be hard to take advantage of too, since the definitive version of the game doesn't allow Phoenix to take damage from most area attacks. But some attacks like Bandersnatch Spikes, Catapults, and Tainted Pit Meteors still work. Still though, it takes a lot of skill in order to use Immolate to its full efficiency. Phoenix is actually hard to get killed because of the scarcity of attacks that can hurt flying units. On top of this, enemies need to stay in range of Immolate's AoE for it to actually deal the damage it should. Keeping enemies in range using reinforcements or other troops goes a long way to make sure that they take a greater amount of the damage. It should also be noted that Phoenix's 5-second respawn time is a much smaller deal than it would be for a hero who wasn't flying. After all, Phoenix can take advantage of this by blocking enemies herself. She needs that support from other troops to hold enemies down. There is a major difference between this ability on iOS and other platforms, and that's the fact that on iOS, its cooldown resets whenever it is triggered. This means that if Phoenix dies and respawns, Immolation can't be used for another 45 seconds unless she dies again. Meanwhile, on the definitive platforms, dying has no effect on Immolation, so Phoenix can respawn and then use Immolation immediately afterwards if it is charged. So, once again, a hero is significantly stronger on platforms other than iOS. The final difference between iOS Phoenix and other versions of her is that her basic attack will be cancelled if her original target dies before she can shoot her projectile. Even if there are enemies really close to her target, she cannot retarget with the attack. Instead, it just does nothing. This makes Phoenix really frustrating on iOS because she can go for several seconds without attacking if her target is always dying. Thankfully though, she doesn't have this problem on Steam and Android. Phoenix's Ring of Fire skill helps provide an additional source of area damage by emitting 3 waves of fire from a tower for 6 seconds. Each wave deals 60 true damage in a circular area around the tower. Phoenix only activates it when more than one enemy is in proximity to a tower. In the definitive versions of the game, Phoenix prioritizes buffing the tower closest to the enemies. Even then though, it is common for the circular range to be somewhat wasted, especially because the range is a little small. Enemies at the edge of a path may be missed completely by these rings. And with a 30-second cooldown, this skill isn't the strongest area ability, but it does help add on to Phoenix's crowd control options. It certainly isn't a useless skill either. Look at the difference it makes when Phoenix has no towers to buff. Sometimes, the extra damage it provides is just enough to push a defense over the edge to be able to beat the waves of enemies. Phoenix's hero spell adds even more area damage to her arsenal. It deals 200 to 400 true area damage and only has an 18-second cooldown, making it an extremely versatile attack. This cooldown is so fast that it is even effective at killing single powerful enemies by spamming it against them. The eggs lay dormant for a brief moment after they are placed, then emerge from the ground when they are ready to explode. They can stay in the back of your defense to act as security measures, or turn into a massive damage trap for an enemy you're expecting to break through. However, most of the time this will lose the benefit of dealing area damage, since it will only hit the first enemy that steps into range. So I prefer to plant it in the middle of groups of enemies so that it deals damage before it has to turn into a security measure, but the fact that it can serve either purpose only makes it even stronger. It has a somewhat small area, so enemies at the edge of a lane may not be hurt by the explosion, but as long as the player can place it centered on the path and time it accurately, they shouldn't have problems dealing area damage with it. Phoenix's strong emphasis on crowd control is supplemented by her missile attacks, which are better suited for singular enemies. Blazing Offspring is an ability, so it guarantees missiles will spawn every 22 seconds, and they deal a decent amount of true damage, but admittedly, 45 to 80 is still a little low considering the fact that even all 4 missiles will have trouble killing a single enemy. But Phoenix's passive ability, Purification, will add even more single target damage by creating missiles that deal 35 true damage every time an enemy dies near Phoenix. This passive combined with Immolate makes up the majority of Phoenix's playstyle. Phoenix needs to be close enough to enemies to turn them into missiles for more damage, but not so close to them that she activates Immolate unintentionally. Anytime that 3 enemies or more are underneath Phoenix, she can dive, using up the skill and putting it on a 45-second cooldown. As much of a risk as keeping Phoenix that close to enemies poses, the constant 35 true damage that can hit any enemy on the map, and is so useful for catching leaking enemies and damaging strong single targets, is too good to pass up. That's why it can sometimes be useful to keep Phoenix on the move constantly, not allowing her to activate Immolate, but still keeping her near groups of enemies so that they can turn into missiles. All of these powers and tactics are certainly very strong. Being able to deal area true damage is theoretically the best thing any hero could do. However, Phoenix falls short of the top 5 heroes because she still lacks the all-encompassing power that later heroes have. Even with her missiles, high health enemies are still a threat because these missiles just aren't that strong. Her area damage, while it is better than any other hero's area damage in Origins, still doesn't reliably kill common enemies like Shadowspawn, Blood Gnolls, or even Twilight Harassers, because they can get out of range for part of the attack's duration and have enough health to survive the rest of the damage on harder difficulties unless Phoenix gets extra support. In practice, Phoenix just doesn't automatically solve all crowd control problems like one may think she does. But the heroes later on in this list come closer to outright solving problems than Phoenix does. Still, this is a hero that can deal lots of damage to lots of enemies. Her feats are still very impressive, and definitely worthy of being in the top 10. But if Phoenix wants to get in the top 5, she'll have to be born again. Number 7. Ignis.
Let's burn.
Ignis has a history in the Kingdom Rush community. On the Ironhide community Discord server, an unofficial design contest was run where a particular entrant mentioned Ignis and described him as chonky. Ever since then, Ignis has become a meme just known as Chonk. However, the Chonk is no joke in combat. Chonky actually has the 3rd highest base attack DPS in the game. But unlike the 2 heroes above him who deal physical damage with their base attacks, Chonkers deals true damage. So, against armored enemies, the Chonkinator is actually number 1. But this is just the beginning of how high the Chonkster's damage output can get. The Chonkulator's first ability is Surge of Flames. While fighting an enemy in melee combat, Chonkulus can dash to another enemy nearby, dealing area true damage once per frame. This is a bug, doubling the damage that it deals on Steam when playing at 60 frames per second. However, even with the bugged damage fixed, the damage of this ability is insane. The Chunkmeister General can wipe out multiple basic enemies far more effectively than even Allora. This ability has a 4-second cooldown too, giving Chunkitis the means to remove the threat that basic enemies pose. This is what sets Chunkification apart from even Phoenix. But the incredibly high damage is effective against tough enemies too. Chonky Poo literally blazes through tanky enemies, and with more efficiency than Gerald Lightseeker, who is already amazing at killing them. Surge of Flames can sometimes be much weaker if Chonkalicious dashes in a direction that doesn't hit that many enemies. So it's up to the player to put Chonk Nominal in positions where his dash can deal the most damage, usually straight lines. Like Cause, dashing to enemies can be a curse if the hero isn't microed well. But Chunkerific can even take down groups of Darkslayers on his own with the right micromanagement, so this is definitely not a problem once the player learns how to use him properly. Chunknificent also has Flaming Frenzy, which is a 25% chance on each melee attack to emit an area of effect, dealing true damage and healing Chunkaputic by 20% of his maximum health. This adds even more crowd control power to a hero who already deals so much area true damage while also giving him more durability. With 670 health at max level, enemies won't kill him easily, and as a bonus, burning afflictions from flare-ants and fire pits have no effect on him. Chunkadacious actually has the fastest respawn time in the game too, at only 12 seconds, which is just an extra safety net in case he dies, but there's little reason for that to happen anyways. As a testament to its power, Flaming Frenzy can keep Chonkulus at full health even while Rothshrooms are constantly poisoning him. And even if this fails, Kingdom Rush 1 heroes are able to fully heal in 4 seconds while idle. And on top of all of this, Chonkalunka Ding Dong levels up faster than any other hero in the game, so he can fully heal very often during the early parts of a level. This also means that he can operate at greater efficiency sooner in the game because of the fact that his skills are at a higher level earlier, which only adds on to his damage output in any stage. Supercalifragilistic Expachonkadocious is the strongest hero in Kingdom Rush 1. He makes hundreds of challenges possible because other heroes can't do the same. That's why Pneumano Ultramicroscopic Silicovochonkaconiosis is the 7th strongest hero in the series, and is the first hero on this list who is capable of wiping out an entire threat on his own. Just remember to never underestimate the Chonk. Number 6. Bruxa.
The payment is fair.
Yes, that's right. The 6th strongest hero in the series is actually the free hero Bruxa. There's something about the purple-themed heroes in this series being very strong. Maybe it's to make up for Mirage's shortcomings. But what makes Bruxa so strong? To begin, not only does she have the best DPS in all of Frontiers, but her DPS even rivals that of 2 Archmage towers. The reason for this is that her upgrades in the hero room are focused on passives, giving her overall stats immense power. Her playstyle is centered around her flying skulls. With full upgrades, Bruxa has 5 skulls that float around her, dealing 10 magic damage per shot. They take 1 second to attack, giving a flat 50 magic damage per second. Adding this on to Bruxa's base attack, which deals 17 to 52 magic damage every 1.5 seconds, she has an approximate DPS of 61 to 85. Not only is this DPS extremely high already, but the fact that it is all constant damage is even better. For comparison, Ulrich was praised for Flurry having more damage per second than any other hero skill in Frontiers and a very short cooldown of 6 seconds. But Bruxa outclasses even this feat by dealing her damage even more rapidly and having much higher average DPS. She is both more flexible and outright stronger than the hero who was already more flexible and more powerful than most of the heroes on this list. What's even better is the fact that this isn't the limit of Bruxa's damage output. After a skull fires 7 shots, it will fly at an enemy dealing 54 physical damage. So if Bruxa is constantly in battle, her skulls would deplete after 7 seconds, dealing a little under 8 additional damage per second for a total of almost 40 more DPS. This puts her approximate DPS at a whopping 101 to 125. The other Frontiers heroes don't hold a candle to this. What's even better is that the physical damage of these skulls means that Bruxa will be damaging even enemies with magic resistance. So unlike Nivus, she isn't nullified by a singular resistance, but she also pierces physical resistance whenever armored enemies appear with their magic damage. Her skull sacrifices deal magic damage on iOS, but the definitive Bruxa is perfectly versatile. With damage this good, there has to be a catch, right? The truth is that each skull can only be active if an enemy dies near Bruxa. If she already has all 5 skulls filled, enemies dying near her won't be stored for later either. So she only has this DPS if there's a constant stream of enemies coming in for her to kill. However, this is the same condition that every hero needs for their damage to be that high too. For comparison's sake, Ulrich's calculated DPS is higher than it is in practice because Flurry won't really get used every 6 seconds, but it is calculated this way because it comes close to that amount. The same is true for all other heroes, but what makes Bruxa stand out is that she can easily get close to her fullest potential thanks to the perfect way her playstyle works. Flying skulls attack independently, which means that Bruxa doesn't have to be standing still to shoot. Her basic attack still follows this rule, but the skulls do not. Therefore, Bruxa can attack on the move. This is ridiculously good, because unlike any other hero who has to take a break from their attacks to relocate, Bruxa is still dealing the majority of her damage while moving. She actually gets closer to her max DPS than any other hero on this list because of that. On top of this, by staying on the move, Bruxa also cannot be attacked by enemies. This keeps her alive more easily than other heroes, so she can get near otherwise fatal enemies like Saurian Death Coils to do damage to them, which no other hero can safely do. But Bruxa also has another passive, Dread Aura. Every enemy near her is slowed by 30% and takes 1 true damage per second. As a passive aura, Bruxa has no limit to the amount of enemies she can debuff with this. Being near her is the only condition, so it also works while she's on the move. This means that she can keep enemies in her range for longer so that they take even more damage. It also makes her even more universally useful, since there is no resistance against speed reduction like there is for magic or physical damage. Finally, Bruxa has one ability, Voodoo Doll. This deals 120 true damage to up to 5 enemies that are of the same enemy type as her primary target. On iOS, it is incorrectly listed as 6 enemies, but still only targets 5. This means that she can deal up to 600 true damage with a cooldown of 20 seconds, or a DPS of 30 true damage. This puts Bruxa's total DPS at 131 to 155. What else is there for me to say? Bruxa's damage is insane. Even if she can't tank a single enemy like Aura can, she more than makes up for it by having damage this high in relation to every other hero in Frontiers. Plus, Dread Aura provides stalling for an unlimited number of enemies constantly, which is sometimes even more useful than Auric's tanking or Katha's stalling. There's no doubt in my mind that Bruxa is not only the best free hero, but also just one of the strongest heroes in the entire series. If you disagree, you have to be high. Number 5. Durax.
I'm the one who knocks.
To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to use Durax. His playstyle is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of hero micro, most of his strengths will go over a typical player's head. There's also Durax's glass-like appearance, which is deftly woven into his playstyle. His combat philosophy draws heavily from glass cannons. The fans understand this stuff. They have the intellectual capacity to truly appreciate the depths of his playstyle, to realize he's not just any hero. He's a full-on army. As a consequence, the people who dislike Durax truly are idiots. Of course they wouldn't appreciate, for instance, the layers in his existential catchphrase, "I am the one who knocks," which itself is a cryptic reference to Vince Gilligan's epic, Breaking Bad. I'm smirking right now just imagining one of those addle-pated simpletons scratching their heads in confusion as Ironhide Game Studios' genius unfolds on the screen. What fools. How I pity them.
But seriously, Durex is the most underrated hero in the series, and for understandable reasons. Like Kaz, if you don't use him right, your hero and strategy can fall apart. This is because Durex's stats and abilities on their own aren't very good. With only 460 health and no armor, Durex can die more easily than most heroes. In fact, since he doesn't have a ranged attack, he has to go into danger to use his melee attack, which is only 17 to 25 physical damage. He at least has a pretty good heal rate of 38 health per second, so he can resume fighting again pretty soon, but it's undeniable that he is weak on his own. That's why he has Crystallites, which spawns a clone of himself that lasts for 75 seconds. It has a cooldown of 50 seconds, which means that 2 clones can be active for half of the time in 25-second intervals. With the exception of Crystallites, these clones have the same stats and abilities as Durex himself. Most heroes have damage in the 20s and 30s, but Durex has at least 34 to 50 total melee damage, and at most 51 to 75 damage. Admittedly, each individual Durex is still rather fragile, and since they're separate entities, each one will take damage from its own enemy in melee combat, so they end up taking more damage than a single hero would. However, this also means that Durex can block 2 to 3 enemies on his own. With the right micromanagement to allow the clones to heal, Durex can provide effective group stalling power, which is something that even really good tanks can't do. And against fewer enemies, Durex is practically invincible as well, as each clone can take turns fighting the same enemy while the rest watch and heal. But his stalling power pales in comparison to his damage output. All of his abilities deal true damage, which is pretty good already, but the actual damage per second they deal is insane. Starting with his weakest skill, Shard Lance is a ranged attack that deals 180 true damage. Because of its long range, Durex is more likely to throw it on a worse target. You can attempt to circumvent this by isolating him to only have good targets in range, but that doesn't help the fact that it has a 26-second cooldown, which gives it a DPS of a little under 7. Armblade is Durex's melee skill, also dealing 180 true damage. It has a long windup to provide a chance to move Durex to a better target if necessary. This has a 22-second cooldown, giving it a DPS of slightly more than 8. As true damage, these numbers are a little more valuable than they would be if they were just dealing physical damage, so they can be forgiven to an extent. Finally, Lethal Prism transforms Durex into a prism that can't be moved but also can't take damage, shooting out lightning that deals 35 to 55 true damage each. The description in the hero room says that it shoots 4 blasts, but in all versions of the game it fires 5 times as long as enemies stay in range, so the total damage is 175 to 275 true damage. This also has a 22-second cooldown, so its DPS is 8 to 12.5. In total, a Durex has 23 to 27.5 true damage with its abilities. This is already higher than the 22.5 true damage per second that Lyn deals with her abilities, which can turn into 30 true damage per second with her curses factored in. But when Durex has Crystallites factored in, his DPS surpasses that by turning into a whopping 46 to 55 true damage per second with just one clone. This is already more than enough to compete with the best of the best heroes in the game, but with 2 clones it becomes 69 haha to 82.5 true damage per second, with just abilities. And Sapphire Fangs, his hero spell, can be used to deal 1200 true damage across as many or as few enemies as you can fit into the AoE. It distributes the damage equally, so more targets means less damage per enemy, but the total is always 1200 excluding overkill. So it can be used to clear hordes of enemies or to practically insta-kill fewer but stronger enemies. I prefer to aim it at a single enemy, especially when they are afflicted by Hunter's Mark, turning it into a near insta-kill. Sometimes you have to wait for enemies to get out of the way so that it can be more effective. Plus, with a 45-second cooldown, it doesn't have the best DPS compared to Shin's hero spell, but it functions a lot better and Durex himself definitely carries the whole package way better. Factor in the damage and stalling power that their base stats provide, and it becomes evident that Durex with his Crystallites is incredibly powerful. But as always, the numbers don't speak for everything. It's a hero's feats in-game that show how useful they are, and Durex's feats are truly marvelous. I've mentioned before that iOS makes speedruns of Duradel Outskirts on Veteran almost impossible without losing lives, unless you use Durex or the next heroes on the list. In fact, on Steam and Android he is even better, because his clones spawn with their abilities already charged, dealing even more damage over their lifespan. but even his weaker self is strong enough to carry in so many challenges. In regular gameplay, using him well is so effective that it feels like you're bullying the enemies. What other hero can wipe out a group of not just any enemies, but strong enemies without any help from towers like Durax does? However, he is extremely hard to use well. It's very likely that he or his clones will end up dying prematurely during a level. His main weakness is losing control of the situation and letting enemies run rampant through your defense. This is more severe when trying to pull off challenges that actually require the hero to do more work. However, the same problem will happen to other heroes in such hard challenges. The difference is that you could restart with those heroes again and again and still not make much of a difference because their skill ceiling is still lower. But after enough attempts of Durax, he ends up being one of the only heroes who can pull off whatever is needed. I actually think that Durax is intentionally made stronger to make up for the fact that he and his clones can die so easily. Therefore, using him to his true potential results in an extremely versatile, powerful hero. His insanely fast movement speed allows him to control the map, and every time he moves, it cures any damage over time effects, at least on iOS. But I still prefer the Steam version of Durax, because the fact that his clones spawn with their abilities already charged adds a huge amount of damage output. Still, Durax is able to work in a number of ways. You can distribute his clones to different parts of the map to support every choke point in mind, or focus them in one location to deal a massive amount of damage there. Either way, the damage will exceed that of nearly any other hero in Origins. There are so many ways to make Durax useful that are all highly effective thanks to his insane true damage and group blocking power that Durax absolutely deserves to rank in the top 5. Players who have had less success with Durax may be split on this decision, but give him a chance and his placement on the list might not be so divisive. He's the best ground hero and has the best voice.
Say crystal again. Your doom is crystal clear.
Number 4. Wilbur.
You can be my wingman anytime!
It's no secret that Wilbur is incredibly powerful, but the extent of this power may be surprising. There isn't anything flashy about Wilbur. Most of the time, he just shoots with his basic attack. But this basic attack is by far the best thing he has. Dealing 63 to 96 true damage per attack is no joke. And unlike the other heroes in this game with the high attack damage, Wilbur actually has a very fast attack speed. It only takes him 0.8 seconds between attacks, granting him a DPS of 79 to 120 true damage. Keep in mind that Lin's Hex Fury, buffed by curses, has a DPS of 30 true damage, and that ability already outclasses the DPS of many other heroes. Yet Wilbur, with just his basic attack, deals way more damage. Plus, as his basic attack, he can fire it back to back, giving him the most flexibility with this attack possible. As a result, Wilbur can just attack and attack without much DPS loss. Any overkill with one attack will just be made up for in 0.8 seconds when he attacks again. This is why Wilbur's DPS, on top of being higher than any other heroes in Origins besides Durax, is also the most likely to achieve its fullest potential. This is why Wilbur is able to rank better than Durax despite lacking the same stalling power that Durax has. Durax's insane damage output is generally relegated to just burst damage, while Wilbur produces a constant output of high true damage. But how is this high single target true damage better than Phoenix's crowd control? Unfortunately, even when facing groups of enemies, Phoenix's area damage isn't enough to reliably kill them on higher difficulties. However, Wilbur does so much damage that even though he's picking off enemies one at a time, he does it so fast that he can reliably kill them all, or at least, he can kill a higher number of enemies. This is a byproduct of the fact that Wilbur isn't restricted to needing enemies grouped together to achieve a high damage output. However, if Wilbur needs to deal some area damage, he has two abilities with crowd control. The first is Mad missiles. How could I confuse the two? Wilbur shoots two missiles that deal 84 to 120 explosive damage. Explosive damage ignores half of an enemy's armor rating, so it is like true damage, but slightly worse against armor. Missiles sometimes redirect to new targets if the original one dies, but not if they're already too close to their original destination. With a 25-second cooldown, this is actually somewhat of a weak ability, relatively speaking. For the heroes on lower spots on this list, it would be a perfectly good ability, but this isn't up to par with the quality of heroes this high on the list. The bombs spawned by Boombox MK are not as weak, dealing 110 to 155 explosive damage 3 times over. Wilbur launches a box on the ground that spawns these 3 bombs, walking down the path and exploding on the first enemy they meet. Like Razz and Rags' ability, Kamahair, Wilbur can spawn it as far back on the path as possible as long as an enemy is somewhere on this lane. This means that as soon as its 22-second cooldown is complete, Wilbur can use the ability without having to take the time to move into range of an enemy. This is helpful in saving DPS loss, though it is sometimes better to wait to aim it anyways. This is because the bombs can only hit enemies in specific sublanes. They can walk past enemies if they are on a separate sublane. Therefore, aiming to avoid missing damage is often worthwhile. One useful trick with Wilbur is to keep him off of the path until the ability is worth using. He cannot use it until he is on a path. Another useful trick for microing Wilbur is to position him in such a way that he drops the box directly on an enemy. By doing this, all 3 bombs explode on the same target, dealing max damage to that one enemy and potentially hitting other enemies stacked together. However, this can also backfire when Wilbur drops the box on an enemy with low HP, overkilling it with all 3 bombs, or just missing the target completely. Skillful timing can also help the bombs line up with more enemies to make use out of the very small AoE. This adds a lot to Wilbur's skill ceiling. Keep in mind that the DPS of this ability is definitely good relative to other abilities, but it doesn't compare to Wilbur's base attack. The majority of his playstyle is just shooting. Wilbur? More like Wilbur. This joke only works visually. Don't try it on your friends. Wilbur's other ability, Smoke Spitter TX201, creates a smoke cloud directly underneath him that lasts for 5 seconds and slows enemies by 60%. The slow effect is potent, and with a 16-second cooldown, it outclasses Ashbite's Fiery Mist in every way. It has a somewhat slow startup animation, so if you're playing casually, it can actually be better to leave this unupgraded. This is because Wilbur's basic attack really is so useful that giving him the chance for about 3 more shots in the time it takes to use this skill is debatably stronger. Wilbur also has a stat passive, Dwarf's Engine, that improves his speed by 60%. This ability is enough to make Wilbur's speed passable, when otherwise it would be really bad. Wilbur is still somewhat slow, especially compared to Faustus, but thanks to being a flying hero at all, Wilbur is able to bypass the obstacles that many other heroes have to face. So, he can take shortcuts around a level that help his mobility to still stay ahead of fast ground heroes, even if slightly. Wilbur's hero spell, Pew Pew Drones, summons 4 drones that deal 256 true damage each, or 1024 total. It has a 40-second cooldown, though it really feels shorter with how early you can call waves with Wilbur on your side. The drones will attach to an enemy in range, and follow them to keep shooting. If one drone is already active on an enemy, other drones can stay attached to it too, as long as other enemies don't get into range. Otherwise, they will latch on to the other enemies. I prefer to keep these drones attached to a single enemy because it works best when stacked with Hunter's Mark. Reinforcements are handy for keeping other enemies out of range of the drones. But if the drones do not have any enemies in their range, they can seek out any other enemy on the map to go attack them. This actually makes it viable to use the hero spell more freely than other hero spells, as it will take care of dealing damage all on its own. In this regard, Wilbur's hero spell is the perfect complement to his playstyle, high single target true damage that can be delivered as recklessly as you want. In non-challenge situations, Wilbur can afford to aim at whatever he wants, even if it isn't the most efficient target. He'll kill it and the better target so quickly that players don't even have to care that much. But when it comes to challenges, smart usage of Wilbur can perform feats that no other hero in the game can. Minimum tower challenges and speedrun records can be set with Wilbur and only Wilbur. Of course, like all heroes on this list, being ranked better than other heroes doesn't mean that Wilbur is better in every way. He doesn't have the crowd control capabilities that Phoenix possesses, nor does he have the stalling power and flexibility that Durex has. But he makes up for it with having so much more raw damage output, and these in-game feats are proof of that. It's crazy that there are still 3 more heroes ranked even better than Wilbur, but as the strongest Origins hero, Wilbur will never go out of style. Number 3. Merglun.
I'm Lord of the Flame.
Many heroes ranking very high on the list have had absurdly high damage, and Merglun is no exception. Other Vengeance heroes like Jack or Barasat have ranked highly for outclassing their competition in damage output. Now, consider the fact that Merglun manages to outclass even those heroes. This is because her base attack, which already deals 59 to 110 physical damage every 2 seconds, also creates an AoE on the ground, dealing 30 true damage per second for 6 seconds. Her attack speed means that 3 of these pools can be active at the same time. While it is not feasible to calculate the real damage that this adds, the fact that her base damage is extremely high, coupled with the ability to leave area true damage in multiple spots, is already evidence that her damage output is insanely high. The best part is that this isn't the limit of her damage either. Lava Blood is an innate that rains down projectiles dealing 23 area true damage each. The projectiles fall directly below her, allowing Merlin to fly over enemies and damage them while her regular attacks damage other enemies. And unlike ranged attacks, which are aimed by the AI instead of the player, Lava Blood can be aimed just by positioning Merlin above her targets. This makes it more effective as a way of killing a particular enemy that you want killed, and since it deals true damage, it can kill anything. Also, despite my criticism of skills and heroes that use RNG, Merlin has a hidden RNG effect that I don't count against her at all. When you start a level, Merlin's Lava Blood skill will have a drop rate between 0.6 and 0.3 seconds, and it will stay at that rate for the entire level. Every time you start a new level, the drop rate will randomly choose from something in between those numbers. Since the drops deal damage, the fastest speed is always the best. Therefore, you should restart a level again and again until the drop rate is as close as possible to 0.3. Because there is no downside to restarting, the speed should always be very fast if you care to increase it. Therefore, Merlin technically deals almost 80 true area DPS on top of her already powerful regular attacks. Of course, this is a lot stronger on paper than in practice. Enemies will not always be taking this amount of damage, even though it will be more common than other forms of damage by nature of being part of her passive traits instead of an active ability. But these AoEs are pretty small, so it's hard to treat them as a real area attack instead of just a targeted attack. Either way, the damage is so massive that it still carries Merlin to being one of the best heroes. She also has the passive ability Tar Maker, which increases the damage of all towers near Merlin by 20%. This ability cannot be understated. Buffing multiple towers for as long as Merlin is near them adds up to an insane amount of damage over time. This plus her previously mentioned abilities are already enough for Merlin to carry the player to victory during normal gameplay. But when the player wants to do challenges, Merlin has even more abilities to equal the strength of several towers. For one, Geyser is Merlin's insta-kill. In Asra's case, her 45-second cooldown insta-kill was her main power, and it helped her rank well on the list, but not nearly as high as Merlin, because insta-kills just aren't that strong on their own in Vengeance. However, Merlin is so strong with her passive abilities plus Infernal Heat that she can deal with many low HP enemies on her own, allowing the player to not have to get towers to do this. So with Geyser and her hero spell Eruption, which is an area insta-kill on a 72-second cooldown, Merlin has the means to take care of high HP enemies all on her own as well. This is why Merlin's insta-kill means more than that of the other heroes on this list. And since Merlin carries the weight for all categories of enemies, players can beat levels with the minimum amount of towers built. If this isn't the best indicator that she is one of the greatest heroes in the series, I'm going to get heated.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Number 2. Boneheart.
Never laugh at undead dragons.
Even if Boneheart isn't number 1 on this list, he is definitely my favorite flying hero to use. For one, his voice is awesome. Just listen to this.
Never laugh at undead dragons. The plague has arrived. Have a bone to pick. Incurable.
The second reason is that his playstyle is so satisfying to use effectively. The centerpiece of this playstyle is his passive ability, Unstable Disease. First, all of Boneheart's attacks and abilities will infect enemies for 3 seconds, making them take 6 true damage per second, or 18 true damage total. This helps strengthen his basic attack, which deals 20 to 59 area true damage in a very small AoE. Boneheart's damage output is not bad. However, the AoE is not going to hit multiple enemies unless they are practically stacked on top of each other. He also has a rather short attack range, often needing to be inched closer to enemies in order to start attacking them. Also, it takes 3 seconds for all Dragons and Frontiers to attack on iOS, but on the definitive platforms, they only take 1.8 seconds between basic attacks. With this faster cooldown, Boneheart's single target DPS is decent since it is true damage, but he's not going to be killing enemies that effectively with it. Besides, at this point on the list, heroes are expected to be exceptional. Luckily, Unstable Disease has a second effect. This passive makes it so that every enemy that dies while infected by Boneheart will explode, dealing 90 area true damage. And this explosion AoE is much better than Boneheart's basic attack AoE. Since all damage sources from Boneheart can afflict enemies with the infection, explosions from the infection itself can spread the effect to other enemies. And if that happens, that means that the enemy just took 90 true damage, making it all the more likely for that enemy to die and explode as well. Unstable Disease is insane. Pay attention to the left side of the level to see how just a single attack from Boneheart can lead to a chain reaction of repeated area true damage. It can realistically total to over 1,000 true damage dealt, all while Boneheart is off dealing even more damage elsewhere. Keep in mind that, as a passive, there is no cooldown to infecting enemies or triggering explosions, meaning that there is a constant potential for massive area true damage when using Boneheart. Unstable Disease alone would already make Boneheart rank among the excellent heroes, but his active skills elevate him even higher than that. Starting with Spine Rain, Boneheart calls down a myriad of spikes that deal 20 to 40 true damage each. The damage they deal is rather inconsequential, at least compared to the damage that everything else does this high on the list. But the main purpose of this ability is not to deal damage directly. It's to spread Boneheart's infection to a larger group of enemies than his basic attack would, increasing the damage output of Unstable Disease. Spine Rain has a 15-second cooldown, and while that is relatively slow considering how fast the cooldowns have been for the heroes ranked this high on the list, it is still potentially very high area true damage. When Unstable Disease is factored in, Spine Rain can surpass the destructive power of most area attacks in Frontiers all on its own. But this is still nothing compared to his next ability, Plague Carrier. Boneheart sends a green wave down the path that infects enemies and deals true damage. The hero room says that it deals 100 true damage, but if Boneheart is positioned a little in front of enemies, the Plague Carriers will touch them for a longer time, dealing even more damage than that. For an ability that covers so much range, this is a ton of damage. Cronan's Stampede looks pathetic in comparison, but once again, Unstable Disease makes this ability several times stronger. By covering an entire path of enemies, any single one of them exploding will have the potential to cause a chain reaction that kills everyone. The Unstable Disease explosion AoE is definitely good, but it's nowhere near as large as Plague Carrier's AoE. An explosion from one enemy in the path of Plague Carrier might not necessarily kill all of them if the enemies are sufficiently spaced apart. But when the enemies are close enough together, this skill can deal so many hundreds of area true damage. Skills like Barisad's Hero Spell or Morglan's Hero Spell may deal more damage in a single use, but those abilities have long cooldowns. Plague Carrier only has an 18-second cooldown, yet it has the power to clear an entire path of enemies. Therefore, over the course of an entire level, the damage dealt by Plague Carrier can compete with, if not exceed, the damage dealt by the other abilities that are considered the strongest single attacks in the series. One final benefit to Plague Carrier is that the damage dealt by the wave is gradual. This means that weak enemies will take damage without instantly dying, allowing them to get infected and trigger the explosion themselves. This is because Boneheart has a bit of a problem when it comes to dealing finishing blows. If the attack he lands is strong enough to kill an enemy, they will not trigger the Unstable Disease explosion unless the enemy was already infected from a previous attack. So, the small incremental damage of Plague Carrier makes it as easy as possible to infect enemies before outright killing them, triggering explosions as easily as possible. This problem of killing enemies too soon is the most apparent in Boneheart's last damage dealing ability, Disease Nova. When an enemy is close to being underneath Boneheart, he will slam down into the ground for 150 area true damage. If enemies aren't infected yet, and have 150 health or less, they will die to the attack without triggering an Unstable Disease explosion. But this potential problem should not take away from how incredibly strong Disease Nova is. After all, it's the best example of overkill precisely because of how much damage it does at once. 150 area true damage is perfect for killing groups of infected enemies, executing some of the most satisfying explosions that Boneheart can create. Disease Nova has a 20-second cooldown, which isn't that slow for how powerful it is, but it also means that it isn't something to be wasted. While it has a shorter activation range than Boneheart's basic attack, it isn't that much shorter, which means that Boneheart can sometimes waste the skill while just trying to reach enemies with his regular attack. On the bright side, the explosion AoE is larger than the activation range, so even if Boneheart uses Disease Nova early, it might still reach more enemies. On iOS, he can use the ability with only one enemy in range, while on Steam, he needs at least 3 enemies in the activation zone before triggering it. However, I actually think the iOS version does this better. I will admit that microing Boneheart on iOS is very difficult. It's easier to waste Disease Nova when the player isn't paying attention. and his 3-second attack speed doesn't help things either. But difficult micro hasn't stopped other heroes from being ranked highly on the list. It just has to be plausible for a hero to be microed well enough to do a good job, and Boneheart's micro is all about precision. For instance, he sometimes can't reach enemies on the furthest sublane without activating Disease Nova on the enemies in the closest sublane because of his short range. So the player needs to be precise in utilizing Boneheart's range in a way that won't waste his abilities. He may have to move to alternating sides of a sublane if necessary. Additionally, Disease Nova has the last priority out of all of his skills. Moving him to a good spot for Disease Nova might mean that he is in a bad spot for another skill, like Plague Carrier. But since he will use the other skill first, it can miss out on more potential damage, so timing is just as important as positioning. This is just part of Boneheart's skill ceiling. Using his playstyle efficiently can be done, and when it is, Boneheart becomes the master of area damage. That's why I believe having one target minimum to use Disease Nova is fine. Any handheld aspect of Boneheart's playstyle just limits his options. It's better for him to be able to use his skills when there's one enemy left, so that he can deal more damage to it even without help from Unstable Disease. Singling out enemies might seem like a bad idea overall for this reason, but Boneheart is actually very good against tanky enemies. A major reason for this is his last ability, Bone Golem. Boneheart can summon a Bone Golem every 15 seconds, which lasts for 40 seconds. This means he can have 2 to 3 on the battlefield at all times. Their stats are nothing too significant, just 160 HP and 6 to 10 physical damage. Like Boneheart himself, they are immune to poison and the Phantom Warrior's aura. The Bone Golems are meant for stalling enemies, not being killing machines themselves. But just stalling enemies is an incredibly useful trait for Boneheart. Many flying heroes lack reliable blocking power, so they often have to rely on reinforcements and other units to do the job, or use less effective means like temporary slows. While these Bone Golems are not as fast to recharge as Ulrich's Sand Warriors, they make up for it in 2 ways. First, they can be planted in a location which they guard for 40 seconds, allowing for strategic planning if necessary. Knowing that enemies will be arriving in a location means that you can prepare ahead of time by spawning Bone Golems there. Second, and more importantly, the nature of Boneheart's abilities rewards stalling power by a lot. By combining Bone Golems with reinforcements, multiple enemies can be grouped up, forcing every single one of them to take damage from each other's Unstable Disease explosions. This stacked damage will add up to the hundreds, all of it being true damage. And if a single, powerful enemy is blocked along with the other smaller enemies, Unstable Disease can devastate that enemy, allowing Boneheart to kill it as easily as a hero who isn't focused on pure crowd control. The enemies don't even need to be blocked as long as they are clustered together and at least one of them can be killed. The chain reaction of explosions can deal enough damage to outclass heroes that are dedicated to having high burst damage. As a result, Boneheart can kill tanky enemies without sacrificing crowd control, making him significantly better than heroes like Phoenix, Wilbur, and even Merglin, who just have to choose one or the other to specialize in. Boneheart is the hero who can push the boundaries better than pretty much every other hero in the series. Of course, in certain challenges, it can be more useful to have a hero with an insta-kill, or a hero who specializes in stalling power, but in the vast majority of situations, Boneheart is the best. Heroes never had to be the best at everything in order to rank very high on this list. As long as they were useful in some way, the magnitude of that usefulness got them a better placement. However, Boneheart is so good that he actually comes close to being the best at everything. That's what it takes to be the second strongest hero in the Kingdom Rush series. Number 1. Ice Cult.
Revenge is best served cold.
Ice Cult has everything. Out of every hero in the series, Ice Cult is the closest to reaching perfection. On top of this, in every category, he excels so well that he could be considered the best at everything he does. First, he has some of the best crowd control in the series. A big part of this is thanks to Ice Cult's first ability, which is called Frost Blast, except on iOS, where it is called Fierce Breath. Each upgrade of this passive gives Ice Cult's basic attack a larger area of effect. This is a massively useful trait. Recall how powerful Jack's explosive head was, dealing high area damage that ignored 50% of armor with only a 4-second cooldown. It was so strong that for the most part, it carried Jack to a great spot on the list. Ice Cult's attack also deals high area damage, but instead of ignoring 50% of armor like Explosive Head, Ice Cult's attack deals pure true damage. On top of that, it only takes 2 seconds between attacks instead of 4. Ice Skull deals 66 to 98 true damage, allowing him to wipe out scores of enemies in no time at all. He can even kill heavily resistant enemies like Frozen Souls with ease, and because his basic attack doesn't have the cooldown time that abilities have, he can kill enemies back to back endlessly. Avalanche, or Frosty on iOS, increases his area damage output even more. Ice Skull throws a ball that slowly travels up the path, dealing 24 physical damage every quarter of a second. The ball shatters after 5 seconds. Like Boneheart's Play Carrier ability, it covers a massive area, damaging a significant portion of an entire path. Coincidentally, it also has an 18-second cooldown. The ball can only travel towards the entrance, so unlike Play Carrier, Ice Skull won't send it towards the exit to chase after an enemy that gets past him. This limits the need to reposition Ice Skull for better ability usage, making it easier to use this skill the moment it is ready. He needs 2 enemies to be on the path at the same time to activate it, so the requirements are not so picky that it rarely gets used. Like Barasad's Fear the Dragon ability, he has to be over the path to use it, so it can be preserved until more opportune moments arise to use it. Avalanche does have the downside of doing pure physical damage, but since he has his basic attack to deal area true damage constantly, Ice Skull never suffers against armored enemies. Even against Frozen Souls, as long as Ice Skull starts attacking them the moment they spawn from Frozen Hearts, he will still have enough time to kill them from full health, even if he takes the time to use this ability. This is a very specific issue anyways, and not something I hold against other Vengeance heroes, since pretty much none of them can solo Frozen Souls anyways. It just means all the more when Ice Skull is able to effectively solo them. On top of dealing massive area damage, Ice Skull also has the stalling power to compensate for the fact that he's a flying hero. Ice Skull's innate ability is Icy Breath, which is called Frozen Throat on iOS. It adds a 30% slow effect to all of his attacks and abilities, with the exception of Avalanche. This blends in perfectly with his area damage because it groups enemies together by slowing down the ones in the front being hit by his attacks. It also helps make up for the lack of blocking power that most heroes have by slowing enemies down before they can escape. Permafrost, which rips off the name of Allura Wintersong's ability, also steals the same effect. It creates a layer of ice on the path that slows enemies down when walking on it. Despite being the number 1 hero on this list, this is actually not a good ability. It deals no damage, and the slow effect is only 50%, which is barely more than the 30% that his attacks naturally slow enemies by. It just interrupts Ice Skull's basic attack, which is something that is too powerful to be worth interrupting. Avalanche was acceptable as the one interruption to his basic attack, but a second interruption ends up hampering his ability to deal damage too much to effectively kill Frozen Souls. That is the most specific case, but another issue that happens more often is when Ice Skull can freely attack enemies who are stalled, but is using permafrost on them instead. The reason this is so common is thanks to Ice Skull's ultimate ability, Glacial Storm. Every time this ability is used, every enemy on the entire screen is frozen in place for 12 entire seconds. That's exactly the cooldown of permafrost, so it gets in the way of being able to freely attack enemies way too often. But enough about that ability. Just leave permafrost unupgraded and forget about it. The real focus here is the fact that Ice Skull can globally freeze enemies for 12 seconds straight. Glacial Storm has a 40-second cooldown, which means that at minimum, he can keep enemies frozen for 30% of the time throughout the entire level. Calling waves early to recharge this skill even faster can buy the time to freeze him even more. So, it is possible and plausible to get to freeze every enemy on the screen for a total of 24 seconds straight. This is the strongest hero spell in the series. Even though spells like Barasad's ultimate can deal damage directly, there's also so much that can happen during 12 seconds of frozen time. With Ice Skull's massive damage basic attacks, he can cause plenty of damage already. It groups up the current enemies with the enemies that spawn afterwards, which makes his area damage even more effective. It also prevents these frozen enemies from fighting back, keeping Ice Skull safe from ranged attacks. So in a way, this ability also grants all allied units 12 seconds of invincibility. So between consistent area true damage, stalling power, and global support, the only thing Ice Skull could be missing is a counter to tanky enemies. But Ice Skull actually has the strongest counter to tanky enemies in the series. Play Carrier has the potential to compete as the strongest skill in the series, but its competition lies in Ice Skull's last active ability, Ice Peaks. Ice Skull creates a series of spikes that cover up a chunk of the path, instantly eradicating 30% of the maximum HP of every enemy hit by the spikes. For reference, Murglan's ultimate ability is an area insta-kill. so it technically deals 100% of enemies' max HP. This has a 72-second cooldown, which puts Murglan's efficiency at 100 over 72, or 1.39% of max HP per second. Meanwhile, Ice Peaks destroys 30% of max HP and has a 15-second cooldown. Therefore, Ice Peaks has an efficiency of 30 over 15 or 2% of max HP per second, which is way more than Murglan's hero spell. Even with waves called early to recharge Murglan's hero spell faster, the base efficiency is too low to be able to catch up to Ice Peaks. On top of that, Ice Peaks has a larger AoE than Murglan's hero spell, affecting more enemies overall. These numbers may not be that meaningful, so to put it into better perspective, Murglan needs 72 seconds to insta-kill a group of enemies, while Ice Scald only needs 45 seconds to take away 90% of their max HP. With his massive area true damage, Ice Scald can easily finish off the remaining 10% in that time. It could be argued that not outright killing them in one ability usage is worse, since the enemies are still alive after a single Ice Peaks use. But realistically, Ice Scald is dealing so much damage and supporting towers so well with Glacial Storm that most enemies die after 1 or 2 uses of Ice Peaks anyways. A blessing and curse with this ability is that each spike individually takes away 30% HP. So if an enemy avoids getting hit by any of the spikes, Ice Peaks will end up dealing no damage to them. Worst case scenario, Ice Scald only needs 15 seconds more to try to hit them with Ice Peaks again, and with his insane slowing and freezing power, it's easy to get that extra time. The benefit of the ability working this way is that large enemies can get hit by more than one spike, taking an additional 30% damage for a total of 60% of their max HP taken in one use. Luckily, the spikes spawned by Ice Peaks do not spawn randomly. They always take about the same formation each time, only varying by a few pixels each time. This means that you can rely on the spikes to hit certain areas more easily. The most spikes are located in the back of the AoE, so if Ice Scald is positioned in a way that keeps enemies at the very edge of Ice Peaks' range, they have the highest likelihood of getting hit by multiple spikes. This technique both decreases the chances of missing, and it can be used to force a 60% HP loss on enemies, doubling the effectiveness of what is already the strongest skill in the series. Ice Scald has it all: area true damage, innate stalling power, global freezing, and group percentage damage. He isn't perfect, but he is closer to perfection than any other hero on this list. He has no true weaknesses and is the best at pretty much everything. Ice Scald is the best hero in the entire Kingdom Rush series. I started working on this video on February 29th, 2020. The amount of hours I've poured into this project is in the hundreds. It possibly even exceeds 1,000. At this point in my life, it is the single greatest thing I've ever done. It might be the greatest thing I'll ever do, and it still wasn't even perfect. I feel like I could have spent another few months rewriting what I want to say, recording better lines, finding better footage and more. It was only the deadline of Legends of Kingdom Rush that made me decide to just hope it was good enough. But the truth is that I could work forever to try to get closer and closer to perfection. But what would that even be for? 4 hours of entertainment for a few hundreds of people? Out of the billions of people that are alive today? Out of the countless lives that exist across the timeline of humanity? I'm 21 years old right now. I don't really know what it means to be successful, or what it means to do something great. I don't even really know what it means to matter. I spent about 15.5 months on this. When I think about how I have 40, maybe 60 years left, the thought of spending almost 16 months on something is excruciating to me. I want to live my life in a way that doesn't feel like a waste, but I don't know how to do that. All I know is that this video often felt like work for me. I felt guilty enjoying myself while doing other things, because that was time I could have spent working on this instead. I got a sore voice from talking so much, and it probably shows in some parts of the video. There's a huge amount of information to keep track of, some of which was being discovered after I had already done the relevant portion of the list, forcing me to go back again and again. There was also a lot of pressure on myself to try to make the most logical points possible, and despair from knowing that no matter what, it will still be subjective in the end. I keep returning to the words my mom told me back when I was only about 8 or so heroes into this list. She told me that I had already made it this far, so I might as well finish it. Those words kept me working on this video, even when I wondered if it was a waste of time. I constantly wavered between two mindsets. The first was being motivated to continue with YouTube, hoping that I would be able to start earning income from doing something easy. I was enthusiastic about making things for games that I have a passion for playing. The second mindset was the realization that I was putting in way too much work to consider this an easy source of income. I wasn't enjoying the process of making this stuff, but I couldn't stop because I wanted the time I had already invested to not go to waste. This made me worry about whether or not to continue with YouTube after I was done with this project. I meant everything that I said at the beginning of this video. I do enjoy putting my all into something and knowing everything I can know about it. The games that I've reached that point with are the ones that I can play again and again, enjoying myself every time. But after doing something like this, I can never look at Kingdom Rush the same way. It's a series of games that I used to play on the ride to school and the ride from school back home every day. Now it's something I go out of my way to play because I want to have something to post on YouTube. Also that I can build up a larger audience to eventually watch this video. But it's not what I want to be creating. I can definitely say that I feel liberated now that I've finished this video. I feel free to live my life differently than I've been living it for the past 16 months. One life philosophy I've picked up is to not settle for an inferior use of my time. If there's something better that I can be doing, I'll just do that. But whether or not continuing with YouTube is the best use of my free time is something that I never figured out in the time that I've been doing this. If this is the last thing I put effort into on YouTube, it'll at least be something I'm proud of. There is the possibility of other videos that I can put passion into that won't take up as much time, but will still be work. They won't all be about Kingdom Rush, so I know that a lot of the audience I've built up over time will not carry over to things like Dark Souls, math, stories about my life, and others. But either way, I want to live an honest life and make honest creations. And in spite of all of these concerns, my honest feelings are of thankfulness. I'm grateful to have made something as huge as this. I'm grateful to have the privilege to ponder my options rather than be forced into something. So whatever the future holds, I'm hoping for the best.